It's time for the drivers to head themselves down to the starting grid for this, the 24 Hours of Daytona. They've got themselves about 30 seconds to make sure they are ready on the grid and ready. You can say a lot of things sometimes when these special events come along, but what we can say is we have got a race for the ages.
Well, we are well and truly into the night time now. In the race time, it is just after 10 to 9 in the evening here from the Daytona International Raceway, and we're bringing you live continued coverage of the Daytona 24 hours here on the iRacing Esports Network, coverage brought to you by Racesport TV. And well, let's just have a quick check-in with the conditions at the moment. At the cloudy, 21 degrees in the air temperature with a wind of 23 kilometres an hour, so quite a fast wind here for the drivers to contend with. Track length 5.6 kilometres, and as you can see, it is a 24-hour race here for us all today. My name is Paul Smith. Joining me in the commentary booth is none other than Gary Weaver, and also a man who's been racing as well as Lorenzo Bonda. So before we get into all of this, let's give you an update of what's happening in your standings, because in the top, in the prototype field, we have got VRS Quinta Simsport in the lead. We're just started with pit stops here in this category. Thrustmaster Mavano Racing are in second place with Vandervelde Sim Racing Blue, who really put the pressure on VRS Quinta Simsport a moment ago, having made a pit stop here. Pure Racing Team, they're in fourth place with 1050 Barbanera Racing in fifth place. Team RSO in sixth with Simacube in X Racing White seventh, and DriveX Esports rounding out the top 8 of your prototype class. Now let's look at the GTE class, and it is Logitech G Ultra Sport Esports in the lead of that one by about 25-26 seconds. They're ahead of Endeavour Sim Racing White. Williams Gym Esports are in third place with Simacube in X Racing Blue in fourth place. TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue, fifth place with Williams Gym Esports, sixth. Then a lap down, Dream Factory with CQR Club rounding out the top 8 of your GTE field. And now to the GT3s, and it is SRB Endurance leading that one by 10.5 to 11 seconds over Astro Gaming Altus Esports. TTL Esports GT3 are in third. They're not that far behind, actually 7 seconds behind the Altus team, with Team Hoisingveld. They were leading a little bit earlier on in the race in fourth place. Team Bushfink Racing GT3 fifth, with Radicals Online Immortal in sixth. Triton Racing and N-Race Esports Red round out the top 8 of your GT3 field. And it's a great time to say good evening, Gary Weaver. How are you doing?
I am doing great. I'm still having a few issues over on my end with a few microphone things, but hopefully I'll be able to work that out over the course of broadcast. Either way, I am doing great. Over where I am, it's midday, so like I mentioned, it's really amazing to see though that after all this time we finally have day-night transitions in a 24-hour race. So hopefully by the time this 6 hours concludes, hopefully Daytona will be just ever so slightly seeing the sunrise by the end of this.
Oh, you see, I don't know about that, because you look at it,
Yeah.
we're 10 to 9 now in the sim, and we've got 6 hours here, so that's going to be around about 10 to 3 in the morning when we finish up, so I think we're still going to be dead in the night. Oh, there was an Altus car sideways there, and that's your GTE leader. So that was Simon Feigl having a little bit of an issue there as he's got back up and running. I'll try and get you a replay of this. I'm having to do double duty here. I'm having to go all Will Vincent on you here. He just lost it himself. A little bit too much speed. Managed to avoid hitting anybody else. Made the smart move to reverse the car out the way of any potential drivers coming through. Waited for a slot. Oh, just had to wait a little bit longer. Those GTE cars, though, they're notorious for being sluggish from a standing start here. But he's back up and running there in this one and is carrying on. And hopefully, joining us as well, the man who's been racing in this race, and it is Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, how are you doing?
Hey Paul, I'm doing fine, you know. I'm just looking for some energy drinks to try to keep myself up, you know. Just did 2 stints. Now let's do this. Has been a very race of attrition of sorts, but a really good race this far, and I'm really excited with this. As Gary said, the day and night transition, it's gonna throw a bone into these drivers, but nevertheless they are already roaring to go for the next 6 hours.
Well, here's a question for you, since you have been racing this one. How has it been out there to race with the day-night transitions?
I'll tell you that it has been really interesting. That even the tracks are getting colder. The tires effects. You know, one of the things I'm racing the GT3. So the GT3 has been quite a funny development because they have a very long-lasting tires, and normally because you were doing during the day, there wasn't any possibility for double stinting. But because of the night, and you don't have that aggressive wear on the tires, maybe you can start thinking about double stints. Even though in the late hours you can still thinking about that if you do a clean run, of course.
So the leaders, VRS Quanta Simsport, on pit road at the moment. They've had a driver swap in Serge Karam, of course IndyCar driver Serge Karam, who competed at the Porsche Sim Racing Summit in December, and he's up and away. But crucially, look who has taken the lead. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. They were gaining on that VRS Quanta Simsport car during their last stint, and they have taken the lead here into the International Horseshoe, and away they go. But look at that gap. It is just, it's less than a second between the two of them. And well, this is going to be a battle that we're going to have to focus on here, Gary, because really these guys, they've been fighting tooth and nail. Robin Esterson has been just on a charge.
Yeah, Esterson got that lead just as Sage Karam was coming off of pit road there, so this is going to be interesting, especially down the back straightaway here, at least on the NASCAR oval. It's where the slipstream could really come into effect, as well as those lap cars just in front of them. Well, not really lap cars, I should say. Well, in a way, yeah, lap cars, but either way, yeah, they could really play into effect with this, and I think, oh, maybe Vanderbilt Sim Racing, they may come to pit road this time, but, you know, it's always with strategy and stints, as far as I know, for endurance events, so we could maybe be seeing not SimSport, they may be starting to catch up a little bit, but at the moment right now, Vanderbilt's really pulled that gap away.
Yeah, they certainly have. They're doing a really good job. As Vanderbilt, as we see, going down to set another a lap in the books. Across the line they go then, and it's a really tricky braking spot into this turn 1, because you're turning, you're trying to slow that car down. He was struggling, he was just moving about a little bit under the brakes there, and able to get that car slowed down though. That's the main thing, because it's so easy to run wide through that turn 1 into turn 2, but away they go then. That gap is staying about a second at the moment. Also worth noting that just in front of them, about to be lapped, is Kevin Ellis Jr. That's in the 1050 Barbonara racing car. They're in 5th place. And right behind them, PJ Sturgis in the NX Racing white car here, Lorenzo. Just 0.7 of a second splitting these two as the leaders are gaining on them as well.
Absolutely, and the problem for Cavanella is that DP car that was right in front of them actually took away a few tenths of a second from Kevin and allowed PG Sturgis to come in and try to battle for position here as they go through the bus stop at the back section of the track. But so far, PJ is doing really good this far.
As, well, going through the banking, through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, to finish a little lap here. And this battle for 5th place overall is going to come across the line here. Set another lap in the books. We'll have a look to see what the comparison is lap time wise. 0.2 of a second gained by PJ Sturgis last lap. So he has gained a little bit of time here in this race as he's coming through into the hairpin. Tricky braking. Don't get caught out by the GT3 traffic. Let them just naturally go through. And this is going to be a real tricky one for them, Lorenzo. How you use the traffic and how you can work the traffic, because you're going to reach traffic at some point and it's not always going to be at the best occasion, is it?
Yeah, and as you can see with DJ, he just got some traffic right around the horseshoe. Got a little bit damaged because he had still that traffic in the kink. Oh boy, just having a little bit of a wild moment at the entry to the oval. But as you said, it's key to have a good placing here in the track, so you avoid these kind of cluster traffic, especially with the GT3, GTE cars running so close. So you need to have the proper mindset and a little bit of luck to manage to perform the overtakes cleanly as fast as possible.
I can tell you the worst point to catch any traffic is in that infield section when you're coming through the kink. If they're especially slow compared to yourself, it just hurts your time so much going through that kink into the second of the hairpins in the infield. But PJ now 1.2 seconds behind, so that traffic has really hurt him as he's coming through on the oval again. Set another lap in the books. As you can see, top left hand corner, we have got 17 hours and 46 minutes remaining, and if you do want to keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race, then make sure you check out racebot.tv/timing, and you'll be able to keep an eye on everybody throughout this race, see when pit stops are made, see when driver changes are made, and also see where your favourite team is as well. You might be a fan of the NX Racing white team or the 1050 Barbonera racing team. So we'll see, keep up to date with everything that goes on throughout this race, and yeah, make sure you check that out. And, well, there's your class leaders at the top of the screen as we keep an eye on this battle between Barbonera and NX Racing White. And hopefully we've had our technical problems resolved, I'm hoping anyway, Gary. And yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. But this race, what does it take to win this race here? Because it's a long time to go yet. As I say, 17 3/4 hours remaining in this race.
All right, hopefully I'm good now. I did do a little bit of adjusting, but either way, yeah, to survive this race, I would, well, to finish this race is definitely survive. To win rather well, you just have to have, for starters, a lot of practice, as we got a three-way battle between 13th, 14th, and 15th, but looks like they're all spread out for the time being, at least single file, so definitely going to get back to that. But to win this race, I would say at least survive, plan very far ahead in what you want to do, and just account for as well of any incidents that you're somehow involved in, because once you're involved in an incident, then next thing you know, your strategy that you planned is right out the window. As Glacier Racing Duo trying to get around some lap traffic, and no, this is not going to end well. Double wide into the bus stop. Nope, somehow single file for the time being.
Yeah, we're just having a look at that at the moment, actually. So it's Glacier Racing Duo, who are in 13th place, ahead of 14th place, which we're looking at now, Radical's Online Cranfield Simulations. Actually, I like that Radical's livery. I think that's a nice livery myself. And then behind them...
It's Radical.
Oh, dear. We're starting that already, aren't we? As in fact, here comes Radicals then. Ryan Littmore looking to the outside, through across the line. And it's going to be in towards turn number 1. How late can he go on the brakes? No ABS here. And through he goes, round the outside. Good move, but that was Glacier also just playing the smart game. They realise it's a long race. There's no point getting involved in an instant. There you go, you see, snatching a break there from Ryan Littlemore. It was a three-way battle, but CTC Racing Black have just dropped back a little bit because of the traffic there. So these two just going to duke it out on the run for the moment here, Lorenzo. But these guys are putting on a good show, even though they're down in 13th and 14th in class.
Yeah, they're putting in a good show. It's really good to see, you know, this cluster of cars all bunched up together and still fighting for positions. You know you're not fighting for the win, but at least you're trying to fight for a good overall place. Trying to get your hopes up, you know, your spirits up. And one of the things that Daytona we know this by a long mile is that how effective is the draft over here, especially in this oval section. As you can see, the CTC Racing Black just closing down on one of the GT3 cars, and how fast he actually can shred some tenths of a second and then jump up as a slingshot all the way towards the leaders. Let's see if he's gonna get some tenths of a second down. He will do it, but it still won't be far from the two ahead of him. So he still needs to work the apexes. But nevertheless, the effect of the draft plays a lot of here. You need to stay close if you want to really have a shot and try to move up into places.
As the two prototypes are trying to move their way around, and one of the GTEs just taking to the outside of the corner there, getting the braking wrong through turn number 1. It's so easily done there, and nearly catching these prototypes out, but able to carry on. They make their way past Adam McNally in the Excite iRacing car in your GTE field, and now they're working their way through your leading GT3 car. This is the SRB Endurance car they're trying to make their way past here, and Littlemore having to go the long way around the outside, but hasn't lost too much time there and is able to pull away. Now we'll draw his attention back towards this battle for 5th place, because it's been getting a bit tighter with there being a bit of traffic here as well, and through the first couple of corners, and the leader is right behind the Inex Racing white car as well, Gary. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't hold up the leader, but on the same front he's also got to try and push and get closer to that 5th place Barbonera racing car.
He does have a clear track in front of him, so he could just let the leader by and let the leaders go straight through, maybe in the NASCAR oval portion of this track, but at the moment doesn't look like it for the time being. So he's probably just going to just run this line, run this race, and try and push, like you mentioned, as well as somehow letting the leader by. Both of these, both these drivers, Kevin Ellis and PJ Sturgis, they both have a lot of room in front of them. So in a way, if Sturgis does let the Vindeval Sim Racing Blue by, then he could have a little bit of help with some slipstream as well if the Vindeval Sim Racing can catch up to that 5th place. So it could work out, but the matter of when is definitely the most important, especially where on the racetrack. You just have to make sure that you let the leader by without really holding yourself or the leader up.
Well, here comes the leader then, gaining on PJ Sturgis to try and put a lap on him, and Sturgis to taking the high line, saying the inside is yours there, Robin, and through he goes down the inside, goes Esterson onto the brakes into turn number 1. Now this will help PJ a little bit because he's got the draft there. He can try and use that slipstream to catch up to that 5th place driver of Kevin Ellis Jr. But also, Robin Esterson, if he feels that these guys that he's racing against here are not actually holding up that much, he won't be minding too much here, being behind them, Lorenzo, because it does save him a little bit of fuel on the old mileage there.
Yeah, you don't need to press the brake, sorry, not the brakes, but the accelerator fully. If you're actually in a draft, you can go over around 85% of your accelerator. You're still going to hit top speed, optimal top speed down the down the straight line when you come into the bus stop. So you can shred at least, not shred, but save at least 1/3 of a fuel, you know, for a lap each way you're in the jet. So if you keep building all that up, you can actually have at least 2 or 3 laps down on your stint extra, and make your optimize to the full your stint, and then have no concern for a splash and dash at the end of the race.
As they're gaining on some lap traffic here, just have a look at the race leader. He's been pulling away 0.3 of a second the last 2 laps here over Viras Sim Sport. So a bit of a gapping out process going on here as they're heading into turn number 1 once again. And the NX car having to take a little bit of a wider line through turn 1, but look at the traffic, look where they're catching this traffic now, right into the start of this infield. That can slow them down if they don't catch at the right point. Down the inside of the hairpin goes your race leader, and a 0.7 of a second, Gary, on that last lap your leader has pulled away. So really, it's Robin Esterson who's got the bit between his teeth, and he's absolutely pushing on to try and get a good gap for when they potentially change drivers.
Yeah, that 0.7 of a second can really help out for and this traffic as well that's holding everyone else up. My goodness, this is it's weird to think that at least 1 lap ago they had virtually no traffic in front of them. Next thing you know, a huge group of cars, about 4 or 5 are in front of them, then another it's just another large gap, and Kevin Ellis has definitely got the advantage at the moment with a lot of space. PJ Sturgis still following the leader as best as he can. He's going to have a number 43 onto the inside. Now he's got a clear single file line, but my goodness, that 0.10 of that Ellis is driving right now, he's doing a great job. But look at this. Again, they all made it through, and they're still in the same order.
Yeah, they are, and I tell you what, Sturgis is doing a really good job. Hang on to the draft of that number 24 car. Get yourself a little bit of extra lap time. Also save yourself a little bit of fuel. That'll help in the strategy in this battle for 5th place at the moment. We are keeping an eye on anything else out on track, and the only other close battle at the moment is in GT3, as we'll quickly go back to that, and it's 9th and 10th place. It's Glacier Racing, Jonny Hagner and Russell Klassen in the V-Apex Racing Group purple car. So they're stuck together in the 2 Mercedes. But I do feel that Glacier are going to be due a pit stop soon, whereas V-Apex, they've been going about 13 laps on this stint at the moment here. So those two running pretty close together. Also in the GTE field as well, you've got Race Clutch Black and Targa Racing. They're about half a second between the two of them, with some Daytona prototypes and also the iRacing car just gapping those two at the moment in that battle. That battle for 5th place overall is still pretty much on, although saying that, also in the GTE field there's a second between 4th and 5th place of Inex Racing Blue and TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue. So a couple of battles picking up here, Lorenzo, in your field. It's always good to see at this stage of the race, because normally what we're used to doing is just waffling on and chatting about what we had for breakfast and things like that. As in fact, there's going to be a change of position here. TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue have moved ahead of the Inex Racing Blue car.
Yeah, and you pretty much said everything. Is that it was one of the things is the nature of this track. This track is so bunched up. We only have a fast section being the oval, but everything else is just clustered up. And if you're on the draft, if you were on the draft all race long or for just a tiny bit, you always have the chance of, you know, catching up towards somebody else or being in contention to fight for a position in your pack. Either it is front pack, mid pack, or in the backpack. So the nature of the track just gives you opportunities for overtakes no matter what, and battles no matter what. But it is mostly, of course, in the oval, but still plenty of battles here to see on the track.
As we're coming through, looking at this battle for P5 overall, and it's an absolute pleasure to welcome to the commentary booth a good friend of ours at Racebot TV. I have to say that because he's kind of one of the bosses, is Mr. Will Vincent. Hello there, Will.
Hi, Paul. It's not just me as well.
Oh, it's Connery Medic as well.
Yeah. Will and Connery doing breakfast tomorrow morning for the 24 Hours of Daytona. I say we shipped Connery down from Derby all the way down to Birmingham, so we're going to feed him Chinese tonight, bacon sandwiches tomorrow, and we're going to have the most important conversation in all of sim racing history, Paul. It's a two-parter. Number one, bacon sandwich, red sauce or brown sauce, and number two, tea or coffee with a bacon sandwich.
Well, first of all, it's brown sauce. Secondly, it's tea. Even though I don't have brown sauce and I don't drink tea, I still know those are the correct answers.
But yeah, so Connery is here. I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a really good 24 Hours of Daytona so far. We've seen the lights go down, and now this is the sort of thing that people for the last X number of years remember, racing Daytona in the dark. But, Paul, the thing that got me was a little bit early on. We saw Hours of Sports turned around at turn number 1, losing that car, and, you know, off track right now, the marbles are really starting to play an impact.
Yeah, they certainly are, and especially into that turn 1, because it is such a tricky braking zone. It really is. As soon as you get your line wrong there, it's like ice, and you just go flying off wide. Luckily, there's a lot of runoff there, though. That's a crucial thing. There is a big runoff out at turn 1, as we see in the battle for 4th place in GTE on screen at the moment as well. Thrustmaster Blue and NX Racing Blue, and well, it's not quite the watershed yet, so we can't come out with the blue jokes, but there you go, 2 blue teams together, and well, I mean, I don't know how long you're hanging around here, Will, or if you want to...
Only a minute or so.
Minutes, okay. Well, any sort of final thoughts before you go off and have your Chinese?
Yes, it's of course, not only is it the 24 Hours of Daytona, that means, Paul, that we've got to give a shout out to one individual, and that of course is Mr. Plash, who is, I think it's his 4th year in a row. He's been trying to do the entire 24 Hours of Daytona solo. I know he's got someone else doing it along with him, also solo, raising money through Extra Life, which of course you did earlier on in 2018. And you know, of all the 24-hour races, many people would argue that this is the easiest to do a 24-hour race, but it's still an incredible feat. So shout out to Mr. Plash.
I can attest, for after doing the 24-hour stream, and I wasn't doing driving all the time, come sort of hour 15, 16, I could not focus and I could not drive anymore. So, you know, I've all the respect for people who will do that, and it's also a great cause to raise money for as well. The Children's Miracle Network Hospitals in the United States and Canada is the Extra Life charity, so make sure you go and check them out and support them, because it is a really good cause. But Will, thank you very much for dropping by.
Connery still wants to say something.
Oh, yes, let's bring Connery in.
I want to say something.
Oh, God, he's really quiet.
What do I want to say?
Talk louder.
I'll have to talk a little bit louder.
Just scream.
Just point the microphone in his face, because we can't hear him.
Players go out of the event, and the biggest one, Williams Esports. I was expecting things from those guys in this particular event, but they're out, and now that GTE field is blown wide open.
So we got the end of that, but which was about Williams Esports going out in the race, and the
We'll
GTE
sort it out
field.
for the morning.
Yeah, we'll do it in the edit. It's fine. Nobody's watching
Cheers,
this, right?
Paul. Yeah, cheers, Paul.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was Will Vincent and Conor Maddock joining us in the commentary booth there, and great to hear their insight into what they're going to be discussing as well. So make sure that you check that one out tomorrow morning for breakfast with Connery and Will, as they discuss the hot topics of what you have as a sandwich at breakfast, and probably talk about the UK opening hours of shops as well, because we talked about that one year. We'll have a look back at the battle for, let's have a look for 5th place in prototype, just to check in with that. And Gary, we've still got half a second between these two, and that is between the Barbinara Racing Kevin Ellis Jr. car and the Simicube NX Racing white car of PJ Sturgis. These two, they're staying about the same amount of gap, so you would imagine that that Inex are just happy just staying that far behind, using the draft, and just saving themselves a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, draft is everyone's best friend most of the time, and well, I'm pretty sure that as much as Sturgis wants to make the move, I'm pretty sure he's going to wait for the right moment, especially right now. There is a little bit of traffic. He could capitalize on that if he wanted to, but for the time being, he's definitely playing it a little bit safe. Robin Esterson, overall leaders, finally made his way out front of the traffic, so, well, for the time being at least, as I just saw two other cars just in front. But yeah, Sturgis, he's probably just going to wait, save that fuel, like you mentioned, for Esterson doing earlier. So definitely a bit of strategy and maybe a little bit of mind games at play as well.
Well, here's a good question, and I'll throw this to Lorenzo since you have been racing in this. Switching to new tyres, does it require more time in the pits or not, and is it worthwhile taking new tyres at every pit stop?
For GTEs, maybe you can double stint them with a little bit of luck, but I knew GT3s all day long. Drivers in my split were switching during the day. They were switching every single pit stop, and that's 20 seconds additional on your pit stop. You're taking 5 for each tire. Now in the night, that is actually a good question. I haven't looked at it properly. If switching the tires, you know, every single pit stop is actually a good idea. It remains to be seen. I really want to see if one of the drivers could give us an information about that and how the wear is affecting their car during the night.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's worth keeping an eye on that. Let's see how it progresses through the evening here as these prototypes are still battling in this queue. What we'll do, because we've reached the half hour, we'll just give you a quick rundown of your categories here. So let's just get rid of that graphic and bring this graphic up here, and to say that your race leader is Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. They are 4.9 seconds ahead of VRS Quanta Sim Sport now, so they've been able to just pull away that gap little by little as they've been going on this race. And these two have got a huge gap back to Thrustmaster Movano Racing, so really those two are in a league of their own out at the front. Pure Racing Team, they're in 4th place. It's currently Patrick Wolf behind the wheel of that car, and then you've got this battle that we're watching on the screen right now. 1050 Barbonara Racing and Simicube Inex Racing White, they're 5th and 6th, with Team RS up in 7th place. They're about half a minute, just over half a minute behind these two. And then Evolution Racing Team, the 226 is race lead, just really a little bit wide there at that hairpin, so he is definitely pushing his Robin Esterson, and you can see that running wide there. So that is the top 8 of your prototype field. And let's have a look at your GTE field now. There is Logitech G, Altus Esports in the lead of that one, 15.5 seconds ahead of Endeavour Sim Racing White. Then you've got Williamson Junior Esports. They're not that far behind, about 4 seconds behind the second place team in 3rd, with Cristobal J. Lopez at the wheel at the moment. TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue, they're in 4th, and they're embroiled in that that battle still. There's half a second between them and the Simicube Inex Racing Blue car in 5th place. Williams Jim Esports then at 42 seconds behind them in 6th place, with the Dream Factory 7th. That's Diego Catalan behind the wheel there, and then CQR Club rounding out the top 8 here. And just to mention, it's Christian Rose behind the wheel of that car. And then in your GT3 field, it is SRB Endurance still, but it's only close actually, 1.1 seconds between them and Astro Gaming Altus Esports. Simone Maria Marcheno able to gain and close up that gap to your race leading GT3 car. TTL Esports are in 3rd place at the moment, not that far behind actually, with Team Hoisingfeld 4th place. And then a bit of a gap back to Team Bushfink Racing in 5th, with Triton Racing in 6th. And Race Esports Red are in 7th place, with Vanderbilt Sim Racing Black rounding out the top 8 of that field. And it's worth actually keeping an eye on this GT3 battle then here, Lorenzo, because it's pretty close, and it is for the race lead of that GT3 category.
Yes, it is for the lead of the GT3 category, and the resilient team, the SRB Racing, is not doing really good on this 10. Audi Tanmaya is actually trying to do his best on these tires. I don't know if he actually taking tires on the previous pit stop, but he's clocking at an average of 143 per lap, 143 mid to lows per lap. Meanwhile, Astro Gaming's Altus Esports on Simone Maria Marcheno is doing 142s to 143. So Audi Tanmaya just needs to be very cautious about the approach of that Mercedes AMG GT3 from Altus. Otherwise, it's going to be a problematic end of stint for them if they want to keep that lead.
Now, what's been really interesting is that the leading GT3 car is embroiled in a battle with a GTE car, and it is actually pole position in this race, it's worth saying.
Yeah.
And that's the Excite iRacing car. Adam Nowley has been lapping. His last lap was 144.4, and it's just I think that's what's been holding up that GT3 leader, as Simone Marcheno has to just back out of the
and big lot for the Williams.
So yeah, so it's really it's a bit of a tricky field is this one, but I think now that SRB endurance car is just pulling away from that GTE car, as here comes Marcheno now down the inside. But Gary, I mean, how difficult is it to deal with lap traffic? Oh, well, they're not lap traffic, but it's a different category car that can go faster through the corners, and yet you're lapping faster than them.
Well, I don't have personal experience, but just watching that alone looks pretty difficult. My goodness, I think the closest thing I've had to a lot of traffic is the pretty much just an oval side, and that's pretty much it. So, but it's definitely difficult either way. It's even more difficult, like you mentioned, with a slower car. I mean, I actually have done a little bit of VRS Sprint Series at the beginning of this season, so it was that was pretty interesting nonetheless. Definitely getting past and trying to figure out, okay, well, they want this line, so where should I go? And that's just from the point of view of somebody who's getting past, no less, as the Williams Dream Esports makes their way around the SRB Endurance. So it's complicated, just to put it simply.
Well, one thing that doesn't help is when you cut across the chicane. That's exactly what Marcheno did there. So he had to take a slowdown penalty, which puts him back with that X-Right car, but it drops him about a second and a half behind there. So we're just going to move away from that, because there's a little bit of contact for your 5th place prototype in the hairpin. That's with one of the GT3 traffic. That's his 7th place Dream Factory car, I do believe. No, it isn't. I don't know which car it was, but they made contact door to door.
That's the 199, that's N-Race.
Yeah, N-Race. So N-Race there, they're getting involved in that one. They're the 7th place GT3 car. That's why I was getting a bit confused there. But that could give Inex the perfect opportunity here, but they're just staying behind for the time being here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think right now the desperation button, I think for the Barbanera, geez, I'm gonna butcher some names tonight. Here we go. Barbanera Racing Team, they need to at least take away that desperation button, try to clear the traffic as cleanly as possible. I don't know if that actually is going to do something on the lateral side of the car in terms of precision, if it's going to take the balance off the car, but so far nothing has been shown on Kevin Ellis' car. In PG Sturgis is doing some aggressive lines. You can see coming into turn 1, some aggressive braking from the SimCube Inex car. And if I am right now Barbanera, I would hang on to dear life on that draft that he has right ahead of him off the Vendaval.
Well, we're looking from the back of the Barbanera racing car, and you can see the Inex Racing white car, headlights ablaze, right behind them, about half a second between the two of them as they head on to the oval once again. It's a classic track for an endurance race, and it's a race that everybody looks forward to, because it signals the start of the motorsport season, really, does Daytona 24 Hours, Gary. And these guys here on iRacing really putting on a good show for us, really showing what you can do around this circuit.
Yeah, with Daytona, with starting out with the 24 hours and then moving on to speed weeks in the next month in February. It's Daytona's in a way like just like you mentioned, the I guess the Rolex 24 is like the start of the race season. So it's very interesting, and I have personally a lot of respect for these guys because my goodness, I couldn't even I don't think I could do this for whatever stint, probably even 3 hours. 3 hours, it's an understatement for me. I could probably overstate, I should say, but either way, with all these changing dynamics and everything with the track, the time, lap traffic, speaking of which, they've just caught up to some, so it's very interesting. Like I mentioned, I did the sprint series at the beginning of the season. After about 4 races, my shoulders were a little bit sore, so that was pretty fun.
We need to get down to the gym. I think that's what we need to do for that one. I know from doing endurance events in the past, you know, I've had to quadruple stint once. Absolutely hated myself for it afterwards, but if it helps the team out, as you can see all the marbles on the outside of the corner there as they head back onto the oval. But yeah, quadruple stint. Yeah, I've done a quadruple stint before. That was not fun.
Let's talk. Well, let's have a talk when you do 6 stints in a row.
I know somebody who's done something similar, but that's because their co-driver who's meant to take over from them slept through their alarm. That was at Spa 24 Hours one year on iRacing, and this is the thing when you're doing the race in, you know, when you've got the Rolex 24 Hours, which is coming up very shortly.
And I'm going.
And you're going as well. Nice. That's we'll have to know how that goes on one of the broadcasts in the future. But yeah, when you've got drivers that they're all there, you could just knock on the door, wake them up, get them prepared, get them into the car. When you're on iRacing here, Lorenzo, and you've got experience on this, you're reliant on your teammates who've gone to bed, just gone for a sleep of maybe 2 or 3 hours. You're relying on them waking up at their alarm and getting back onto the computer.
Yeah, basically going into the story of the 6 hours, basically the 6 hours was everybody was drunk and everybody went to bed, and I was the only one awake, so I had to hang on for dear life until someone came.
Battle for the lead of GT3, by the way. Yep, and it's going to be Altus around the outside, is it? Oh, they're still battling away here, side by side through the first part of the infield now. And still Marcheno looking to the inside of the hairpin. He's got the line, he's got the run out the corner as well. And that SRB car, a little bit of damage to the bonnet of their car. That'll be affecting their top speed here. And that's something that will affect them majorly, Gary, because you've got so much of this track where you're on full throttle.
Yeah, a huge majority of this track is, like you mentioned, full throttle. And that's the essentially, what I personally think is the longest part of the track and the most draft heavy as well. And I'm trying to figure out where that damage came from. I'm not seeing anything as of right now, but yeah, with the majority of the track being, you know, the entire NASCAR oval here at Daytona, it's gonna be definitely playing into a little bit of a factor for their aero and affecting their top speed very significantly.
Well, as they head down to the bus stop chicane once again, through the left, the right and the left, Marcheno is going to be absolutely desperate to pull away now, because he will be coming up towards the pit stop cycle shortly. By the way, don't forget, you can keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. Visit racebot.tv/timing. Got all your live timing and scoring there. Keep up to date with your favourite teams and see how the race is going for your drivers. So check that out, racebot.tv/timing. Gonna have that all the way through the 24 hours of this race. We're a quarter of an hour before the hour mark. So what we'll do is just quickly take you for a bit of Racebot TV fan immersion. We might as well do that with your new race-leading GT3 driver. That's Simon Maria Marcheno. Let's take you Racebot TV fan immersion. So there we go then, that's a little bit of Facebook TV fan immersion. We're going to change up our view though and have a look at the battle just in front of them. And that's the battle for 4th place here in your GTE field, and it is between CQR Inex Racing Blue and TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue. And Lorenzo, you've been keeping an eye on this. Is in fact, oh, that's a mistake from the NX Racing Blue driver at the hairpin.
Yeah, he would even just outbraked himself and just went a let off wide, but that was enough for TX3 to just slide in, you know, just like you would slide into your DMs, and just made it overtake so nice and clean, and now has to hold for the rest of the oval, which is a problem.
Yeah, and well, they're going down towards the bus stop chicane again. In that slipstream though is Inex Racing Blue, and maybe, Gary, they're just wanting to just sit behind them now. They were in front for the last stint, and this stint just sit behind them, get a little bit of fuel saving under the belts here, and just help themselves out for the next stint. As in fact that Gary isn't back, so let's take that to you, Lorenzo. Then are they just going to sit behind, or are they going to try and go for it back again?
I think they want to get that position, but they want to do it in a clean fashion that doesn't compromise their racing line. If I'm Timo Evening right now, I probably would do that move around the oval, just stick around the draft at the road section. And when you come into the oval, if you're close enough around T310s, when you exit the road part into the oval, if you are this close, then you maybe can try to do an overtake. But, you know, we're even at the halfway mark of this race, we just passed them 1/4. So, I don't know if it's worth the risk.
No, you don't want to risk it too much at this stage of the race, do you? You want to just make sure you get yourself in a strong position so that when it comes to those final couple of hours, you're going to be able to be in a really good position to see how the final part of the race pans out. But really is going to be a struggle for them. Now, VRS Quintessence Sport are in the lead at the moment. They're yet to make a pit stop here because Robin Esterson came down pit road a couple of laps ago. He's just going to come across the stripe once again to start another lap, and he's currently 35.5 seconds behind Sage Karam in that VRS Quad SimSport car, which, by the way, you're looking at the cone to cone, you're looking at about 50 seconds down pit road here, Gary, but it's actually quite a fast pit lane here, about 88 kilometers an hour compared to most tracks, which is 60.
Yeah, and that's 55 miles an hour for anyone who's wondering the US one, because even I didn't know that. But yeah, I wouldn't go by that. I would just go by mile an hour. But yeah, it's actually a pretty decent pit lane. I think Talladega, I think they've went up to 60 actually a few updates ago here on iRacing, about probably 2 years ago. Not 100% sure about that, but yeah, it's definitely a very fast pit lane. So 50 seconds isn't much. Here comes the VRS Canadian Sport almost coming into somebody else as well in pit lane. Somehow keeps it down just before. So that's a very great pit stop. Pit entry, I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say. So here we are then. The number 8 car down onto pit road for their pit stop. And through the magic of graphics, we can show you that the 24 car is coming along now, heading towards the start and finish line. There's Sage Karam in the pits, is staying in the car, and Robin Esterson, car drops down off the jacks, and here comes Esterson then, back past, he's going into the lead once again in this race, so it's just staying ahead, that VRS Quad Sport car up and away. 24.5 seconds was their pit stop compared to 24.2 for the Vandervelde Sim Racing Blue car. But interestingly though, Sage, we mentioned, Gary, there, that you mentioned about him having a good pit entry. He was actually 0.3 of a second quicker pit cone to cone.
Man, that's yeah, that was an amazing pit entry, and with these pit speed limiters, those really help out too. NASCAR, you don't have those, so I'm probably going to keep referencing that throughout this entire 6 hours. I'll try not to, but either way, that's, yeah, pit entry is usually key for long races like this, especially those without full course cautions. So that's definitely playing into effect that, well, if you make a mistake on pit road, then you have to make it up on the track, and if you make one on the track, well, you probably have to live with that until you get to pit road, especially with damage that you really can't really repair up until you get to pit road. And you know, if it's excessive amount of damage, then you're just gonna have to try and ride that out, adapt with that, and hope for the best.
As through the NASCAR's 3 and 4, heading towards the end of the lap, is this battle for 5th place still overall going on. These two can't be separated at all. One thing that you noted here as well, Lorenzo, is that after the pit stops, Thrustmaster Blue, they've managed to stay ahead of the GTE cars. They've managed to stay ahead, but also in your prototypes, that the Simicube NX Racing white car has made it ahead of the 1050 Barbonero Racing car in that battle for 5th place overall.
Yeah, the PG Sturgis was actually on track, and the time that the 1050 Barbonero car spent on the pits was just not enough. I think one of the key factors was the gap between both NX and Barbonero, and when they were battling, I think that worked in PG Sturgis' benefit. When they came down earlier into the pit, they thought, I'm not going to keep dueling with this car, I'm going to do an early pit, try another cut, and unfortunately for them, it worked out at the end, and now they're trying to get themselves apart from the car. Oh, getting some GTE traffic right in the middle, excuse me, but in all defense, the Barbonero car, they're keeping up really tight, so they're not letting PG Sturgis go off that easily.
Yeah, they're staying in it here, and as they go onto the banking once again in this race, going around and using the slipstream of the car in front, and it just so happens to be that the car in front is your race leader. So you know that you're gonna, if you can keep up with your race leader, you're keeping a good pace here. Here's the GT3 leading car, Simon Feigl, letting these guys by down the inside into turn 1. Car coming out the pit road as well. As through they go through that opening part, and they're still together are those two prototypes. A little bit of a different line taken there from Kevin Ellis Jr. into the International Horseshoe. Through the left-hander, Pure Racing Team are on pit road at the moment from the prototypes. They're making their latest pit stop here in this one. As we'll try and get you a look at something that happened here, and we'll try and have a look at it on the replay here, so just bear with me, because we're going to have to play this through, unfortunately, but that is a slow moving Mercedes there, and that is the TT Racing. I'm just going to try and rewind it back a bit more. Here we go then, so this is what's happened here, and they're going to get quarter panelled here. Yep, that's what it was. Around they go, Greg Saints. Good effort to just recover like that. 360 no scope and back up and running again. Not bad really effort that, but not ideal for him here, as he's having to let these lap traffic through. And well, Gary, it's not ideal when you're that far down in the race and you end up getting spun around like that.
Yeah, it's pretty much just insult to injury at that point. So it's yeah, that's just to put it briefly, insult to injury. But it's a great job at saving and not really saving the car, not gliding up in front of anybody else. And coincidentally, it was really a clear track at the time as well. So they got They got very lucky just to not have any more damage added and to really fall down the order more if they had gotten anything else.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Lorenzo.
I'll give that spin a 360, a 9.5 with its star on it.
As we have hearing also, there's issues for the CQR Club team. They're down now 12th, 13th place. They were in the top 8 here. We'll try and get a look on the replay. They had damage. They're on pit road here. We're going to try and get this one up on screen. They were still on pit road there. And my system, my software is really not liking me doing this. Trying to go back a bit. They were still on pit road there. Let's have a look. Ah, right, we should be somewhere near. Oh yeah, that was a big incident, and it was one of your prototype cars as well. Let's try and just wind that back a little bit more just to see the start of that. So it was coming through the oval here onto the back straight, and it was one of the prototypes got quarter panelled by a GT3 car and into the side of that CQR car. Oh well, that prototype, which of the prototypes was that? I'm trying to see, it was the DRS Wave Italy car that got involved in that incident. They got back up and running and have taken back to the pits as well. So drama happening for them, but also for the CQR Club car. They are back up and running, but you can see the damage on their car now, Lorenzo. They're going to be struggling for pace for the rest of this race, and that's 17 hours remaining, by the way.
Even though they repair that car, it's still not going to be enough. They're still going to lack pace. It's going to miss that essential top speed down in the straight, down in the oval. So they're going to have to scrap themselves back together and try to work with something out, have a little bit of luck, and try to move back up the field to try to gain some spots.
Yeah, it's going to be a real struggle now for them to be able to gain those positions. They just basically have to work on hoping that teams ahead of them come into issues. And well, we are past the hour mark, so let's just run you through your top 8 then of each of the standings, as well it is still Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue who are leading this one, 9 seconds ahead of the VRS Quantum Sim Sport car with Serge Caron behind the wheel. Just Vesta Movado Racing 58 seconds behind your leader here in third place. V Racing Team in fourth, Simicube in it, Racing White fifth, and then 1050 Carbonara Racing and in sixth place Team RSO and Evolution Racing Team, rounding out the top 8 of your prototypes. And to take you through the GTE field, it's going to be Lorenzo.
Alright, here we go. At the front, still Alpha Logitech G Alpha Esports with Simon Feil in the car, still retaining that lead and still having a comfortable gap to the Williams GIM Esports number 888 car. At third place, Van Hall Sim Racing White just following behind, not far behind from the Williams, but still in contention. Next is the 3HE by Trustmaster Blue, followed by the Simicube NX Racing Blue. In sixth place is William GIM Esports, the 777, the 777, and right behind them is the Dream Factory car. If I'm not mistaken, and to round out our top 8 is actually the race cap for Cam Motorsports, running out our top 8 here in the GTE class. Paul?
Well, to hand it over to Garrett, who is going to have the difficult task of going through your GT3 leaders when currently the leader is on pit road. But away you go, Garrett.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Probably just going to adapt and wait about 3 seconds. But either way, now in the lead is going to be Astro Gaming Altus Esports. And slowly falling down the order is going to be, well, actually probably not, Team Huskenville 111. That's why I'm saying the American pronouncing these names. Team Huskenville 111 is in second. Third place, SRB Endurance, who's just rounding NASCAR Oval Turn 4. TTL Esports GT3 is in the 4th place position. Team Bushfink Racing GT3 is in the 5th place position. Triton Racing 6th. Radicals Online Simmortal is in 7th and 8th place. It's going to be Emirates Esports Red 199.
There you go. That is your top 8 here at the top of the hour. Because I like it so much. Here's the music a bit more. Okay, so that is the top of the hour standings then, as we have it. And well, don't forget that you can keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. Just make sure you check out racebot.tv/timing. Make sure you keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. Keep up to date with pit stops. See if there's driver changes. You'll be able to see that as well. And well, that is where you can keep up to date with everything that's going on here. It is Paul Smith here on the Racebot TV on the iRacing Esports Network. Alongside me is Lorenzo Banda and Gary Weaver in the commentary booth. And well, don't forget also that to make sure you keep up to date with everything that happens on the iRacing Esports Network. And just remember to subscribe to the channel. Hit the little bell as well to get notifications of when there is racing going on. There's always racing going on the iRacing Esports Network. So check that out, subscribe, and make sure you join all the action on stream here. And well, we'll be taking you through another 5 hours here, guys. And Gary, I'm looking forward to that lull in the race, which we will inevitably get, where we will then have to do some time filling, because it happens every time in one of these endurance races.
I was about to say, you mean this isn't the lull? And then I remembered we did have a few spins earlier on, so you're not wrong there. It's usually the midpoint where everyone is trying to survive. It's already spread out at this point, so I'm not really one with endurance races, but now I'm actually, I've been starting to think about endurance races, if I should do the 6 hours of the Glen, and I'm half tempted to do that, so I may be doing that later this season, but for 24 Hours of Daytona, I'm hoping to do it maybe one day, just definitely not today.
Yeah, I would hope you're not doing it today, as in fact we're going to battle for position in your GTE field. That's 9th and 10th. And it is Odox Motorsport who have made it ahead of the Inertia Sim Racing car. So that is 9th and 10th in your GTE field. You can look at those lap time comparisons, and Inertia, 1.5 seconds lost, both on lap 242 and 243, Lorenzo. That's not really ideal when you're trying to battle for position.
No, that's not ideal. You want to battle for position. If you want to have time loss, at least lose around 3/10 of maybe even less than that, so you can be in a safe range. You're not going to be in a dispute, you're not going to be challenged by someone else, but you're not going to have to throw a yellow alarm around your car in terms of pace. Unfortunately for Simon Lepinen, he had lost so much time, but props to Odox and even Ivan Blanco Fernandez to do so many good runs, clocking 142s all around and then do the overtake. Now the job is, can you hold up for this long and have the oval, warrant the oval towards your advantage?
Absolutely. So as they run through the oval once again, the Inertia car using the slipstream, but they will be coming down onto pit road shortly in the next couple of laps, because they're currently 33 laps on their stint here, are Inertia. So I would imagine that we'll tick over to lap 34 of their stint. They're a little bit out of sequence compared to that Odox Motorsport car. And this is the thing, strategy, Gary, is so crucial in a race like this. You've got to be able to work that strategy, get the fuel numbers right, and use the opportunities when they come for you. And being able to sit behind is perhaps a good opportunity just to save that little bit more fuel and help your strategy out in the long run.
Yeah, same fuel that pushes the estimated amount of laps that you have left, so it's definitely going to be something that really helps you out. Instead of trying to go for a pass every single lap, it's definitely just a great day to just hang back and just let the race play out how it is, since there's not really much to do up until the final few hours. That's when you should really start going. Usually in lap events, it's usually till the final few laps, but in this case, it's definitely in the final few hours. Lorenzo, I'm pretty sure he has more experience than me, so he could probably correct me on that. But it's definitely interesting to see how much strategies can change when you'd from at least depending on fuel at the very least, when you're just riding behind somebody instead of trying to go for a pass as quickly as possible.
Lorenzo, do you want to answer that, or is he pretty much?
I'm gonna add that. Basically, you're right, Gary and Swartz. One of the things that was happening in my split was this difference between pit stopping and people overextending their stints. So not only in GT3 class, but all classes all around. So this strategy game, for now, it's really good because you're basically playing mindsets with your opponents and starting to have a clear idea where you want to go to in the final 12 hours, and then start having also a better idea what you want to do in the final 6 hours as well.
So
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I was just going to say, we're just currently looking at the battle for P5 overall in your race between NX Racing White and Bourbonero Racing. They just cannot be separated at the moment. As they go onto the oval, and yeah, Gary, it's really interesting just how closely matched these two drivers are, PJ Sturgis and Kevin Ellis Jr. The people who have fought at the top level, the World Championship licence holders, of course. So they are some of the best drivers here in iRacing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm very surprised that they've still managed to stick together, even with the leader as well, and that's how much the slipstream can help. And unfortunately, the driver that was left out of that is going to be Bourbonero Racing, Kevin Nelson, the 0-10. So he's going to have little ways of. I don't think he really can catch up from this point. There's no. Now the gap is way too far. He could probably get just barely the tail end of the slipstream, but for the time being, PJ Sturgis has really got a great gap between himself and 6th place Kevin Ellis.
Well, if you're PJ Sturgis, that's an ideal situation to happen right there. Use that slipstream, and also using the traffic to just hold up that guy behind. And we've seen it play out time and again, Lorenzo, how traffic affects race battles, not just in the top category of cars, but also throughout the field here. It's a difficult one to manage, and if you can work the traffic right, it can gain you so much time here.
And especially when you got the cluster traffic, you know, lots of cars all bunched up, and you want to clear them out as good as possible, best as possible. So if you got the perfect mindset, if you know the right moves and you do it in pinpoint accuracy, you can just stretch so many times compared to your adversary that you can build up a whole gap and then maintain that gap for the rest of the race. And that's what PJ Sturgis is doing, even though the gap is still quite rather comfortable for them, is around a second. That draft is working in wonders, because not only is he saving fuel, but at the same time he's just keeping up with Robert Asterson and not allowing Bourbonero Racing to close by and duel it out on the oval.
As they go through once again, just a reminder, you are watching the 24 Hours of Daytona here on the iRacing Esports Network. Coverage brought to you by Racebot TV, and thank you very much for joining us. I do appreciate you dropping by and saying hello. And well, it's certainly been an interesting race so far. We're into the 7th hour of, in fact no, the 8th hour of this race, and these guys have been pushing absolutely to the limit. The NX car just getting caught up behind the Team Hoisenbelt GT3 car. That just slowed them down just that little bit. Team Hoisenbelt actually involved in the battle for 3rd in your GT3 class. TTL Esports, Matthew Trotman versus Marcel Tai in that Hoisenbelt car. these two, Gary, they're pushing on. They're trying to battle on whilst this traffic makes their way through here.
Yeah, they're trying their best, and it looks like Ellis is going to take advantage of that as well. Slipstream his way around Trotman in that Mercedes, so he'll finally sort of get at least a little bit closer to Sturgis there. So this battle is going to be this battle sprint is just going to be ongoing, maybe until maybe even after pit stops, I'm thinking, but that's just something that we're going to have to wait for and see if that happens later on in this running.
And it's also going to be worth looking at how the different drivers in the team run in the car, how consistent they are in terms of their lap times here, Gary, because you could have one driver who's absolutely flying in the car, does a brilliant effort, and then another driver jumps in who maybe just doesn't quite have that edge and loses them, say, half a second a lap, and you add that up over across 2, maybe 3 stints in the car. That's a lot of time to lose out if you don't have that level of consistency right across your team here.
Yeah, and there's as well as maybe a slight difference of the, not even just the driver, but maybe the car as well could be playing into a factor where you're better in the infield than you are at the oval, or you're better at the oval than you are at the infield. I know which one I'd be better at probably, but it's very, a little bit off track, and there it is. Speaking of the car, a little bit of tire wearing could definitely be happening for Kevin Ellis. Hello, is that the somebody that was around? That's the 006 ASD Elite GT3. I'm gonna see what happened. They just looped it around, but
yeah.
They did keep it off the track though.
We'll get it up on replay then. Going a little bit too fast, trying to get back onto the oval there. It's important to carry your speed through there, Lorenzo, but too much speed and you do what ASD Elite just did right there, and that's take a little bit of spin there.
Yeah, basically what you want to do is carry the best amount of speed as possible into the track, and if you don't do it properly, it will take a lot of time out of your stint, not only of your stint, but it's going to take a beating on your tires, and unfortunately that's what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, it puts a lot of heat through your tyres there, and that really does affect you. Now, it's not too bad at the moment because the track temperature is lower than it was at the start of the race, and these drivers, they're going to be running around the, I believe it's about 20-21 degrees as a track temperature. I don't know if Lorenzo wants to just double check that for me. But
22 right now on
22
track.
degrees, thank you very much. So it's quite a cool track now. So this should help these guys, and well, it's still going to affect you though, Gary. Putting that amount of heat through the tyre, you've got to then let the tyre just cool down a little.
Yeah, especially with well, things that aren't cooling down, definitely the brakes. I just love seeing the brake discs just light up when everyone is under braking. That's probably my most entertaining thing about this race. But as far as tires though, yeah, you're gonna have to be pretty careful and not really push as hard as you can. And again, just on the got the left sides off the racing surface with Ellis Jr., so he's definitely pushing, and he's caught up to PJ Sturgis, who's kind of caught up to Esterson as well. I am still surprised that they still somehow managed to find each other in the sense, so that is very, very impressive driving by all 3 of these drivers.
Well, it really is great to see these cars out on track here, pushing to the limit, and it's great to see how even these 2 drivers are in their abilities as well. As I say, 2 World Championship license holders, the 2 of them, and Ellis Jr. is just backing out the throttle just that little bit. He's lifting and coasting, saving that little bit of fuel in behind Sturgis, but now they've got a couple of lap traffic cars, and that's going to be a GTE, that's the Excite car, I believe, once again, and that they're going to try and make their way past, and then they've also got a GT3 car just ahead of them as well, and that is the SRB Endurance GT3 car, the 2nd place car in your field. And look at the timing screen here. 23.5 seconds now. Simone Maria Marcheno is ahead of that SRB car. So how fast is he going, Lorenzo?
It is. I can definitely tell you, it is fast. It is really fast. That pace from Simone Maria Marcheno is just out of this world right now. 143s all around. Meanwhile, SRBs just not being able to put, even though they're doing 143s, the lines done by the Altus Esports from Simona and Maria Marcheno is just much cleaner. It is much more consistent. You're not losing time compared to what SRB is doing. So big props on them, and now they opened up a huge lead.
We're on board with Ellis Jr. He's in that slipstream, he's in the draft, he's taking the high line here. He doesn't want to go past here. He's wanted to just stay behind for the time being. Now he's using that slipstream. Save himself a bit of fuel. Just listen to the engine note and see when he lifts off. Yeah, he's lifting off about 100 yards before the braking zone. So he's just doing that little bit of lifting and coasting here, sitting in that draft. You're not going to see these two positions change, not unless something happens in front of PJ Sturgis here there, Gary.
Yeah, he's trying to save as much as he can, but he's definitely doing a great job at it, and still sticking with Sturgis as well. So Ellis is, again, trying to play, maybe play mind games, but at the same time, not do what Sturgis just did, was get loose on the entry. On the exit though, probably, well, we actually made it through, so just trying to give Sturgis a little bit of space, as well as, well, there goes Sturgis again a little bit, saves it. Yeah, trying to give Sturgis a little bit of space, as well as, well, trying to avoid things like that, where lap cars kind of get in the way, trying to stay with everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two are sticking together. We are just going to go back to your GT3 battle for third place, TTL Esports and the Team Huizenveld car. 4/10 of a second between them, and I think that you've got pretty much a little bit of similarity here between the battle here and the battle in your prototypes. Team Huizenveld seem to be happy just sitting here, Lorenzo, just staying in that slipstream with that team in front. They pitted, let's have a look, so TTL, they pitted 18 laps ago, whereas Team Huizenveld were only 10 laps ago, so a little bit out of sequence there between the two of them. But definitely, Lorenzo, you're seeing this tactic playing true here as well. Just sitting on that draft, saving as much fuel as you can to go that a little bit longer.
You said everything. You save as much fuel as you can to set up for a good overextended stint. That's what Marcel T is doing right now. He's just skipping it in a good safe range from the TTL Esports Esports GT3 car. He's not gonna take any chances. He knows he's on a much later stint. He has the pace to beat him. So why would you take the chance? Just let nature do its job, and down the line you're gonna overtake him, and you're probably gonna have 2 or 3 more laps left in your tank to do your final end of the stint.
And if you look at it this way as well, Lorenzo, you're saving yourself. If you're able to save an entire stint throughout the race, that's in GT3. That's saving yourself the best part of a minute and a half.
Yeah, roughly. You're gonna save a minute. You're gonna basically save a minute and 40, because the laps you're doing around of 140, 142, 143.
Oh, we had an incident, and that was GTL, VRT Gold, and the 746, which is NSH Racing Team. Both got together in turn number 1. We'll have another look at this one here. And they were side by side into turn 1, and I think that GTL car just cut across the nose of that Audi, and they ended up worse off in that one because they went and rear-ended the barrier. Although saying that, the Audi ended up in the barrier as well. They're both able to carry on here, but that's a bit of an incident further down in your GT3 field. And the last thing you need here, Gary, is damage to your aerodynamics, because you lose a ton of speed.
And that goes back to what I said about about insult to injury. I mean, you're in the way low in the field, and well, next thing you know, someone you just have a little bit of miscommunication in car placement. Next thing you know, you're around. So there's that, plus the aero damage, like you mentioned. That could I forgot who specifically it was, but I know we did see somebody with a little bit of aero damage earlier on, and that slowed them down by about 4 miles an hour. It doesn't seem like much, but it definitely is in the long run.
As we've got battle in your GTE field. It's 9th versus 10th. Odox Motorsport 24-hour Daytona versus Targa Racing. That's Ivan Blanco Fernandez versus Niall Quinn. And down the inside goes that Targa car in the International Horseshoe. And that's a position gained then in your GTE field. It's up to 9th place for Targa Racing there, Lorenzo.
Now one more spot up to Targa Racing. If I am to grab their starting position, just one. They're climbed up way in the sort of in the back of the field of the GTE class. So they're doing really good as far as staying in 9th position, grabbing a few spots. And right now the problem for them is actually gonna hold that pressure from Modox coming into the oval.
Yeah, well, let's say they're into the oval here. Odox, they pitted 2 laps later than that Targa Racing car. So they're pretty similar strategies here as they head into the bus stop chicane. And Ivan Blanco will be certainly putting Niall Quinn under pressure here as they go back onto the NASCAR turns 3 and 4. Don't forget, racebot.tv / timing. Keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race, because certainly there's plenty going on in this race. You've got a close battle for 5th and 6th overall between Barbanara Racing and Simicube Inex Racing White. You've got this pretty close battle here for 9th and 10th in your GTE field, although there's about a second and a half between 3rd and 4th in your GTE field as well, so keep an eye on the timing screens for those. And then you've got that battle for 3rd place in GT3 with about 3/4 of a second between those two. So Gary, I mean, people should be going to the Racebot timing page, because we can't keep up to date with every single racing action that goes on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of battles around the track, and that's man, that's pretty much it. There's just a lot of battles around the racetrack, and it's pretty difficult, especially to focus on one particular or another one in particular when there's, say, 2 drivers side by side battling for a position pretty much at the same time on opposite ends of the racetrack, essentially, where one is happening in the infield road course, the other is happening in, say, I guess at this point NASCAR's turn 3 and 4 in comparison to Kevin Nollis and PJ Sturgis, who are somehow still next to each other. I really shouldn't be surprised, but I am. That's just, to me, that's just very impressive, how talented they are at just finding each other after these past few laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We are in hour 8 of this race. It's an incredible race so far. So it's great to see so many battles going on throughout your field here. We've only had a handful of retirements in this race. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Yellow was one of the retirements, so too Race Clutch Red. Williams Esports, they were the big favourites for GTE. They're out of the race, as well as Racecraft Engineering featuring TRN Yellow and Core Sim Racing. That's a big name as well. They were out of the race as well. We'll go through your leaders very shortly once we reach the half hour of each category, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on in this race. And what's going on is now Van Devil Sim Racing White, the 3rd place GTE car, is being caught by the TX3 by Mr. Blue car of Matthew Prudhomme, and in fact he's going to try and make the move here for position. They're coming across the line and through the outside into turn number 1, and that's another position gained there, Lorenzo, up into 3rd place for that TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue car.
And slowly but surely they are starting to knock on the door of the Jill Williams JM Esports, the AAA car. So for now, they're doing really good as far. And Williams, if I am you, I would start to worry a little bit about this presence of the TX3 car. You're doing really good in solid stints and solid laps, so your place could be in danger as well.
Well, let's just say that the last lap that the Thrustmaster Blue car did, was a 1:41.1. Now there must have been an off track on that lap because it hasn't actually counted it as its best lap. Because the best lap for that car, best clean lap, is a 1:41.3. Compare that to the leading GTE car, Simon Feigl, and that's a 1:42.3. Now we don't know what level of traffic they've had to deal with throughout this lap, but still, to be 1.2 seconds faster on a lap just shows what pace this Thrustmaster Blue car has here then, Gary.
Yeah, it's just very interesting, and somehow a little bit of 3 wide for a few moments, and everyone makes it through just fine. So, how can you see 3 different cars 3 wide? But yeah, Thrustmaster Blue is doing its best to stay in that 20th place position overall, third place in their class of GTE. So, I'd say they're on a pretty good run for the time being. They just have to keep up that momentum that they still have, and just keep running how they've been running.
There was a car.
Big lot from inertia.
Yeah, that was it. Inertia just getting a little bit out of shape there, able to carry on. And I will say that this Thrustmaster Blue car is just getting a little bit held up by the GT3 leader of Altus Esports. We have reached the half-hour point of this hour, so let's just quickly show you the top 3 of each of the categories. And this is for Devil Sim Racing Blue, currently leading this one. Robin Esterson behind the wheel, now 17.7 seconds ahead. When we started this section of the broadcast an hour and a half ago, they were actually in second place on track. So that's been a real turnaround. Sage Curran's in second place for VRS Quantum Sim Sport, and Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Look at how far behind they are behind the leader. 1:07 behind your leading prototype. In your GTE field, it is Logitech G Altus Esports Simon Feigl, 12.7 seconds ahead of Williams Gym Esports with Cristobal Lopez, and then Matthew Prudhomme, we just saw, is in fact the race leader in the prototypes, comes onto pit road for the latest pit stop. Yeah, that TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue car up into third place, and they're already pulling away from the car that they just overtook. So they're looking ahead. They're looking for second place in your GTE field. And GT3, it is Astro Gaming. Altus Esports, Simone Maria Marceno is in the lead there. Second place is the SRB Endurance, 18, just short of 19 seconds behind, in fact, over the TTL Esports in third place in your GT3 field. So yeah, definitely really good action as away goes your race leader again. We're seeing plenty of close action on track at the moment, and as Van Devil come out of the pit road again, we're just seeing that little bit of a changeover in the lead overall just whilst we go through this pit stop cycle at the moment. Closest battle on track at the moment, well, it's a choice between the 5th place overall with your prototypes or the GT3 battle that's further down in 3rd place in GT3. But again, those two cars here, Lorenzo, they're just playing the game of just sitting behind, saving themselves some fuel so they can make the jump in the pit stops, because as you've kept on mentioning, there's no point risking everything at this point in the race.
There is no point in risking anything. You said everything. So right now, if I'm PJ Sergios or just Carmelo, I'll just try to set him to a good pace. Unfortunately for PJ, he just got held so much in the bus stop. He had at least 2 GTEs and 1 GT3. Had to throw away actually at the very entry of the bus stop to let him through, to not lose a lot of time, and now he's back around 2 seconds behind the Barbonera car. So if I'm him right now, just settle down for the next few laps and then come into the pits and reset your whole stint.
Well, I mean, you look at that, 1.4 seconds he lost out just with getting held up at the bus stop chicane. So he is gaining a little bit of time back here through the infield because there's traffic once again for these cars. And it's all about managing that traffic. It's all about getting it absolutely timed right. Learning how different teams work as well, because that's something you've got to learn in one of these endurance races, Gary, because it's all well and good the first time you get to a team. you see how they react the first time, but as you go on throughout this race, the team as a whole, you learn how the different drivers and different teams react out on track to yourself if you're either making the lapping moves or if you are the traffic being lapped.
And just have to, like I said earlier, it's just depending on car placement, and if you're letting somebody by, well, you're just going to have to, in a way, well, in the infield section, you just got to try and run as best as possible. On the NASCAR section, well, more than likely the top side. Just somehow just communicate in some way that that you know and they know that you're going to stay over on a certain part of the racing line.
Yeah, it's all about that communication. Miscommunication is where you see mistakes happen, as now in X Racing White coming to pit road. Change of driver, Sturgis is out and Justin Brunner is coming into that car. So change of driver for that in X Racing White team. I'd be interested to see if Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to jump out this one. But right now they're stuck behind Triton Racing. Got GTE car there as well. So they're in that bit of traffic. That always a prototype just getting out of shape behind them there. But now onto the NASCAR, back onto the NASCAR circuit. They're able to stretch the legs because they've got past that traffic. But ideally, if you're Kevin Ellis Jr., you want them to get by that traffic sooner than they did here. And well, as the lights are flashing, he's trying to make it known that Ford GT, he wants by, and he wants by fast. But it won't be too long before we see Ellis Jr. on pit road here, Lorenzo. And then we'll be able to see how they come out against that X Racing White car, and whether they do a driver change as well.
Yeah, if they do a driver change, then maybe, and I mean maybe, here they come.
So yeah, talk us through it then.
Yeah, if they do a driver change, then maybe there's a chance of Semi-Cuban X Racing White having the chance of catching the place back from the Barmanera Racing. If not, Kevin Ellis might just be in a really good spot to retain the position, so let's see.
Well, they're on pit road now, on the jacks, getting the tyres done. Kevin Ellis Jr. going to stay behind the wheel then, take another stint here. So it should be a quicker pit stop because they're not having to change driver. Changing driver takes about 30 seconds, whereas a full service for these prototypes takes about 25 seconds. And away they go then. Barbanara Racing, they're already away, and Justin Brunner, well, where is he? He's just on the just by the line now. Yeah. So that just tells you the difference. 24.1 seconds for Barbanara Racing, but they've come out right in the middle of traffic here. And Gary, this is their worst nightmare really. You don't want to be coming straight out of pit road into that gaggle of cars.
Yeah, that's the worst placement ever, basically. So it's like a highway where you don't want to be in the huge lanes of cars. Next thing you know, there's clear space behind you, but there's just everyone else in front, and you know you're, hopefully, at least not in the highway's case, faster than somebody else. So it's difficult to manage, but if you can get through it somehow just one car at a time, then you're pretty much home free, and that's what Kevin Ellis has done. He's almost home free at this point. He's just got two drivers in front of him.
He did lose about a second though through that infield to that X Racing White car. But as you mentioned, two cars in front of him. One of them the NX blue car in your GTE field, and then the prototype car ahead, which I believe is the DRS Wave Italy car of Giuseppe Curry. I do apologise for any pronunciation there. I'm sure Lorenzo could do a much better job than myself there with that name, but it's...
which name you wanted me to butcher right now?
Well, it's the DRS Wave Italy.
Giuseppe Curry.
Yeah, there you go. I was kind of right. So, Ellis Jr. makes his way past now into turn number 1. So 6.5 seconds is that gap now after the pit stops. It'll be all about, really, if they're able to pull that gap out now in this stint, and maybe if they make a change of driver in the next stint for Kevin Ellis Jr., we'll have to wait and see. Looking through the rest of your field, the closest battle really is that Team Huizenveld battle for third place in GT3. But as we've been saying all along, they're just sitting behind, they're saving fuel, and they're wanting to jump them in the pit stops. And well, what we'll do is, as that's not really going to be happening, let's go for a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion. And why not go on board with your race leading prototype car? Well, no, it's not race leading at the moment. Robin Esterson in the Van Devil Sim Racing blue car as he heads into the bus stop chicane. Let's take you for a bit of Racebot TV fan immersion. So there we go then. That is some RaceBot.TV fan immersion for you, with the now race leading Robin Esterson in the Ben Neville Sim Racing blue car, 23 seconds ahead of second placed Commander Sim Sport car. So that's how things are looking right at the front of your prototype field. And just looking through the rest of your field, I think we've finally got to that point, gentlemen, where things have settled down now. And well, we've reached a bit where we're going to just be able to just relax and discuss things. And one of the things I would want to discuss is these endurance events that iRacing put on throughout the year. Starts off with this one, the 24 Hours of Daytona, which we are bringing to you at the moment on the iRacing Esports Network. You also have events, things like the Bathurst 12 Hours, of course the Le Mans 24 Hours, Spa 24, you've got the 6 hours of the Glen. You've also got Petit Le Mans, let's not forget Petit Le Mans from Road Atlanta as well. So really,
12 hours.
Sebring 12 Hours as well. CTC has just had a spin, by the way. Bring a replay up of that. CTC racing black. This is on the hairpin coming onto the oval. And they flash the headlights, they go down the inside, they lock the wheels. Oh, and they make contact with a GTE car. And that Ford goes up onto two wheels. Which Ford was that, please?
That was the G Factor. That was a
27 car.
Yeah. But you can see over here what the problem was for the CTE car was just that when he went into the race, the first thing that happened was he locked the brakes heavily, and to make matters worse, he just went slightly into the grass. And if you go into the grass while braking, well, just strap your seatbelt because you're going for a bumpy ride.
And yes, we have had the first case of my commentator's curse right there. It's interesting to see here now. Okay, it's not really close on track, but Pure Racing Team, Fabrice Cornelis, who's headed over to them, is now only 2.4 seconds ahead of that Barbonera racing car. So things are heating up a little bit for 4th and 5th place overall. But I was going to take it back to that discussion. These endurance events, which of these endurance events is it that you look forward to the most then? We'll start with you, Gary, because you're relatively new to the endurance races.
Yeah, a little bit new, and especially with the, like I mentioned, I did probably about 2 hours worth of 40-minute VRS sprint races. We were at the Scuba Circuit, I think that's how I pronounce it. But either way, yeah, that was the first week of the season. I think it was fun, a little bit sore afterwards, but either way, I really enjoyed it. Something that I'm looking forward to ease myself into it instead of just jumping into a 24-hour race, because there's no way I could do that right away. I'm thinking of doing these 6 hours up to Glen eventually, so that could be quite interesting to do with the probably about just one other person, just 3 hours in, not sure, but it's definitely going to be something to look forward to over in the summer months.
And Lorenzo, do you have a particular favourite of the special events that iRacing take part in?
Most favorite or least favorite?
Most favourite, the one that you're looking forward to the most.
Absolutely, Le Mans' least favorite Bathurst was 12 hours, because I know I'm never going to finish that race.
Whereas I've actually finished 2 12-hour races there and ended up winning my class, so I like to point that out every so often. My teammates, my former teammate that's in the chat right now, will be head in hands at the thought of me mentioning that. But there you go. Me personally, I think after, in terms of racing, I love the Spa 24 Hours. I love racing around that track. It's a difficult track to run around for 24 hours, especially with the track limits being so tight around there. I will say, however, to watch, I've never really been a fan of Petit Le Mans, but last year's Petit Le Mans that we showed, that first 5 hours was the craziest 5 hours of endurance racing I have ever seen here on the iRacing Esports Network. So I think to watch an endurance race, I think Petit Le Mans is certainly going to be one that I'm looking forward to. But let us know in the chat what you're looking forward to. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
What I was going to say actually is, if we were to look graphically, with the day and night transitions, I'm going to be very honest. That what I'm looking for most is Spa, then Bathurst, believe it or not, because I really want to see how the lightning works with the variations. The high variations, because one is in the middle of the climb, middle of a hill, and the other one is right in the middle of the forest.
Do you know what? We've forgotten one event here as well, and that's one which I think will be a spectacular one to watch, especially with the day-night transitions coming in. And that's the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, Gary, because going along through the Nordschleife, it is very pretty when you're driving along. It's almost distracting when you're driving along and you're seeing how pretty it is there with the lighting.
Just because we have day-night transitions does not mean that Nürburgring is any more fun. I've seen it, and it does not look fun. That's just my personal preference at the ring. Yeah, that's I'm not one for long racetracks. I could not memorize that to save my life whatsoever, let alone race that for 4 laps for some of the series that iRacing has. I think the Advanced Master Series has that for 4 laps. There's no way I'm going to do that. So, man, maybe one day, but no, not anytime soon. Maybe if I'm a little bit more comfortable with endurance and the ring itself.
Well, nobody ever gets comfortable with the ring. That's the thing, is we're actually looking at battle for 6th and 7th in your GT3 battle. And one of those cars is SRB Endurance. They have dropped down the order here. Okay, we're in the middle of a pit stop window at the moment. So, okay, these two are actually battling for position, SRB and TTL. And at the moment, I would say that TTL are the faster car here. Looking at the last lap times as well, major problems for the SRB car. They were 9 seconds slower in that last lap, although you could say that maybe the coming out of the pits. In fact, they're going to lose a position here because TTL able to use that back mark, that lapping car, to get themselves ahead of the SRB car. So change of position here at Lorenzo in GT3, as here comes a prototype down the inside as well, able to avoid them.
Yeah, I think for SRB right now, it gets a little bit concerning of sorts, because right now you're battling with someone that is actually in the same stint gap that you're on right now. Basically, they're on their 2nd lap of the stint, so you really want to try to clear as fast as possible this kind of traffic. But SRB is just not being able to keep up with the TTL Esports, and considering they have the GT3 field ahead of them still to pit, SRB earlier in the race, they were leaders or 2nd place. Now this could get really concerning for them. I don't know if they're still going to be in this position in 2nd place or 1st.
Well, this is it, because they lost so much time to the Altus Esports car. Now they've got the TTL Esports legitimately in front of them here on the pit stop. Let's have a look here ahead of them. So Team Horace involved, Team Bushfink and Triton, and also N-Race Esports. They all have to make the pit stop yet. So potentially they're going to be 3rd in class now, whereas at the start of this stint, or at the end of the last stint, should I say, they were leading this this category in GT3 here, Gary. So yeah, it's been a bit of a downturn for SRB here.
And it's just really bad luck, and hopefully they'll be able to recover that as well, since it's just something that it's insanely unfortunate. And again, it's with long events like this, you actually do have time to make it up, but the question is just how, just what can happen in the rest of the race, and if you can, we're not even halfway yet even, and we're closing in on that as well, slowly, and it's closer and closer comes to that halfway point of the race, 12 hours left, so they have more than enough time to try and adjust, adapt, and somehow hopefully make their way back up through the field. But for the time being, yeah, like you mentioned, they're really far down the order for the time being.
Well, we're heading towards the end of the hour again, 10:42 in sim. So we are getting towards the middle of the night here, and these drivers have been pushing hard, they've been driving, they've been working together with their teams, trying to get the best strategies, get the best results for their teams. At the moment, you've been looking at the strategy and how it's panning out. Really, once you hit about 8 hours, you sort of get an idea as to how you. Well, after the first sort of 2 hours, Lorenzo, you get an idea of what your competitors are doing strategy-wise, and see all of a sudden you might be, we're not getting enough laps out of the fuel, or we haven't quite got the pace of these ones. We might need to change things during the race.
Yeah, you might have to change a few things mid-race if you really want to stay competitive. Little within touch of the leaders, especially if you are one of the leaders, of course. If you are in a top 3 position, whether it's DP, GT, or GT3, if your adversaries are doing something different that is giving them an advantage, you really got to come up with something around it and make it time for you to be still competitive and keep up toe-to-toe with them. So these 2 hours at least brought them a lot of information of what they're probably going to do for the rest of the race.
Well, I could tell you that in your GTE field, you are getting teams taking just fuel only in their pit stops, so we're seeing how really you're able to double stint those tyres, Gary, in your GTE field, and they're able to make that work for them here.
Yeah, double stinting tires is a great idea. You just have to remember that if you're on the second stint of the tires and there's somehow a driver change there, you're gonna have to adapt and not push as hard as you want to. And I'm pretty sure Lorenzo has had experience with that, or at least just coincidental experience. Just like one moment you're on fresh tires, and the next stint you're on insanely worn tires. So it's definitely a bit of a change. So hopefully Lorenzo can provide a little bit of insight on that if he wants to.
All right, so we're gonna have an interview coming up right now. We're gonna have Martin Pietla from the number 8 VRS and the SimSport DP, the second place car. So Marty, welcome. Your team's doing really good thus far, keeping up second place. And also really close with the Venevalsen Racing blue car. So what do you take from this race thus far?
On my own stint, the first stints that I did, I was battling quite hard with Matti throughout pretty much all the stint. I don't know how many times we exchanged positions there on the track, but yeah, seems like we're going pretty much back to back on lap time, so it's definitely going to be an interesting race.
You really, just to get your perspective, do you think the battle for you in Veneval, it's right now you're thinking long term, maybe down to the final 6 hours if it keeps going like this? What do you guys reckon for now?
I don't have my crystal ball working very well today, so
I imagine.
I mean, yeah, anything can happen. I mean, this is a type of track, and the traffic is very how would I say, populated. So the lap times vary quite a bit from lap to lap, and yeah, long race, a very difficult race. So yeah, the night is going to be difficult and interesting for sure.
Yeah, and actually, I was really curious about. I really wanted to ask you about this. You guys have Sage Karai driving right now, which is he's an IndyCar driver, and you know we get more and more pros coming out. We have Nicky Team, we have Mitchell DeYoung, which drives for you guys as well. He's a rally cross pro driver. I really want to get in more Sage's head. In terms of setups, how much input does Sage give in helping you guys build a setup for events like this?
For this event, it was basically Mitchell and Josh working on the set. Even I jumped in quite late because I actually had another 24-hour race last weekend in Finland. But yeah, Sage basically joined the team, or this team that we're driving today, this week also only, so he didn't get involved that much in the setup production. He tried a few different things and got into the car really quickly, which impressed me quite a bit. But yeah, it's mainly done by Josh and Mitchell this time.
Right. All right, final question before I let you have your words for the sponsors. I believe you're going to take over for the car in a short while, if I'm not mistaken.
You are mistaken, so I'll be driving next time in the morning. But yeah, we have to extend the stints quite a bit because it's you get the basically pit penalty. Changing drivers takes longer than just adding fuel and tires, so we want to keep the driver stints as long as possible. So yeah, Josh will be next in the car, and yeah, we'll go it from there. But I'm about to go to sleep, or at least try to. I don't think I'll be able to sleep at all, but yeah, that's how it goes.
And the marvelous world of sim racing, not letting people sleep when they need a proper sleep. But final word, you want to give a word to your to sponsors? Give any shout outs, Marty? Yeah, the microphone is yours, and also the stage is yours.
Well, of course, big thanks to VRS for sponsoring us this year again. SimQuip and Fitech and Vern Design, and you guys, of course, for the broadcast. Pretty awesome to have you doing your work again. And of course, hello to the people back home watching the race.
Alright, thank you. That was Martin. So that was Martin Pietla. Is that Pietla? Am I not butchering your name, by the way?
It's close enough. Pretty good job.
Alright, good. Oh, thank God. I'm relieved. So, Valentin Pietla driving the number 8 for the VRS1, the Sim Sport number P2 in the DP, actually P2 overall here in this race. Thank you a lot, and back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Lorenzo. Great interview there to hear the thoughts of Martin Pietla. Oh my goodness! Now I'm starting to butcher it as well. it's getting later already. We are into another hour though. So we've hit the hour mark once again. So what we will do is we will take you through your standings and your top 8 standings as they are at the moment. And let's take you through, first of all, the prototype standings in this race. And it's for Neville Sim Racing Blue, currently leading this one by 28, almost 29 seconds now over the VRS Quantum Sim Sport number 8 car. We were just speaking to Marty from them just a moment ago. Thrustmaster Mavana Racing, 3rd place for them, now a minute and 12 seconds behind. Pure Racing Team 4th, a lap down on the race leader. That 1050 Barbanera Racing car in 5th. Simicube in Racing White 6th. And then it is Team RSO 7th with Racing Team rounding out the top 8 of your prototypes. And over to Gary now, who can take us through your GTE field.
And the GTE field has William Jimmy Sports 888 in the 1st place position, TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue. Excuse me, over in the 2nd place position. Well, maybe make that 3rd place because, well, they just went by. So, actually, no, that was the wrong driver. So, 3rd place just behind them is going to be Logitech G Altus Esports. Simicube NX Racing Blue in 4th. 5th is Vendaval Sim Racing White. 6th place Dream Factory. 7th place is Williams Gym Esports 777. And I believe that would be it with Race 4 Cat Motorsport. in the 8th place position.
And we've just had the TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue have a spin when they were coming back onto the NASCAR circuit. They were battling for second place with Logitech GLTS Esports. Andrew Carl got that team up in second place on this lap, and TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue dropping down to third place now in your GTE field. But Lorenzo, take us through the top 8 of your GT3s.
Alright, here we go. Team Heuskeville with Marcel T in first place, but he's going to the pits right now, so he's about to lose that spot to Astro Gaming Altus Esports, which will be the first place after Team Heuskeville pits do their pit service right now. TTL Esports right now maintaining third position. SRB Endurance in fourth. For fifth place goes to Team Bushfink Racing with Triton. Actually, here we go. Actually, we got a battle with Team Bushfink and Triton Racing as the 100 just overtook the 74 from Team Bushfink, going to fifth place into the class. Then right behind them is Radicals Online Immortal, followed by the N-Race Esports Rat, and rounding out your top 8 is V Apex Racing Group Purple in your GT3 class, Paul.
So there we go, and as you quite rightly point out, we have got a battle, fifth place in your GT3 field. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Racebot.tv/timing. If I'm doing this at 9:47 in the evening here in the UK, then what am I going to be like when it comes to the end of this broadcast? When it's 1:30 in the morning? But anyway, that's how things are going for me. But yeah, it's racebot.tv/timing. Make sure you check that out. Keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. Looking at pit stops, if there's driver changes, you'll be able to catch them on there as well with the information of who's jumped into the car. And looking at lap times and things like that as well. So check that out, racebot.tv/timing. You are, of course, watching the 24 Hours of Daytona here on the iRacing Esports Network, and it's worth pointing out as well that if you do want to keep up to date with everything that goes on in the world of iRacing, in terms of championships and in terms of racing, then make sure you subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, click on the bell as well, get the notifications set up so that you know when races are going on. There's plenty of racing going on throughout the week there on, so check it out. It's your one-stop place for all of your iRacing championship needs. All the World Championships are shown on the iRacing Esports Network, including the new Porsche World Championship Series, which will be coming up later on this year as well. Lorenzo, you've spotted something out in your GT3 field, so take it away.
Alright, here we go. N-Race Esports done by Tony Riposard actually just overtook the Radicals Online Immortal car driven by Thomas O'Leary at the start-finish line. Just the Radical team let actually the team from N-Race go through. They didn't want to dispute any positions, so they let the French of Riposard just go by and take the lead going into the oval section. The question is if they have the pace to keep up with the 199 in the oval section. It will be a good question.
Well, the Radicals Online Immortal car is due a pit stop in the next lap or two, because they are 33 laps into their stint, so I don't really think that that's a battle for them to really compete with. So it's one of those tactical things of where you let the faster car through because you know that you're not battling with them. It may seem a bit of a foreign concept that some people. You expect them to be racing to the nail for every position, but at this stage of the endurance race, you pick and choose your battles. One of the battles that are out the track though, Gary, is the race lead for GTE. That's Williams Jim Esports versus Logitech GLTS Esports.
And goodness, Altus Esports has closed the gap ever so slightly. They're riding in the slipstream right now, and they're at the prime spot as well. Well, at least for slipstreaming, and that's on the NASCAR Oval, and that's pretty much well known for that. Closing the gap ever so slightly to about car length now through the bus stop, and now it's even closer. So they could be making the move, entering the road course turn number 1 in just a few moments time. Well, turn number 1 overall of this configuration, but they may start to make the move now up to the driver's right-hand side, coming off NASCAR turn 4. That's going to be a quite interesting battle hanging into turn 1.
Yeah, will they be able to hang on to it around the outside of turn number 1? So go across the start-finish line, and yep, that Jim car gets out of it, lets them by, doesn't fight too hard. They are, of course, both on lap 17 of the stint, so they're on the same pit cycle of these two teams here. So maybe Jim just playing that tactical game of letting the car past, and then just going to sit in the slipstream here, potentially, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you said everything, that they're both within the same stint run, so they are only 17 laps in, and on the Logitech Altus actually already saved their fuel. They were a few laps behind the Williams GIM, the AAA car, so they did save a little bit of fuel. They felt comfortable moving into the start finish line, and now it's on the Williams turn. Save fuel, prepare yourself for a move. At the last few laps you're gonna have into your sim, you probably have around 10 more laps before your pit stop. So the one thing you do not want to lose is actually lose out of that car, because lurking far behind, but not all that behind, is a TX3 Trustmaster Blue car, and we know how fast that car is.
And you look at the lap time comparison. I mean, that Logitech car did have a slipstream, quite a strong slipstream on the last lap of 140.8. So take that out of the equation. That is their fastest lap, by the way, for the GTE class. Williams Jim Esports 42.3 and a 42.0 from the Thrustmaster Blue car. So we'll be able to see what sort of comparisons are between them, and whether Williams Jim need to worry about that Thrustmaster Blue car. And in fact, another half a second taken out of that Jim car by the Thrustmaster Blue team there, Gary. So Matthew Prudhomme is on a bit of a charge.
Yeah, he's trying to charge as quickly as possible, and he's doing a great job at that as well. So it's something that you just have to really keep in mind, that while you're on that charge, just keep everything clear as well, and everything will be pretty much fine. And he is really shot maybe just a little bit wide, but he's doing a great job hanging on to it. And we haven't really, I don't think we've seen the team drop out of the GTE class top 3 for a while, actually. So they really held their own. I think even the last time I mentioned that, they were within the top 3. So if they do keep up this momentum, we could very well see them probably even probably top 3 or even first place if they keep up this momentum that they have by the end of the race.
Just to mention, whilst we're at this point in the race as well, the retirements from the race. GTL VRT Gold, we saw them have that accident down at turn number 1 when they got quarter panelled or cut across the nose of the Audi down at turn number 1, got considerable damage to the rear of their car. They've retired their car, the 97, so they're out this one. So too Vendeville Sim Racing Yellow, Race Clutch Red, Williams Esports, that's a big one for the GTE class. They're the only retirement from GTE as well, it's worth pointing out. Racecraft Engineering featuring TRN Yellow, and Core Sim Racing, another big team that have gone out of this event. So a number of retirements. We've got 49 cars still out on track at the moment, so it's still quite a big field here, and still relatively close battling on track, although I will say that the gap between Barbonara Racing and Inex Racing White has extended now to 11 seconds. So that pit stop with the change of driver really hasn't panned out for Inex Racing White. look at the midfield, really. The closest battle out on track at the moment is Triton versus Team Bushfink Racing in the 74 car here, Lorenzo. That's 5th and 6th in the GT3s.
First of all, coming back into the, as you just said, into the Simex Simex Racing white car. Yeah, unfortunately, the pit stop didn't work out for them. Justin Berner is not being able to put the laps that the team wanted him to put, and the gap unfortunately widened up. But it's still a long time in this race for him to close the gap. Something can work out if they work midway through the race their pace. Coming back here into this battle between the Team Bushfink and Triton Racing. We've seen this battle before, as the Triton Racing actually overtook Team Bushfink, and unfortunately Marcin Skrizipak, actually, another name butchered. But either way, Triton Racing is just trying their best to keep away from Team Bushfink, but good job on then Solzewski to keep up with them. Unfortunately, they just had a GTE car. Actually, it could work out wonders for them if we can actually slingshot that car, work a few tenths of a second, trying to close down that gap. Things could work out for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, Marcin Skrizipak in the Triton car, then 5th place. Well known for on iRacing Esports Network broadcasts, of course, from his time racing in the VRS Virtual Racing School GT World Championship Series for Triton. And don't forget, you'll be able to see that championship here on the iRacing Esports Network later on this year, along with all the other World Championship Series. And we'll be bringing you all of those coverage live. Should be starting off with the NASCAR Peak Anti-Free Series, and it's a little bit of a change up in that announcement was made a couple of days ago about how things are changing in the NASCAR Peak Anti-Free Series, with a number of big teams, including teams from NASCAR, able to join the championship and get involved in this one here. But as we're going through at the moment there in this event, Van Devil, they've just made a pit stop and they've changed driver here, Gary. And it's now Matti Kaidasoja behind the wheel, so that little bit of a longer pit stop with it being a driver change. So let's see what his pace can be like compared to his teammate of Robin Esterson, Gary.
Yeah, it could, especially after a while that Robin's had that pace. It's great to refresh and again cycle through, since, well, of course, that's the entire concept of driver swaps in general. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to really pull out a little bit more momentum and get a little bit more comfortable as well with the track, and maybe even widen the gap as best as they can.
Well, this is it. This is where we'll get to see how things go. Of course, don't forget, check out live timing and scoring, racebot.tv/timing. Keep up to date with everything going on in this race. If you have a particular favourite team that you want to keep an eye on in this race, then make sure you check that out and see how your favourite drivers and favourite teams are getting on here. You can keep up to date with everything, including pit stops as well. So watch out for that one. So racebot.tv/timing. Go there for all your live timing needs. That sounded a bit corporate there, I do apologise. I feel a bit dirty after the way I sounded there. That's where you can go to keep up to date with everything in this race now. And we'll have to wait for the next lap to see how... Oh, go on, Gary.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, they almost got involved in a wreck. My goodness. That was a great heads-up driving there.
Well, who was that was in front of them that they had to avoid there? Because coming through turn 1, look at the replay here. All of a sudden, whoa, it's the number 5 car is involved in that. That's the Odox car. So we'll get a replay of that then. Down at turn number 1, they were having the lead in the Altus Esports car go past. There's a GT, Ford GT just quarter panels them around on the race in the middle of the track, and people having to avoid them. Big drama there, Gary, but fortunately not too much damage appears to have taken place there.
Yeah, and that was a great miss by the leader as well. Not the leader, but former leader, I should say, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. That was, ooh, that gave me a heart attack. My goodness, that was great heads-up driving and great awareness to avoid that. So hopefully that's the closest they'll get to really. I'm not going to finish that sentence actually, so I'll stop myself right there and not say anything else. But I think we all know what I was going to say, so I'll just leave it to assumption and not say anything specific. But that was leave it at great avoidance.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they're going to stay out there, our Rodox, so they're going to stay out and see how that car drives and how it feels out there on track. Just to point out, first lap out of the pits for Kai de Soje was a 1:39.4. So Sage Karam is just pulling out a little bit of a gap there at the front. Now, as we just saw, there was a little bit of avoidance that he had to make in turn number 1, so that will have slowed him down. So hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of a different lap time coming through the next time to see how he compares pace-wise. But he's been aggressive with the lap traffic here. Is that Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car, Lorenzo? And you don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to take the chance of maybe picking up a little bit of damage, even if it's not from hitting the car, but maybe hitting a curb wrong or getting on the grass and bending your front splitter.
Yeah, especially in anything, you're probably gonna waste around 20 to maybe a minute on a pit service. So any damage at all is not good. And especially any extensive damage is really not good, and you really don't want to like jeopardize your race just because you really want to go fast. This is not speed running. Well, it has speed, but it's not a speed run. So take it easy, and results will come down in the end.
Well, looking at the lap time consistency from Sage Karam, he's done a 37.6, 37.9, 37.7. Okay, the one of those laps was Matty coming out of the pits, but then lap 301, he was 1.4 seconds slower. That last lap, 0.7 of a second slower than your race leader at the moment. So kind of the same spot. They're not out of this one yet, that's for sure. And one thing I will say about Sage, he's been very consistent with his lap times, and above all else, Gary, that's what you want from an endurance event, is consistency in your drivers.
Yeah, and the fact that he has real-world experience, at least with IndyCar, really helps out. So it's a little bit different, of course, with the different cars, but either way, he can take what he's done from real life and apply it to iRacing, and that slipstream move right there is one of them as well. Slingshot, I should say. So a great movement by him to really use that slingshot as close as he can and then move around. He knows he has the speed there, so he's going to move a little bit early. Flashes the headlights, saying, hey, I'm going to get by, and yep, there they go. So CTC Racing Red's going to let Sage Karam by and back into turn 1, and that time around, this compared to his last lap, well, when I take a look at that, only about just a tenth slower, so not terrible, and still in the 137s for the past 4 laps.
137.2 though for Matty Kajsoja, so he's finally found his feet there. It's taken him a couple of laps, but he's finally just got a little bit of pace out of that Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car. I don't want to say, I did, while we keep an eye on the Dream Factory, battling with Williams Gym Esports, that's for 6th place in your GTE field. I do want to mention, I did have the opportunity when I was out in Germany last December for the Porsche Sim Racing Summit, that I got to talk to Sage for a little while. And he was saying that when he was younger, his dad took him to Mid-Ohio for an IndyCar race, watch an IndyCar race there. And there was a big wreck that happened in front of them, And Sage says to his dad, "That's what I want to do. I want to race." He's living the dream. He's able to race an IndyCar there, Lorenzo. I mean, yeah, that's what a story that is. You're just being able, I don't know, majority of race drivers will say a similar sort of story, but when you see a big wreck and it's like, I want to do that, I don't think his father would have appreciated that, having seen that.
If I ever say to mom, it's kind of funny. I really want to imagine Sage's dad's reaction when he said that, like, okay. Because if I ever say that to my mom, like, Mom, I really want to race, I would probably jeopardize my mom's life because she probably would have a heart attack. But I gotta give props for any driver, and I mean any driver at all, not just Sage. And Sage gets to drive cars that go around 300+ kilometers in like 1.5 mile tracks, so it is something, you know, to be observed. But all drivers, no matter the class you do drive, man, big props, because it is a human job, you know, to have that focus, the strength, and, you know, the drive, no pun intended, to wanna take a ride in these cars, this much horsepower in these different classes, you know.
As I thought we'd had a few problems for Antti Ahola, and he is having a few technical problems with Antti. We can't show him at the moment, unfortunately. So yeah, as also we're having a few problems for the 24 as well, so hopefully these things don't affect too much. In fact, it could be serious technical problems, Gary.
Yeah, both of them just got pretty much kicked out. Both Marty and Timu, I'm not even going to pronounce that last name, but Timu, they both just gotten throughput, so that's well, Robin's going to take over now, so
yeah, so this is a bit of drama then. So Van Devil Sim Racing Blue having to have a change of driver because of technical problems here for the 24 car. They were leading for quite a while. We're looking at the Coanda car in first place on pit road, and they've got a pretty safe first place all of a sudden here, Gary, because that Pure Racing Team car, they're yet to make it onto pit road, whereas the Thrustmaster Movano racing car is about 1:23 behind your race leading Sage Curran in the VRS Honda Sim Sport car.
My goodness, that's yeah, well, Matty has gotten his technical issues sorted out for the time being, so hopefully he'll be able to get back soon, but unfortunately for now, it's, man, I don't know, that's definitely strange. So Pure Racing Team P is currently scored second for the time being. Canal Sim Sport, of course, they're in the lead, so this is just interesting right here.
Well, Robin Esterson has had to jump back into the car, but of course, what happens here is if they do have a technical problem and they do end up having to unexpectedly go out of the race temporarily, it automatically tows your car back to the pit lane. So Robin Esterson is having to wait for the towing process to finish. Now he's up on the jacks, he's getting the service done here, and he'll be back out very shortly. But that's dropped them down to 5th place now, and they were the leading car for quite a considerable period of time. But we must point out, just like you would find in the Rolex 24 hours in a week or so, Lorenzo, technical problems do happen, and you can. Oh, in fact, he's just popped off as a Gary. You know, these technical problems can happen in your racing at the Rolex 24, and it's happened here in the iRacing Daytona.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that it's happened as well. So I don't know. To deal with it, you just have to, again, hopefully adapt to it. And oh man, Robin is really pushing the car. He got loose, went a little bit wide as well. So he's trying to get that pace back as quickly as possible, so Matty can get his sword back out and readjust it from his issues. So hopefully he'll be able to get back, and hopefully this team will be able to either continue their pace or maybe even just swap out right now. So it's something that's interesting. His Pure Racing Team P is currently in pit road, so that puts them down into 3rd place, as Fabrice is in that still for the time being, actually.
Yeah, Fabrice Cornelis then on pit road for Pure Racing Team. They suddenly find themselves in 3rd place here. Away they pull out of pit road, although Kevin Ellis Jr. just goes past pit road exit, and that drops them down then to 4th place for Pure Racing Team. But big drama for the well, it's actually interesting how both Van Devil teams both had drivers have technical problems at the same time, because the sim racing white car, the 77 in GTE, is back out and running, but it's Tatsuro Hashimoto who is now behind the wheel of that car. So Antio Hola had those technical problems pretty much at the same time as Matty. So big drama going on for Van Devil, and it happened to both at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that it's happened. So of course it could be I don't know, it's coincidental apparently. Like some things do just suddenly after running for so long, some things do just give out over time. So it could be just a again, just like you said, just drama.
So let's have a look. We are at the half-hour point. Let's have a quick look at the top 3 in each class. Is VRS Quanda Simsport then leading this one, currently now 40 seconds ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, who are in 2nd place. Wessa Carla is behind the wheel, another pro license holder here on the iRacing service. The 1050 Barbanera racing car is in 3rd, and they are a minute 4 behind your race leader. In your GTE field, it is Logitech G Altus Esports. Andrew Carl leading that one, 13 seconds ahead of the 2nd place Williams Gym Esports car, with Simicube Inex Racing Blue rounding out the top 3 in your GTE field. And in GT3, it is Astro Gaming Altus Esports number 83 car in 1st place. A little bit of damage to the front of their car, actually, I've just noticed. 2nd place TTL Esports GT3 with Team Heusingfeld 111 in 3rd place. That's the top 3. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. Just make sure you head on over to racespot.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. That's racespot.tv/timing. To keep up to date with driver changes, with pit stops, with position changes, with lap times. You've got a whole array of information at your fingertips there, so make sure you check that out and keep up to date with what's going on in this race. And well, we had that bit of drama. It's calmed down once again. Only 2.6 seconds, 2.5 seconds here between 3rd and 4th overall, Gary. And that's the 1050 Barbanera Racing Kevin Ellis Jr. car and Pure Racing Team Fabrice Cornelis. Currently, as I say, about 2.5 seconds between the two of them as they're heading onto the infield into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, you have a little bit of space, at least for the O10 machine of Barbanera Racing, so just got on the road lap traffic. Same with Cornelius, though. He's gotten around his own little bit of lap traffic. He's got one more, and lap times are about a second faster as the Pure Racing TMP, so I'm going to be closing in very quickly in a few moments, probably within this lap as well, is my estimate.
As they're slowly gaining behind them, Van Devil Sim Racing Blue, Robin Esterson on the recovery drive here. He's caught up to Justin Brunner in the Inex Racing white car. So that is a battle for 5th place overall here, as they're onto the oval once again. And Lorenzo, you feel that Robin Esterson, he's got the pace, that's for sure, but he'll be absolutely furious, and he doesn't want to try and push too hard in trying to recover. Oh, was there an accident?
Major contact.
Yeah, accident in front of them. That was Justin Brunner involved in that one with a GTE car.
Yeah, with the Transman, the Trent Tasman Racing. You see what happened on replay.
Yeah, we're having a look at that replay now. On the brakes. Oh, and he just got into the back of them. That's what's happened. We're going to stay on this replay, however, because the run out of the bus stop chicane for Van Neville Sim Racing Blue on that Simicube Inex Racing white car takes the high line. A bit of damage to the front of that Inex car as well. And through they go, up into 5th place now, as we take you back to live pictures then. So Robin Esterson, but the point I was making though, Lorenzo, and it wasn't Robin who made the mistake, but how easy is it to make a mistake when you're all a bit sort of wound up and pushing them? How easy is it to push too hard?
It is really easy to make a mistake if you can't take your mind away from the problem that just happened. You know, man, I made a mistake. Oh man, I was doing so well. I need to do better now. And you're gonna auto pressure yourself. You're gonna self pressure even more, much more. But each lap it goes by, and the likelihood of you making a mistake is huge. What you need to do is just forget that you had a disconnection, that it wasn't something that was intentional. It was out of, you know, this technical problem was not even out of your control, and you know, just set your mind towards doing better laps at the your next stint and try to scrap back the advantage you had built up in the previous stints.
As they'll be looking ahead now, looking to try and catch up to Fabrice Cornelis. That's going to be easier said than done, because Fabrice is putting in some really good lap times at the moment. Justin Brunner's onto pit road to potentially get that front end finish, get a new clip on the front of that Inex Racing white car. But Gary, you're looking at this now, 3rd and 4th overall. Fabrice Cornelis has been gaining on the car in front. Last lap, just having a look at the lap gaps, was 0.6 of a second faster compared to Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. The lap time last time around was at least 0.6 seconds of a difference, and that was advantage to Fabrice Cornelis. So he's doing a great job of keeping that pace and doing just that small bit better. And at the moment, Kevin Ellis is trying to somehow put more space between he and that Pure Racing TMP vehicle. So at the moment, it's not like it's really going to work out too well, but trying to catch up, or at least put a little bit of space in, it's going to be both of these drivers. So they're trying to pretty much keep their respective positions, while Kevin Ellis Jr. is trying to keep 3rd, while Fabrice Cornelis is trying to run in through, should I say, run through the lap traffic as clean as possible and still keep up that lap time. So it's going to be a while, but hopefully soon we might be seeing Cornelius up in the top 3.
We've had a little bit of a pit party in your GTE field as well, it must be said. 3 of the top 4 all came into pit road this lap, so they're all pretty much they're all on the same strategy by the looks of things as Williams Jim Esports. Williams Jim Jr. Esports. They both pitted at the same time, both of their cars. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how that is panning out for them. Simicube Inex Racing White still on pit road. They've changed driver, but they're having to get that front clip changed, and that takes some time here. So 2 minutes actually on the pit stall here at Lorenzo. That's just, it's killing them. It's basically throwing away any chance of maybe potentially getting a podium in this race.
Yeah, but once again, it's it is things that are completely out of your hand. You know, there are some things, you know, and that's when I say welcome to the marvelous world of sim racing. It's because we know that sim racing, when you least expect it, throws out something that is completely out of your hands. So unfortunately, that took away all the entire race, and you know, being in a position back to win it, it will take nothing less than a miracle for them to be in a contention to win this race.
Well, we're just keeping an eye on Fabrice Cornelis at the moment, because his last lap once again was faster than third place, 7/10 of a second. He did lose time on the previous lap though, so Kevin Ellis Jr. and Fabrice Cornelis are just trading lap times here at the moment as they're going through this infield section, heading towards the NASCAR track once again. So why don't we give you a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion, and let's go on board with the hard charging not Kevin Ellis Jr., Fabrice Cornelis, as we go on board with him for a bit of Racebot TV fan immersion. There we go then, a couple of laps on board with the 4th placed prototype car of Fabrice Cornelis. And it's important to show that because he's actually gained on Kevin Ellis Jr. He is within 0.7 of a second here. Paul Smith here, broadcasting you here on for Racesport TV on the iRacing Esports Network, and we are bringing you all 24 hours of the 24 hours of Daytona here on this channel. And well, it's just myself and Gary Weaver for the moment. In the commentary booth, Lorenzo is just taking a little bit of a break, but then again, I don't blame him, Gary, because he was racing for 2 stints before jumping into the commentary booth with us.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's I can understand that. Even I'm getting tired, and I didn't even do anything. So
it's the
yeah,
middle of the day for you.
I know. It's starting to get to me too. Then again, I don't really do much, but still. But yeah, it's not that bad though. That's went a lot by. The time is goodness, if I can actually talk. It's went a lot by quicker than I thought it would be. So that's kind of a good thing.
Well, this is it. We're almost coming up to the halfway point of this segment of the broadcast. So it'll be good to sort of take a note of what's going on here. And in fact, what we'll do is that. On the hour, we'll go through everybody that's running at the moment and what position they are in their category. We won't be able to show them on screen, unfortunately, all of those positions, but we'll certainly talk through all of those cars. But we are looking at this battle at the moment for P3 overall. That's between 1050 Barbonera Racing, Kevin Ellis Jr. versus Fabrice Cornelis in that Pure Racing Team P car. Another 0.4 of a second gained on the 1050 Barbonera Racing car there, Gary. So Pure Racing Team, really, they've got the bit between the teeth. And are they going to make the move, or are they just going to sit behind now? Because they've got the pace that can maybe pull away from Kevin.
No, that is a good question. I'd say at least wait a little bit, try and judge their speed, and then if they are slow and they're actually holding up Cornelius, and I'd say just go around and make the pass. But for the moment, though, last time around 0.4 of a second slower, I should say, was Kevin Ellis. So it's not by much, but it does definitely come into effect later on. So I'd say overall, probably just make the move, see what happens.
Well, we'll have to have a look and see what happens here. But through turns 3 and 4 on the NASCAR Oval. Fantastic venue, of course, home of the Daytona 500. As through into the Tri-Oval they go once again. Across the stripe, another lap in the books here. This is lap number 317. These two working hard, working to try and get the best position, the best result possible for their team. We've seen how good Pure Racing Team are in the past. Of course, they're the current champions of the Virtual Racing School GT World Championship Series. So they've got a bit of reputation in endurance racing. They did really well in last year's endurance races as well. So winning all of their categories as well in each of the special events last year. So really good achievement from that outfit at Pure Racing Team. So they've got the pedigree there, Gary. It's just this time it's not quite worked out for them so far, with them being 57 seconds behind the race leading for VRS Equine Sim sponsor.
Yeah, it doesn't really help out much, but hopefully they do have, again, more than enough time. They have about, if I can do math correctly, probably about 13 hours, I believe. Nope, definitely wrong.
15 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, now I see it.
On the screen right now, but
yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, they do have that much time though to really reel in and see what they can do. Maybe coming by the end, pull off a little bit of an upset for everyone else who's been pretty much dominant, especially VRS Cornell SimSport. They've been pretty much in, I think they've been pretty much first place for a majority of the race, minus pit stops. So they've definitely done a great job, and if your racing team can somehow get ahead of them, that would definitely be a quite interesting upset.
Also, minus the time that they were behind the Endeavour Racing balloon car as well. So the best part, about an hour and a half of the VRS Motorsport haven't been in the lead in this race. But yeah, as you say, quite rightly, they're up at the front. And as we were told earlier, they've got Joshua Rogers is going to be jumping into that car next. And if you've ever seen a quick driver, then this guy has got a lot of pace. Really nice guy, down to earth, from Australia. So it's about the right time for him. It'll be nice and early for him. He'll be refreshed. He'll have had a full night of sleep, and he'll be able to just jump in that car and put lap after lap in for them. So really looks good at the moment. Really looks promising. But as we mentioned, it's a long race. Anything can happen yet in this one, and in the world of motorsports, anything can happen, and it usually does. And we've seen plenty of that already in this race. But 10 minutes before we reach the hour here, and Cornelis is just sitting there for the time being and just waiting for the opportunity to come up here.
Yeah, they've evened down lap times though, so that's pretty interesting. So maybe not sure if Ellis Jr. was saving, or he probably wasn't saving if he's now suddenly even with Cornelius, or he's just trying to save tires, and just coincidentally came up too with the fact where Pure Racing Team was pretty much just behind. So a little bit of lap traffic as well. There's lap traffic everywhere pretty much, but you know, just navigating lap traffic and just staying behind is pretty much all that number 11 has to do for the time being, and strike when they think is best.
Certainly is. Well, we're looking at this battle still going on here then, and Ellis Jr. just making a little bit of a compromised line through the right-hander there, into the left-hander onto the oval once again. But Ellis Jr., just look at the drive he got out of that corner, and Cornelis is just going to have to stay behind for the time being and keep working, get the numbers. He's got the fuel numbers to work to as well, and this is what he's trying to do here. He's trying to look after his fuel, look after when his pit stops happen, extend the stint there, because if you can end up losing yourself one pit stop, you're looking at about 44-45 seconds gained in the prototype field if you are able to take one less pit stop than you were before. So we'll see how it goes on throughout this event, but certainly Fabrice, he's just taking his time, he's backing off, he's doing a little bit of lifting and coasting. So right now at the moment, Gary, he's happy to just stay where he is.
Yeah, I love watching these brake lights too, seeing how, not really how hard, but how often you're really on the brakes. And yeah, it's kind of entertaining to see as well, since there's just, I don't know, it's just entertaining, because you expect them to brake at certain points, and you expect it to be just a long, straight line of red lights on the back of the car being active. Well, sometimes it is that, but other times, just like what Fabrice did about twice into that hairpin, these brake lights went on for a little bit of a stretch off, and then they blipped on again about twice. That's how much they're trying to control the car.
Well, as we move on through, we'll look further down your field, because there is a battle in GTE at the moment, and that's Williams Gym Esports. Florian Voith at the wheel. Behind him, TX3 Thrustmaster Blue, which is Arthur Lehook. And there's 0.2 of a second between the two of them. Really close battle here for second place in your GTE field. It's certainly worth looking at how they're getting on. Last lap 1/10 slower, it must be said, but then again, if they're caught up behind that Williams Gym Esports car, they will be maybe getting affected just slightly through cornering. But they're in that perfect sweet spot, being in that slipstream, looking after the fuel. They can lift and coast into corners, and they can save themselves a ton of fuel, maybe extend their pit stops by a lap, or maybe even 2 laps if they really stay behind for quite a while. But Arthur Lehook right now just sitting there, patient, waiting for an opportunity. And just, this is a point here as well, Gary, that if you've got somebody sat on your back bumper for pretty much the entire stint, I mean, how much pressure does that, after a while, does the pressure just alleviate because, well, they've just kept sitting behind me, so they're not really making any moves? Or does it just work on them and play a little bit of mind games there?
Considering how close, that he is right there to the back bumper at the moment, that's definitely mind games. He's not going for the move whatsoever. So that would, the fact that in the stint that you know that they've caught up to you and now they're just sitting behind you this entire time, and you've known they're faster. Just, well, there's a look to the left-hand side, didn't do anything. So there's also things like that where the driver behind you just looks to the left-hand side and you expect them to get there. So you take a little bit of a wide entry, and next thing you know, well, wait, they're not on my, they're not next to me. Okay, I'll just keep running how I am, and then they catch up again. So it's it is a little bit unsettling, but after a while, I think it would start to go away just a little bit. But you know that somewhere in the back of your mind that they do, that they are just that bit faster than you.
Yeah, certainly is. Through the hairpin they go once again. And Jim just staying ahead for the time being, just to keep you abreast of everything that's going on. The other Jimmy sports car, Williams Jimmy sports car, is currently in 6th place, 7/10 of a second behind the Vendevil Sim Racing white car of Tatsuro Hashimoto. So that's a battle for position at the moment. But again, it's just as we're seeing here, just sitting behind, waiting patiently for what's going to happen in front, and we're keeping an eye on this 2nd and 3rd place in GTE, because that is a lot of traffic that they've got ahead of them here, and it's a mix of GT3 and GTE traffic as well, so it's not going to be the easiest to move on by here, Gary.
Yeah, my first thought at seeing this, probably as a driver as well, would be just, oh no. So it's only about 4 cars, but with them being relatively the same speed and pretty much the same car as well, that's going to be that's going to throw a little bit of a loop as well. So you're going to have to hope that they just stay out of the way as quickly as possible and right to the back bumper. Things like that would definitely unsettle me, but I would just hope that they'll make the move here. So let's find out how well they can negotiate this lot of traffic. The right-hand side doing it very well, just trying to somehow. Oh, actually, this could be. Yep. Yeah, he's going to have the run. He's going to back off. Nope. Oh, boy. Almost contact there. And they make it through. Ooh, man. Well, there's things like that where that pressure could really get to you.
Well, after the hook, let's not forget these GTE cars that do not have ABS brakes, whereas the GT3 cars do. It's only really a little bit of extra downforce that these GTE cars have over those GT3 cars. And that's really showing here how it's taken them a long time to make it past. When they're going too wide like they are right now, oh, and LeHook going to below the line, that's really risky, especially on the banking there. It can easily unsettle your car, and well, he's gone by them, but that was a risk he didn't need to take there.
Yeah, that was way too close. Everyone knows for the NASCAR portion, once you get those left sides under, pretty much half your car under or on that double yellow line, you're pretty much around in the corner. Now, some people are probably wondering, well, he just went below the double yellow line. Wouldn't he get penalized? Well, no, because on the straightaways and the tri-oval in this case, you are allowed to make a pass under the double yellow line for the road course, for this road course. Just not in the banked corners, which that's why there are cones on the entry of the NASCAR corners on the apron.
Yeah, certainly. As we look further back now to the 5th place battle in GTE, because these two are now battling it out, and that's Tatsuro Hashimoto and Daniel Cruz, 5th and 6th. And well, as you can see, 0.2 of a second between the two of them. And it's the Williams Jimmy sports car sat behind, basically doing what happened to their compatriots up in what was 2nd place, now down to 3rd. So really pushing in there. As you see on the left hand side there, the cones stopping you from telling you not to go onto the apron there on the NASCAR turns 1 and 2. As through they go now. Slipstream coming into a really strong effect here, and they're just going to sit behind, lifting and coasting all the way, saving so much fuel into the bus stop chicane. And that's exactly what Daniel Cruz is doing right now. He's sitting behind, saving that fuel and doing it. They're going to do it for in the pit stops, get this position changed there. That's what's happening. Bruce Cornelis still 0.6 of a second behind your third placed car of the 1050 Barbonara Racing. So they're still running together. And they're getting close now to pit stops here, Gary. And Kevin Ellis Jr. has been in that car quite a while, so we could potentially see a driver change happening here for the 1050 Barbonara car.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we did. He's been, looking back on this pass, he's been in this car pretty much ever since lap 193, so he's been in here. It's currently on lap 326, so in terms of laps completed, doing a little bit of quick calculations here, it looks to be about roughly 131 laps, and that's just not even including the laps in the future that he could make. So at the moment, about 131 laps he's been in that car, so I would not survive that whatsoever. So definitely a long while, but he's showing his strength and how well he can go on, since he's in the third place position right now for the podium.
Well, we'll discuss stint lengths and the effects it can have on drivers in a little bit, but we are on the hour here, so let's take you through your current top 8 here then in your field. In fact, we're going to run through the entire field of each category. So we'll start off with your prototype field, and it is VRS Quantum Sport Sage Karam, who is leading this race after a technical issue for Van Neville Sim Racing Blue dropping them down. So VRS Quantum Sport back into the lead of this race. There's Master Bavano then, 34 seconds behind in second place, with that battle for third between 1050 Barbonara Racing and Pure Racing Team P. Van Neville Sim Racing Blue, as we mentioned, they had those technical issues, they're jumped down to 5th place. Team RSO are in 6th, with Evolution Racing Team 7th and DriveX Esports 8th. The rest of your prototype field, you've got Simicube Inex Racing White having to take repairs to the front of their car. 3 minutes and 4 seconds they were stood on their pit box. Then you've got Team 84 in 10th place. Radicals Online with Cranfield Simulation. Sven Kamertz in 11th place. He's a driver that we see on the iRacing Esports Network in various championships, including the V8 Super Trucks, which will be starting up again in the next couple of months or so. R70 Thrustmaster are in 12th, with the 13th place Glacier Racing duo Mika Ruskala. 14th is DRS Wave Italy, with 15th for CTC Racing Black, Alex Millward in the car there. The turquoise duo in 16th place, CTC Racing Red 17th, and 2 prototypes out of this race, and that's Race Looks Red and Core Sim Racing. Now to take us through all of your GTE field, up to you, Gary.
Now for the GTE field, we currently have in the first place position Logitech G Altus Esports. They've been pretty much in the top 3, I think, pretty much ever since we started this. TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue, second place. Third place is Williams Gym Esports 888. Simicube NX Racing Blue is 4th. 5th place is going to be Vendaval Sim Racing White. And then we have Williams Gym Esports 777 in the 6th place position. 7th place is going to be Dream Factory. 8th place Race 4Cat Motorsports. 9th is going to be Race Clutch Black. 10th AudioX, definitely butchered that, Motorsport 24 Hour Daytona is the I can actually remember where I left off.
10th place.
I believe the 10th place. All right, so then Motorsport 24 Hour is in the 11th place, correct?
No, CQR Club are in 11th at the moment.
That's okay. Close enough. It's been a long while, but yeah, CQR Club 116 is in 11th. 12th is going to be Targa Racing. 13th is Inertia Sim Racing. Excite iRacing is in class position 14th. 15th, Learn to Race Esports, and Huskenveld, definitely butchered that, is out of this race, I believe.
Yeah, they are.
While, yeah, Trans-Tasman Racing, and that's pretty much it for the drivers that are on track. Williams Esports is also out, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that was your GTE field. Now to take us through the GT3 field is myself, and at the moment, we're in the pit cycle here. Team Hoisingfeld, myself, Ty in the lead of this one. Astro Gaming Altus Esports, though, will surely take back that lead. They're still out on track at the moment. A little bit of damage to their bonnet, though. That will be affecting their top speed and their fuel numbers. TTL Esports are in 3rd place with SRB Endurance 4th, and now a minute 46 behind your race leaders. Team Bushfink Racing are in 5th place with Triton Racing in 6th. And Race Esports Red, Tony Repisard, not really mentioned them much in this race. They're in 7th with Radicals Online's Immortal. Marco Mogren in 8th place. The Apex Racing Group Purple in 9th with Glacier Racing rounding out the top 10. The rest of you GT3s, you've got Mandeville Sim Racing Black. You've got NSH Racing Team in 12th, TT Racing Red 13th, DRS Wave Italy AMG in 14th place, 15th for the 006 ASD Elite car, and then 3 cars out the race for your GT3s, and that is GTL, VRT Gold, Vendeville Sim Racing Yellow, and Racecraft Engineering featuring TRN Yellow are all of the cars out of this race. You are watching the iRacing Esports Network's coverage of the 24 Hours of Daytona here from the Daytona International Raceway. Paul Smith and Gary Weaver on commentary at the moment, and we just want to take a quick mention whilst we can to a few of the people that help us out here. So Istvan Ballo, trackcams22.com for all your track cameras if you want to get yourself some really good looking camera positions in iRacing, and check out his offers on there. Andreas Werner from Anwen Design, of course, providing us all of our overlay design. The development of our graphics engine is by Simon Grossman from appgeneering.com with that ATVO product. And Nick Thiessen bringing you all of the Racesport TV live timing. So that's everything that's going on here. But of course, you are watching the 24 Hours of Daytona International Speedway. It's the 2019 version of this event. And well, Garrett, the Ferris wheel is all lit up, and it's certainly looking good here. But we've seen a few battles have just fizzled out now, and really it's just calming down once again. Although saying that, CTL Esports GT3, they're under 4/10 of a second behind Team Hoisingfeld after the pit stop.
Yeah, so much for the calming down portion of it. Pretty sure last time he said that it didn't really go too well, but either way, yeah, they got a pretty decent gap just between both of those drivers, so we're gonna be waiting just a little bit, probably make some moves, but at this point, yeah, it's the lull once again. There's a few points where it's excitement, and a few points where it's just all right. Everyone's just racing and trying to survive for the most part, make it to the end as quickly as possible.
Well, we're shortly going to be joined by somebody for a bit of an interview, and we'll be bringing them into the booth here very shortly. And in fact, Gary, why don't you take it away with our interview with Manuel Sudo?
I have Manuel Sudo. Hi, Team RSO number 117 is as he has Manuel Weibel. I believe I definitely butchered that last name, but he's currently in that car as well in the 117. So how's the 24 hours going for you guys at the moment?
Well, all in all, it's really running good. I mean, we climbed up the ladder to P6, sitting there now with the DP, and yeah, little troubles every now and then. So we caught a little bit of damage when we had a little incident with a lapped car, but it's 130 optional repair. Yeah, optional repair. So every pit stop we're crawling down a bit, and maybe in, I don't know, 5-6 hours our car's fully repaired again.
Yeah, it's definitely for the best. That's actually what I mentioned as well, is that if someone has damage, they just slowly get that repaired over time, outside of required at least. So definitely a great strategy, great idea, instead of getting it all done at once and having it cost you even more. So of course, looking at like a 5-man team, so how's it, how do you split 24 hours over 5 people, aside from unevenly?
Well, it's not 5 people actually. I think we're going to race the race with 3 only. So it's only Manuel, me, so 2 Manuels, and Cedric, since Elmar unfortunately doesn't look like he will be able to race because he has some troubles with his steering wheel. So looking through that during the night, but I'm standby, and I'd be ready to climb the car if the people need me. So otherwise I'd have a little bit of sleep now.
Yeah, a little bit of sleep is usually the best, and of course, different time zones always play into a factor. Seeing all of you are from the same club, so roughly and hopefully around the same time zone. But
exactly.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to help out in some ways or another. So of course, before we go ahead and let you go, probably rest or at least get ready for your next stint. Anyone that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, first of all, to you guys, I really love what you do for our sport, and really enjoy the broadcast all the time. And when I'm in the car and I miss something, I rewatch it the next day. So I'm already looking forward to Sunday. And well, then absolutely, I want to thank the whole team. So there's a lot of people working in the background. So even if it's only 3 drivers, there's 5 spotters through the night. So 8 people, all in all, in one car. That's really very cool. And then thanks to all our partners, Racing Fuel Academy, Toka Fisher Group, SimLab, and yeah, that's it basically. And yeah, thank you for having me, and enjoy the night.
And we thank you for coming in for an interview and giving us some of your time as well. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Maybe talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, we definitely hope so.
Oh, it'd be good if I switched my microphone on in the broadcast. There we go. So that was Manuel from Team iRacing speaking to us there. Interesting to see, whilst you're having that interview, that Robin Esterson spun the car in the infield. He's obviously pushing that hard that he's spun the car and taken to the grass, but not hit anything. That's good. Also, technical problems for Inex Racing White. They're back on pit road here, and they've had to take a tow. And so, unfortunately for them, they are dropping down the order, down to 12th place overall now. They're back up and running though, with Justin Brunner having to get behind the wheel of the car now. So technical problems just striking a few drivers here in this race as Sage Karam comes onto pit road for his pit stop, and he's going to jump out the car, and in fact it's Mitchell de Jong who's jumping in here. So the man from California jumping in the car for VRS Con Simsport, and he's going to take over for them. But really, a few technical problems here and there, and we've seen a few teams drop down, but it's unfortunate these things happen, but it does happen in these events.
Yeah, and speaking of technical problems, someone who's finally managed to rebound from that and back in the car is in Vendaval Sim Racing Blue is going to be Matty, oh, I'm going to butcher this last name, Matty Kai, hold on, I got this. Kai DeSoja, I believe is how it's pronounced. Yes. Alright, first try, awesome. Yeah, he's finally back in the car after some issues that he's had earlier, I believe. Yeah, they kept their 3rd place position from what I'm seeing, so they should be fine for the time being. So hopefully they can rebound and start back up again with the stint that number 24 was going to do.
Yeah, well, they just changed drivers there. Robin Esterson jumped out the car and Kader Soja got into the car. So the change of drivers on that lap. So Fabrice Cornelis is currently in first place, although he's letting the VRS Honda SimSport car go down the inside by the looks of things, because he's hanging it out way up high on the banking. Comes back down, stays in the lead for the time being, and De Jong is just happy to sit behind for the moment, because he knows that that car in front has got to make a pit stop very shortly. In fact, I would imagine potentially on this lap here for Pure Racing Team.
And something we're going to have to wait and find out with the placement. Yep, there they go, both drivers. Nope, never mind, actually just one, so it's just Pure Racing Team inside the pit road. Cornelis SimSport is going to stay out the track for the time being. Well,
yeah, because VRS Honda SimSport just came out the pits this last lap, so I would hope that they're going to stay out unless they ended up picking up a time penalty for speeding, which can happen. It's so easily done to speed coming out of pit road, but when you're right at the end of the pit lane like Honda SimSport are, it's pretty much impossible to do that. But Pure Racing Team then taking their service as Thrustmaster Movano coming around now, so they'll take second place here. And it's interesting to see where Cornelis comes out here. He should come out ahead of the 1050. Yeah, so they've managed to jump them then, her Pure Racing Team, up into third place here.
That's a great job, and definitely taking advantage of track position as well. So pretty interesting. So hopefully Barbonero can rebound from that, as well now they're just third and fourth, I believe, once again, instead of fourth and third. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out a little bit later on into this run.
As we do have a battle in your GT3 field, and that's Team Heusingveld, Marcel Tai versus TTL Esports, the GT3 outfit, and that is Matthew Trotman. Second and third, sorry, for the two of them. So coming through the infield now, as Team RSO actually just make their way past Trotman, as the brakes glowing orange, being worked really hard into those hairpins. You'll see it again into this hairpin, glowing red once again. Out the hairpin they come, then onto the oval once more. 14 hours and 43 minutes remaining in this event. There's still plenty of racing to come here, and we're going to actually discuss before we went and did the run through of everyone that's running in this race. But looking at the stint lengths, especially for the 1050 Barbonero Racing, Kevin Ellis Jr., people might say, oh, he's just sat at a computer turning a steering wheel, you know, it's not really that physical. If you've got something like a direct drive wheel or a really strong high-end belt-driven wheel, Gary, you've got to put in a lot of a workout in there, and it takes a lot out of you. You've got to be fit.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely takes a lot out. It's actually that's going to be it's actually going to be Constantini that's in the car now as of lap 329. So just almost about 10 laps ago as well. So yeah, for Kevin Ellis though, I'm seeing he's done the most stints so far, actually, I believe. So 2 stints, and Constantini is going to be working their second stint as well. So nothing too major, but yeah, with the wheels and the what different wheels have different effects. For me, I have a G29, so that definitely I have it set to half force feedback, and that's just enough for me. Full on, I don't think I'd be able to survive. So with force feedback for me, it's it works out pretty well. It definitely gives me a workout for my shoulders, like I mentioned.
I tell you what,
quite fun.
I tell you what, you wouldn't you wouldn't like the direct drive wheels then, because those things, wow, are they strong. And,
oh no.
And I like it because I prefer a heavier steering anyway myself. A lot of people don't realise I used to play rugby, and so you know, anything that feels a little bit weaker, it's like I can tell that I had to change wheels last year, and I could tell that this wheel that I had to buy, and it was an emergency that I had to buy it because it broke. My steering wheel broke on the day of me taking part in the championship race. So I had to just quickly run to the. I said run. Drove to the store to Curry's here in the UK, and had to buy myself a G920 steering wheel, and I could tell straight away as soon as I started using it, it didn't have as much force feedback feel. It didn't feel as strong for me, and I reckon that I have lost a little bit of pace because of the change in the steering wheel. Because it's all about that feel that you get through the sim, and if you're maybe not getting the feel from what the car's doing, then you're not able to push it as hard as some people would. Now, you don't have to go out and get an all singing, all dancing, you know, $1,500 steering wheel. You know, it's just, you know, just get yourself a half decent wheel and you can be competitive, because being world champions win world championships with G29s, G27 Logitech wheels. There are other wheels out there, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of wheels, and it's even more interesting the fact that there's so much hardware that, you know, somebody's used to this one thing, somebody's used to another, and the feel of it, like you mentioned, it's always different. It could also affect pace as well. Same with I even mentioned the pedals, like some pedals, I believe, people use hydraulics as well, so that's even more interesting. I've never gotten a chance to try those, but I'm pretty sure they're expensive, so I could probably wait on that, or maybe just try it out one day, but I want to see how those hydraulic pedals work out as well.
I will say having load cells is the biggest difference, I feel, in terms of consistency, because you're able to brake more consistently than you would, say, if you had a potentiometer set of pedals. So it's all about that consistency. If you get a good feel in your setup, then you know, it's certainly you get a lot out of it. But I'm not saying that you can't have fun with a relatively quote-unquote low-end wheel and pedals, because you can still do a good job and have a lot of fun with it. So you know, if you're new to sim racing, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What an event you are watching here. We are watching the closest battle on track, by the way. That's the Team Heisenfeld and TTL Esports battle in GT3. But you know, it's if you are new to sim racing, always going cheap. This is always something that I've advocated to people, and also had the advice given to me when I first got into sim racing. Going cheap, get a feel for it, see if you enjoy it, and if you enjoy it, then start putting a little bit of money into your equipment, because there's no point, Gary, spending, as I say, $1,500 on a steering wheel and wheelbase to then not enjoy it and just have it sat there gathering dust.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to really go all out with a rig that you've almost contact there with lap carb. At least from the angle that I was looking at it from. Anyway, yeah, with rigs that I've seen, they are insane. It would be a shame it would really be terrible to actually buy one of those and then just not really use it as often as you want to because of life or just other things that you have, that you just have other things to do. So definitely disappointing. So yeah, definitely going cheap. And if you're me and you got the G29 without the H pattern, and then eventually got the H pattern, get the H pattern the first time you get the G29. That's just my recommendation if you are a Logitech person, because shifting in a NASCAR race car with paddles is a little bit weird.
Yeah, in fact,
just a bit.
I did a couple of races in the trucks, not on the ovals, on road courses in V8 Truck Series, which you see on the iRacing Sports Network from Sometime Racing. And those things, wow, you're getting used to. It's a H pattern gear shift, but I'm using paddles, so it takes a lot of getting used to with that truck. But they are fun vehicles to drive, I can tell you, especially on road courses. And I'm looking, just a side note, I'm looking forward to seeing the V8 Super Trucks once again on the iRacing Sports Network, because it's going to be a great championship again, and we see some of the top drivers competing in it. You're looking at like Bobby Zelensky and Logan Clampett from the NASCAR Peak Entry Series competing in that, because they love the road racing in those trucks, those NASCAR trucks. They've just produced fantastic action as well, because they're able to run close.
Yeah, great action running close is definitely the most exciting thing about racing itself. So especially either road or oval, as TX3 by Thrustmaster Blues went to pit road in 3rd place. So they're apparently just lost them temporarily, but either way though, they are back on track, and as far as I can see, they are still in 3rd. I'm just going to double check that as well. 4th place in class actually, so Simi Keeping Next Racing is now in 3rd place.
But that Next Racing blue car does have to come onto pit road yet. That is to be said, so definitely this is where we're seeing that pit stop phase coming into effect now in your GTE field. We're still keeping up with this GT3 battle though that's going on here. But yeah, have your thoughts here. How did you get into sim racing? That's what I would like to know from the people who are watching this broadcast right now. How did you get to sim racing, and what is it that you love about sim racing as well? For me, my first time on iRacing, I was basically driving in the MX-5s, going through the rookies, and then once I got out of rookies, thankfully, I made it out alive, which some people don't. Once I got out of the rookies, I then started driving the Jettas. I'm a touring car driver. Yeah, I'm a touring car person, so front-wheel drive is my natural habitat, and with there only being 2 front-wheel drive cars on the service, I took a dip in the toes in the water and tried the Jetta. Had some really good racing in that car, and then moved into the Kia, and I seem to have been lumbered with that ever since. So I'm trying to get used to doing a little bit of GT racing, but it's not going that well at the moment for myself. Keep losing iRacing, but yeah, I got into. See, I'm going to show my age now. I got into gaming with racing back to the old Ayrton Senna's Monaco Grand Prix on the Mega Drive, on the Genesis, I believe it was in the States. That's what got me into that. That, and also Nigel Mansell's World Championship game as well. That was on the SNES. So those were 2 sort of games that got me into racing on video games. But what do people? Let me know on the YouTube chat. Let us know how you got into racing, sim racing in particular. Nilski already saying that he blames his father for racing in the Grand Prix Legends, and so yeah, so that's I don't. Well, the reason why I ended up playing the games on the Mega Drive and the SNES was because of my brother. So I've got an older brother, and it was all his fault. that I'm watching motorsport from as young as I can remember.
Oh man, that is pretty interesting. For me, somebody actually got in through NASCAR 06 and NASCAR 07. That was pretty cool. For me, I got in through, what was it, years ago, my first also there's contact there between two cars. Everything is A-okay for the time being, though, so not even for position either. So, but for me, I got into pretty much the first time I got in through NASCAR, just watching on TV. I forgot how I came across it. At the same time, I was also watching Formula One occasionally. Not even Formula One, I think IndyCar, just like, oh, hey, this is on, and it's racing, so sure, why not? I'll watch this for a while. So I ended up getting, what was it, NASCAR 2002 season, so that was my very first foray into racing in general, and I loved that. I remember one specific memory, though, and I wish I listened to my dad, because the main menu says, hey, are you sure you want to do the driving lessons? I say no, and I did not know how to do pace laps, so that was fun. It definitely took me a few years, though, to get into iRacing, but when I came across that, I was thinking, oh wow, this is actually pretty cool. I didn't know this was a thing. I came across iRacing about 2012, I believe, with the then called Drivers World Championship, so that was pretty much how I got into iRacing, and I have loved it ever since. Got my first win out of street stocks at USA as well.
Well, I mean, you just made me feel young when you talked about NASCAR 2002. Because
oh yeah, no. I still have 2003 because of the mods as well.
Yeah, I remember watching Formula One in the late 80s.
Wow.
and the British Touring Car Championship and Rallycross and things like that. So, yeah. Thanks for making me feel old again. We have got a race. We're halfway through the hour. Just a quick update of what's happening, which is not a lot at the moment. Although saying that, Team Hoisingfeld just had a little bit of a technical problem. I do believe they're back here though. So yeah, so we'll just quickly run you through the top three of each of your standings here then. And it is VRS Quantum Simspot in the lead of this one. Mitchell de Jong now behind the wheel. And they are 36 seconds ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, who are in second place. Pure Racing Team P are in third place with further, what's that, about 9 seconds behind Thrustmaster Movano. In fact, they're gaining on Thrustmaster Movano as well slowly, so yeah, definitely going well for them. In GTE, you've got Logitech GL to C Sports in the lead of that. 38.5 seconds ahead of Williams Jimmy Sports. That's quite the gap there in the lead of that one, with Sumicube Inex Racing Blue rounding out the top three there. Although the top three there do actually always a pit stop in GTE very shortly. GT3, Astro Gaming, Altus Esports. Get the words out, Paul. That'll do. They are in the lead by 24.5 seconds over Team Hoising second. And we're looking at the TTL Esports GT3 car, who are in third place, only a couple of seconds behind the Team Hoising car. So that's how the top threes are. Just by the way, I just want to mention, so Stiffx says, started before Christmas, already got my CL and driving the 488 GT3, totally different animal to the Mazda. Yes it is, that's for sure. And Ben Henderson, this is quite a cool one, worked in vehicle wrapping, GT cars, B2C cars, clear cut, my boss races in VW Trophy. I just followed suit with my love for motorsports and racing. Well, I mean, if you can race and you can afford to race, then good on you, because I couldn't afford to race, that's for sure. Not on my wages. RaceSpot don't pay me enough, that's for sure. But if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race, racespot.tv/timing. You can find out what's happening all the way through this race right there. You can keep up to date with what's happening in pit stops, what's happening with driver changes. And speaking of pit stops, Inex Racing Blue are on pit road right now, and Jarl Tienan is behind the wheel of that car now. So they are just on pit road getting their service, and they'll be done, if it is a driver change, and it'll be about a minute or so for that pit stop because they'll do a full service on that car. But yeah, racebot.tv /timing. Keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. In fact, no, it isn't. It's just a fuel stop for them, so they're back up and underway in this one. But yeah, we're at that stage now. We've finally got there, Gary. There's big gaps, or bigger gaps, should I say, on track. It's now finally got to a stage where drivers are just having to work to the numbers and hit their marks and make sure they get to their what they want to achieve in terms of their strategy.
Yeah, it's just a matter of just not really losing focus as much as possible, and as well as, like you mentioned, just hitting the marks, and well, that pretty much just doubles as keeping your focus, as well as just making passes when you feel like they're necessary, and making passes when you know that you're faster and you know you can pull away. Just don't do anything too too unnecessary, or else that could really cost you and your team.
Yeah, it certainly can do, and consistency is key in endurance racing. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but if you're able to consistently lap within, say, a tenth or two each lap, then you're going to do well in endurance racing, because you're able to just hit those marks and hit those numbers. Whereas if you're up and down with your lap times, it's not the best way to be in endurance racing. So definitely, it's a bit of a push, and it's going to make it a bit more difficult to work out how best to approach your racing. As we've also got my love for racing started with my grandfather when I was 4 years old. I think I watched a NASCAR race on TV with him. I've watched racing ever since. You see, this is it. A lot of people have that same approach. It's either the parents or family member that introduces them to motorsports. And really, this is something that happened with a friend of mine who used to do rally marshalling. So they were at an event and it was a bit icy, a bit cold, and the next door neighbours had asked, what do you do? You go out these weekends and go out to the rallies. What do you do at them? So they invited them out. They'd never really seen rallying before, just the odd little clip here and there on TV. And so they went to this event. It was at one of these estates, one of these great estates in the UK, where they have like special stages. And one car lost control and it went through a load of freshly planted young trees. So nothing substantial. And they had the plastic piping on them to help them keep upright to these trees. And one of the plastic piping got thrown up into the air. So these guys are running out the way, and then they just stop and said, just stop there, don't move. And these plastic pipes land about 5 feet away from them. Ooh. And these neighbours, they looked completely white, whereas the people who were experienced marshals were sort of like, oh, that was a thing. But these people, who was completely white, and that was their first interaction with motorsport, and they never got involved ever again since that, because they got mortified by that event. By the way, we've got a battle on track, but Bushfink Racing and Triton Racing 5th and 6th in your GT3 field. But yeah, it's quite the story, is that of how sometimes people can maybe get the wrong impression of what motorsport is, and their impression was, it's really dangerous.
Sometimes, but not all the time. Just sometimes, but that's why we have the pretty much every safety precaution that we have now. So there is that, and for that third place battle, well, that you said there's a third place spot, correct? Oh wait, hold on a second.
GT3 5th and 6th.
Oh, 5th and 6th. All right. As I was looking at 3rd and 4th, I was thinking, okay, so they're very far apart. But yes, Yeah, Team Bushfink Racing GT3 and Triton Racing, they're pretty much just right next to each other on the racetrack. Probably not going to make any moves this early on, though, I don't think. And there really isn't a point to it at the moment.
Well, Triton are looking like they'll make the move, and they're going to the inside. And they're going to get the overspeed because of that slipstream that they got out of turn 4 through the tri-oval. And I would imagine Team Bushfink are just going to just back off a little bit, let them take it into turn 1. That's exactly what happens as the Vendaval, I believe that was, yeah it was kind of Sergey running wide through turn number 1 there. So, but a change of position then, Triton Racing up to 5th place in GT3, ahead of Team Bushfink Racing GT3 in 6th place. Team Bushfink, they're probably going to be best off just sitting behind because they've got about 4 laps longer before they come onto pit road compared to Triton Racing, so maybe it's worth not fighting them at that point and just sitting behind and get that little bit of extra fuel saving taking place.
Yeah, it's definitely worth to just sit back and just watch it happen and stay in that slipstream as well as much as you can. Because well, that could help you just stretch your run just a little bit longer as well.
Has dropped out to 9/10 of a second, has that though, because of the lap traffic coming through and taking a little bit of time out of them. Most of the teams out there will be doing a lot of lifting and coasting, even if they are running on their own, just to make their fuel numbers count and to stretch those stints for themselves on pit. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a little bit of Raceball TV fan immersion, and we're going to go on board. That's what on board with them there. So we'll stay on board with them. Team Bushfink Racing, Dan Saluski, behind the wheel for you, and he'll take you through a little bit of Raceball TV fan immersion. So then that is a bit of RaceBot TV fan immersion for you on the Team Bushfink Racing GT3 as your race leader goes by them on screen. And that was Team Bushfink losing out a little bit of time now, 2.2 seconds behind Triton Racing's not able to keep up with them in that battle in the GT3s. Looking through your field, and really there's no battles out on track. SRB are just on pit road at the moment. They're coming back out after a full service for them. So fuel and tyres for them there in that one. But Gary, well, we're back. We're here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's worth pointing out to everyone here that if you do like what you've seen and want to watch more racing in the future, well, what can they do? They can, I suppose they could go ahead and subscribe to the channel, can't they?
I mean, yeah, there is that button, and it is pretty satisfying to just click it and then get notified about any other broadcasts coming up, especially for the Peak Game Free series in a few months, I believe. Even I don't know as of yet,
no,
but still.
About a month and
right, March. Somewhere around there.
No, it'd be February, won't it? Because
yeah.
Daytona's in February, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Should really have researched this before we started doing this.
Just maybe, just a little bit. Even I don't know, but it's still either way. I'm excited for it because the prize pool for that is. I mentioned that to somebody in chat. It's $100,000 now. It's compared to about the 10,000 to 15,000. So that is a very great jump up from what we had previous year. So that shows how much everyone is going to really compete for those. So this coming season is going to be pretty interesting. But of course, Daytona has gone through enough as it is, because already I was looking at the track earlier, and the racing line is pretty much rubbered into an extreme amount. I could clearly see it in the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway. That is absolutely insane to look at, as comparing to pretty much at the start of the race to probably just the end of the race. The difference is insanely massive.
Yeah, this is it. This is one of the features of iRacing, is the as we'll take that graphic off screen now, but it's one of the features of iRacing is that you can see the dynamic track, how it rubbers in. And there's also the marbles off track as well. You can just see it on the left hand side there, getting pushed onto the grass as the drivers run way out wide. But yeah, the dynamic track, it affects the amount of grip that you have on track throughout the race. When it gets to a point, if it's like a hot track, I mean, at the moment today it's not a hot track, so we're in the middle of the night. In fact, in the sim, we are currently just after midnight in the sim. So yeah, so that's where we're at the moment with the race at this point. But if it was, say, the middle of the day and it's a hot summer's day and you've had quite a lot of cars running round, that rubbered in line starts getting slick and starts getting slippy, and it is actually a disadvantage at some point to run on that line. So you can see how it can affect drivers and teams, how they go for each corner throughout the race. You see that effect more so in the oval racing and even in the dirt racing as well, don't you, Gary?
Yeah, for dirt racing, it's I believe that's still even getting just a few updates to try and make it more accurate. They do get input from some other drivers as well, so beta testing as well. And
Andrew Carl, race leading GTE driver, getting involved with the GT3 car. I'm trying to see who the GT3 car is. I believe that is the Radicals car. And just down, a little bit of miscommunication. Goes down the inside and around the go. Marco Mogren. Well, I don't think he'll have appreciated that, but I don't think Andrew Carl will have appreciated it either in the Altus car. And he was flashing the lights furiously at the Radicals car.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. Yeah, even I wouldn't be happy. I'm surprised I still came out of that, though. That is, yeah, that's going to be something to not look forward to in the next few seconds. But yeah, I'd probably just move up high and then just let them go instead of just running the line like like he is now. So he's going to make his way on the top side once again, though, and see if we can get it around. That speed more than likely kind of may have damaged the left-hand side. I'm not seeing anything too obvious aside from just a little bit on the left front, but nothing 100% obvious whatsoever. So they make it through okay this time around. Just if only the last time around was the same, was as clean as this one.
Yeah, so they're able to pretty much get away with it. We get a pretty close look at the front left. Yeah, it looks like they've got away with it. Maybe just a slight indentation, nothing much though on that car. So they should have got away with that at that point of the track. 'Cause it's a relatively low speed. It was quite a soft touch as well. It wasn't like it was a big punt into the GT3 car. So they're able to carry on Rolters, but they lost them a bit of time there. And in fact, I can tell you, if I bring up the graphic here, that it lost them on that last lap 6.8 seconds compared to second place, the TX3 Master Blue car.
Doesn't seem like a lot of time, but there's definitely a lot of time lost there. So they still do have a pretty much a sizable gap because Ultra Esports is just now entering the chicane and Thrustmaster Blue is just now exiting onto the NASCAR circuit. So that's still a pretty sizable gap. Nothing too major loss, but they're going to have to work that time back up once again, unfortunately.
We have got a battle in your prototypes, and that is for 6th place overall. It is, oh, there's a spinner down at turn number 1 in a prototype as well, the 69 car. That's the R70 Thrustmaster car. But it's Evolution Racing Team, Nicole Foggett. Quite a rapid driver is Nicole, not really known outside of some league racing, but he is quite a quick driver, is Nicole, racing for Evolution Racing Team. And then Manuel Weibel in the Team RSO car in 7th place, all over the rear gearbox, all over the gearbox of that Evolution Racing Team car of Foggy. But as they go into the NASCAR track once again, Foggy having to take the high line past that GT3 traffic, and Manuel is going to have to follow and take that high line as well.
Yeah, doesn't really have the slipstream at the moment, but now he has the slipstream and there's the speed, so he's only gotten his way around just in time for the braking zone. So just a little bit of not really battle, more like just how do I put this? Maybe a race off. Nope, that doesn't work out either. But a little bit of a competition just to see who could get around the live traffic the quickest in a sense, because, well, of course, trying to somehow stick with the person that's in front of you, in this case of the Team RSO 117, trying to stick with the driver that you're racing for position in front of you while also managing is quite interesting. And of course, keeping with that slipstream, it helps just ever so slightly as well. Oh, okay. Well, 226 went a little wide there. I thought it was going to go off the track for a second.
Yeah, got a little bit sketchy through turn 1, did Foggett. But back up and fine, although he's got traffic ahead of him in that GT3 car. And he'll want to get by him before the kink, and that's exactly what happens. So he'll be happy with that, Will Foggy. Meanwhile, Thrustmaster Movano, they're on pit road and out again. Dion Fowler staying behind the wheel. There's another car off at turn number 1. That's the Williams Jim Esports 777, number 6 car, sorry. And they are in 6th place in class in GTE. They've had a spin down at turn number 1. Let's see if we can catch this. And there it is, carrying too much speed. Car wants to go around, give it a boot full of throttle, and away we go again.
Yeah, he almost had it, and he didn't, so just looking at it again, he almost had it, and I think it was just a bit too far to the right. That's interesting on how much how much angle you give the wheel in a certain direction, how much that could really start to turn you around. So next thing you know, you're pretty much around the wrong direction and you're trying to save it. So that's when you start to spin like that, for me, what I would do is usually just barely blip the throttle, or at least just let it off and just try and steer the wheel into the right direction and then go.
Now, it would be remiss of me not to mention this, but in 2017 I was racing in a touring car race around here as Inex Racing White are catching up on Team 84, but they're due a pit stop at Inex Racing White. So I won't get too excited about this battle because they are a lot lighter on fuel load. But I was racing a touring car race around here, and my now team boss got lost in turn number 1. He was not long in VR, getting used to VR. He got spun around in contact, basically got T-boned in contact in turn number 1. Got spun around a couple of times, and he got lost at turn 1 there, with the size of runoff there. So, yeah, luckily for people, there is plenty of runoff at that corner.
Yeah, and there's definitely not a wall there either, so they're even better. They're better off with the wall being at a little bit of a distance as well. So it's pretty much a big relief for them to not have an actual, wall to literally look ahead for. So they have a little bit less to worry about in that case as well. As actually just not noticed something. I'm just looking through the field, and I noticed that some of the brake lights on the back of the SRB Endurances are actually off after they had contact earlier, while a couple of them are still on. So that is actually really interesting that I just now noticed that brake lights could actually be damaged like that.
Yeah, it's a bit a funny one with the Mercedes, in that if you get contact, it can actually affect the lighting, the lights at the rear of the car, and it makes it difficult to, if you're following them, to know when they're actually on the brakes there. So really tricky situation if somebody's up behind them, but fortunately for them, there's nobody up behind them at the moment. They are in P5 overall in this field, but overall in class, should I say, P36 overall in this GT3 car, this Mercedes AMG. Out the bus stop chicane once again, holding the low line through NASCAR 3 and 4. 26 seconds, 27 seconds behind the next car up the field, and this is a car, this SRB car, that was leading GT3 for a while here, Gary. So I do feel that it is going to be a bit of a disappointment for them as this race.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they all... Ooh, okay, every time with the entry, they go wide, so it just feels that's for the apex. But either way, yeah, with them in 5th place now, they could somehow and hopefully make their way back up. But as far as I could tell, at the moment, I don't think they'll really be able to really do anything. They're 2 laps down just off the main, their GT3 class leader, so all they can hope for is basically just to finish the race in the position that they're in now, or at least better.
As Team Bushfink Racing GT3 come onto pit road for their next servicing from 2nd place in class, they'll drop down behind the Alta C Sports car, which is just coming round in towards turn number 1 now. Oh, what's happened?
That's a little bit. Oh my goodness, a little bit of contact in turn 1, yep.
And that is once again Odox Motorsport getting involved in an instant turn 1 as people are having to dive left and right to avoid them. We'll get a look at this in just a second. I just want to see what happens here when they eventually get to pull away as a car comes around here. So let's have a look at this. Odox Motorsport, Gary. Oh, in fact, let's just wind it back. I just need to wind it back just a little bit more. There we go. Right, this should be good enough. So, yeah, take it away, Gary.
Yeah, I caught that just as it happened, and it looks like, yeah, Mercedes brake first, let go, and that's what caused it, is that they're just way too close trying to protect for that position, and that just causes everyone else coming along to scatter and nearly wreck out. There was a DP, that was Adam Fraser, CTC Racing Red, that had to go wide. Same with another EP, I believe that was Radical's online Cranfield simulation. They also have to go wide, so that really messed up their lap times for that lap and really messed up their pattern that they've had as well. So my goodness, it's very fortunate though that nobody else was involved in that wreck though.
Yeah, it was fortunate, and they were able to carry on. Riccardo Ferreira though having a bit of a shock, and oh look, it's the second thing that's happened to them in turn number 1 since we've been covering this. As Pure Racing Team are on pit road, by the way, for their next pit stop. So pit stops ongoing for your prototype field. There's also the R70 Thrustmaster car on track, and well, I think we're getting to the point where we're getting a bit of that what we like to call here on Racebook TV the dozy hours, where people are just getting that tiredness of set in and people just start making mistakes. I hope we're not seeing the start of this, but we could potentially be seeing the start of this, Gary.
Yeah, and even for me, like you said, I shouldn't be tired, and I should not, because it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon over here, so just 15 or so minutes shy from that, so that's fun. But in a way, there's a slight advantage for time zone differences, like Mitchell De Jong, or De Jong, I guess is how.
Yes, De Jong.
Would be, yeah, close enough either way. But yeah, he's like you mentioned, he's from California, so he's for me an hour behind.
Oh, I think we might have seen the last of Excite Racing. Into turn number 1, we'll get this on board. Brian Holmes hits the brakes in that Porsche GTE car, loses the back end, hits the grass, and that sends it into the tyre wall.
Ooh.
That is a heavy hit, and right now they're actually on pit road, as we'll take you back to live pictures here. And well, they're there, they're on pit road, but there's nobody behind the wheel. So I think that might be another one to cross off and say goodbye to in this race. It's sad to see, but unfortunately these things happen. They weren't having the best of races, but then again, we haven't really seen that team involved in these special events in this competitive field. So a learning experience for them, shall we say, Gary. But unfortunately, they're all set on pit road. If they're gonna, if they've got anything about them, they'll see wait out those repairs, see how the car feels, and if it's okay to drive, just carry on. Get that experience in this field.
Yeah, I might as well at least finish, and of course, like you mentioned, even with the repairs, I mean, it could, you know, give them a little bit more experience. So, well, like you did mention, I guess the dozy hours are starting to set in. As my goodness, 1050 Barbonero Racing, the 010. I believe that's Michael Costantini. He's trying to get through this lap traffic, and he's doing a great job at the moment. But it's a lot of cars to get by.
We have a new fastest lap in this race. Mitchell De Jong, 1:36.269. So even at this stage of the race, with the amount of rubber that's going on, De Jong, fresh out the pits as well, it must be said, on the 2 laps on his stint, putting in the fastest lap of the race. That's incredible.
He definitely has, yeah, wow, that's insane. And even more so that at the line, it was actually 10 hours, hold on, let me actually, yeah, 10 hours and I believe that's supposed to be 2 minutes, yeah, 2 minutes 50 seconds on the dot, at least across the first 3 decimal places, so that is even more impressive. But yeah, that lap time, fresh out with all this rubber like you mentioned, that is impressive. And he's been on the stint since, on his stint since lap about 3:34. He's on about 30 laps later, finally made a new fastest lap time, so he's definitely showing how competitive and how how dominant that this team can be.
Well, we are past the hour, into the next hour. We've only got 2 hours left of this stint of the broadcast. So, in fact, 1050 Barbonero run wide at turn 1 there. They're able to carry on here. But let's just take you through then your standings as they are. Let's just drop that, and let's bring that in And bring on the music, and well, it is VRS Connoisseur Sport leading this race, 40.6 seconds, which has seen them do the fastest lap of the race as well, ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing, who are in second place with Dion Fiala behind the wheel. Pure Racing Team P are in third place, just 7 seconds behind, in fact 6.5 seconds now. Fabrice Cornelis has been really gaining on Thrustmaster Movano. Fourth place at 10.50 Barbonero Racing. We've just seen them having a little mistake into turn number 1 there. 12 seconds ahead of Vindevil Sim Racing Blue, who are in 5th place. Evolution Racing Team, 6th place in the 226 car. That's Nicole Foggy behind the wheel. They are they're 2 laps down on the race leader. Team RSO and DriveX Esports round out the top 8 of your prototypes and GTEs. Gary, take it away.
Now the GTE class, we have Logitech Altus Esports in first, and well, as per usual, they're still in the lead. TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue is up to second. Williams Gym Esports AAA is third. Fourth is the Samocube NX Racing Blue in fourth. Fifth is Vandervault Sim Racing White. Williams Gym Esports 777 is in 6th, 7th is Dream Factory, and 8th is going to be Race for Cat Motorsport.
And I've just realised something. My microphone was muted throughout all of that. So
Oh no.
Well, just through that last bit. Anyway, timing and scoring, racebot.tv/timing. You can tell it's getting to the dozy hours because even I'm making little mistakes here as well. We've seen the GT3 field on the screen. Just to quickly run through them. It's Altus Esports in the lead, Team Hoistbelt second, CTL Esports with third, with SRB Endurance in fourth, Triton fifth, Team Bushfink sixth, and then laps down N-Race Esports and Radicals Online's Immortal as well, rounding out the top 8. But yeah, that's all on me. You can blame me for that one. You see, this is what happens when you ask me to do two things at once. When you ask me to do the cameras, when you ask me to do the graphics, when you ask me to do the sound and commentate at the same time. I'm not Will Vincent. I haven't got years of experience of doing all of that together. I normally just talk gibberish, and I struggle to do that on in the broadcast, let alone do all the rest of it. So I do apologise, but yeah, that's what happened there. A little bit of a brief insight into behind the scenes, and that's why we all love Hugo so very much, and what he does, along with Will as well. I suppose Randy as well for when he streams. Yeah, we are into, we've got an hour and 50 remaining of this part of the broadcast. So in an hour and 50 minutes, you will need to switch over to the next part of the broadcast. We'll have links to that in the chat when we get closer to that point. So just to make you aware, we're doing this broadcast in 6-hour stints. And, well, at the moment, looking at the battles, Team Heusingveld, 111, they're caught up behind the TTL Esports GT3, but TTL are on lap 16 of their stint of their run at pits, whereas Team Heusingveld are only on lap 3 here, Gary, so it's still a close battle on track though, so that's what we'll take it.
It's a really close battle on track, like you mentioned, and my goodness, I've been watching the 1050 Barbonet race and trying to make their way around the live traffic, and they did, thankfully. So everything is luckily just fine over there. They did have a few close calls, but everything is 100% just fine. So we possibly do have somebody that's actually waiting as well, but nonetheless, though. TTL Esports GT3 is currently in the second place position, so not much going on. It is still, like you mentioned, the dozy hour, so it's pretty interesting, especially somehow affecting me over where it's daytime, so I'm just as confused as anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll bring him in just a second, our interview, and I think I'll give you a little bit of a break and have a word with the interviewee, and it's going to be an interesting interview because it's a team that's actually out of this race, so be interested to see what their thoughts are in this one, and they've got teammates which we're currently looking at as well, so let's bring them in now. Jan Sentowski from Heusingveld Engineering, from the team Heusingveld, should I say. Welcome to the commentary booth, and it must be a little bit, it's not been the greatest day, shall we say, for yourselves, because you are actually retired from the race.
Yeah, for sure. We usually go on until the end in the car, if it's not dangerous for the others, but today we decided to retire it. Because we were a bit slower than the top running GT3 cars, and me and a teammate, we were supposed to run during the whole night of the race, and also during our night here in Germany. I think we would have got to rest in 10 or 11 AM local time, and then doing the GT Endurance Pro qualifying race on Sunday evening, so we weren't sure if we would stay awake during that race then in the evening, so we decided to retire. One guy from us just had to retire, I think Friday, due to technical issues, and then one another, Leonard, today with bad luck, and was some things we could not foresee, that he could not drive that much, so just not the way we wanted to start the year, for sure.
Well, I mean, it is disappointing how this has happened. You have got another team in this race still, in GT3. They're currently in third place and actually battling with TTL Esports at the moment. So, as a whole, how are Team Heusingveld looking as a whole in terms of this year then? Obviously, with you saying you're looking at qualifying for the Endurance Pro Series, how is things going with that, and how are you looking for this year of 2019?
Well, looking at the GT3, it's great. Last year, maybe a few guys will remember we were leading so I was also driving a GTE car there that was also caught up in an incident, and our GT3 car was leading the race at one point and got caught up then in an accident between a DP and a GTE car and was out of the race. So we've survived longer, or they survived longer this year. So it just works good for them. The AMG is our top car, where we're very strong with running all the VLN races throughout the year, I think for the last 2 years, so we know the car pretty well, and we're still trying to get used to the GTEs, and so it's also looking like that in the pro qualifying series. there's this, we have two teams there. One team with me on board, who had bad luck in Monza, and also this weekend again a bit, and are down on points. And our second team, they just that was just an entry for fun, and they're looking pretty strong and are nearly, or do have a quite big chance to make it into the series, which wasn't actually planned. So it's all going up and down this year for all of us. It's quite amazing.
Well, I just want to ask one final question back to this special event. What were your thoughts then of having this being the first special event where you're having transitioning from the daytime into the nighttime? How was that compared to previous special events, 24-hour races that you've done previously on iRacing?
While I was starting our GTE car, it was different to start the race during daytime. It's something new. But during the two stints I was doing, the sun was going down, and light has changed. But I didn't really notice, to be honest. Just when I got out of the car and looked in the replay through some scenes, then I realized how much the light has changed. And Christian Frank, another of our drivers, who was driving into the sunset 3 hours, he was really happy to do that, and said it is a great thing for the atmosphere. And so I was enjoying it from the cockpit view. Then I was spotting for him. So it's a nice thing, and I'm a bit disappointed not to run our GTE car into the sunrise, where what I was supposed to do. But okay, there are still some races coming up this year and the next year, so I'm really we as a whole team are really looking forward to it.
Well, absolutely. Well, before we let you go anyway, give you the opportunity to say any thanks or any mentions for any sponsors or sponsors taking part.
So for sure, to Housing Club for supporting us now. I think it was now the 5th year, starting into the 5th year with them. Big thanks out there to Nils and Sven especially. Met these guys a few times, and then to my teammates through the stressful week before the race. Today was quite some changes in setups where we had to get used to, but all in all, we're still learning, or everyone is every race learning, I think. So shout out also to the competitors. It was mostly great experience with the others on the track. So looking forward to next races, as I said.
Well, all the best for the pro qualifying tomorrow, and
thank you.
All the best for the rest of the year as well. Take it easy and get some rest.
I will do now. So it's getting late here. I'm not really concentrated anymore. I can't imagine how it would have been if I had now done 10 hours longer, so maybe it's not that bad to stop it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us,
thank you, and see you hopefully in next race.
Absolutely. So there we go, Jan Santowski from Team Hoisingfeld joining us in the commentary booth there, and do you know what, hats off to him, Gary, for joining us, because they have retired from the race. Could have been really easy just to say, right, we're retired, I'm done, I'm going to bed, but hats off for him coming to speak to us and letting us ask some questions there.
Yeah, it's definitely great that some of these drivers on teams, or I believe even crew chiefs or spotters at some point, come in and just give us some little, I guess, behind-the-scenes insight in a way. So to the event in general, or just how their team is going, or what they hope for the next time that they do one of these endurance events as well. So it's very amazing to see as well. So hopefully they'll definitely do better next year, or maybe maybe they'll be seen again in another future special event here this year.
Right. One thing that's drawn my attention is second and third place overall, because Fabrice Cornelis in the last 3 laps has caught up basically 0.8 of a second per lap. So he's really going for it now. He's on lap 11 of his stint. The car in front, Thrustmaster Movano, is on lap 15, now lap 16 of its stint. I think Pure Racing Team have got a chance of having a battle, maybe not before the pit stops, but certainly after the pit stops, being involved in a battle for second place here.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to strike back once again, and I believe last time we saw them, they were trying to battle for 4th place as well, so they're slowly moving through the field, and as slowly but as strategically as possible, not too fast, but also fast enough to really get around some lap traffic and try and manage that. As through the hairpin, Fabrice is trying to get to the right-hand side, almost makes contact there, but he'll make his way around as that Mercedes backs off just a little bit into the gravel it seems, but he's slowly making his way back up.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how Fabrice goes and how Pure Racing Team go here. Just looking at how long has Fabrice been in that car. He started the race, don't forget, did about 140 laps in the car, handed it over to Patrick Wolf, and then he's been sat in the car since lap 279. And we're on lap, what, 374 now? Looking at
Yep.
this, yeah. So he's been in that car quite a long time. I would imagine that potentially the next pit stop they'll be looking to change drivers in that Pure Racing Team and get somebody fresh into there. I'm just trying to see who it would be that they'd actually jump in the car. In fact, I can't see that at the moment because of how my setup is on screen for capturing to be able to stream this race to you. But yeah, another good lap. In fact, no, just about the same pace from second and third there on that last lap. But yeah, Fabrice has done a lot of this race here, Gary. I really don't know how these people do it, because I couldn't do this, and I know you've said that you couldn't either.
Not for a 24-hour event, at least. No, 6 hours, well, maybe. Not just not 6 hours straight. So a 6-hour event, I could probably do at least half of that with someone else. But you did mention you can't see. There are actually 4 drivers total for Fabrice currently in the car. Like you mentioned, Patrick Wolf also. He's been in the car once earlier on. They do have. Probably going to butcher this last name. They do have Dominic Farber and Mark Elkerman. Those two have yet to get into the car, and Dominic is pretty much he's just gotten on, so he is ready for next pit stop. So he might be next if Mark isn't. So that is a little bit of something to look ahead for.
Now, certainly, we're talking about length of driving, and you have to point out that once again we've got people taking part in this event who are going to be doing the whole race, and I couldn't imagine doing that, but definitely they're looking to so there's one team. I'm just trying to find the information on here, because Hugo kindly gave us a little link here. I'm trying to find it, but it's 24 hours for Anna, and it's basically asking to support them, help support their little Anna, who's 3.5-year-old, who's been fighting the disease for 2 years now. Idiopathic bone marrow aplasia is what she's got at the moment. And well, it's all about raising money. She's had 3 bone marrow transplants already. Wow. That's quite a lot. But yeah, I'm just trying to see who it is, and I can't see who it is either, unfortunately. So if Hugo can sort that out and let me know the details of that a little bit more. But yeah, they're taking part in this race. and they're certainly raising some money for this. And well, you know, it's great. I mean, we see this every year that teams, well, I say teams, that drivers do the whole 1 hour, the whole 24 hours on their own, and well, you're seeing how, you know, drivers are able to do it, but then they end up getting disqualified because of the iRacing fair driver rules that they have in these team events. So it really is interesting to see how people are able to use that and use that to do to raise money for charity. And okay, I know I didn't do 24 hours of racing, but I did a 24-hour stream last year in November. That's really difficult to be able to do that and to race. I couldn't imagine doing that.
Yeah, the most I've stayed up, not even racing, is about, I think, 19 hours, and that was just unintentional. Just like, no, I won't go to bed. I'll just stay awake. Thankfully, I wasn't too busy then, so about 19 hours from about 1 p.m. and one day to like about 7:30 a.m. the next day, and that was just for a trip that I was going on for a 3-day weekend. So I just got my sleep on the drive there as a passenger. So to have someone do that to race that, let alone 12 hours straight, 24 hours straight, is a very massive accomplishment. So even though they do get disqualified at the end, it's of course the thought that counts, as it's definitely something that's not really often done, but definitely earns my respect, because my goodness, even I couldn't do that. So it's a great way to get a name out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you do find, you can find details on Facebook apparently. Just search for 24 hours for Anna. You'll be able to find more information about that on Facebook. So do check that out and help them raise some money for a very worthwhile cause. You don't want to see kids well and not being able to enjoy their lives. So yeah, help them raise money and help get treatment for Anna. On track, we're looking at the Thrustmaster Movano car in second place overall, the 44 seconds behind your race leader Mitchell de Jong, who last lap was 1.2 seconds faster than the second place Dion Fellow. And it's Fabrice Canellis has actually dropped off a little bit in these last few laps in terms of that battle for second place. Evolution Racing Team, by the way, just onto pit road now. For a pit stop, Nicole Foggy bringing that car down to his pit stall. Don't miss your stall there, which he promptly does. Curse of the commentator once again, Gary. You tell them not to miss the pit stall and then they miss it.
Yeah, that's just, what, the second time that you've had the commentator's curse on somebody? Pretty sure at least the second time for the stint. So yeah, I know that, but of course shouldn't be anything too major, hopefully, but it's definitely going to cost a little bit of time as well.
So Nicole Foggy's dropped out of the car and Johnny Brandon has jumped in now. He's back up and away. 30.6 seconds was the actual stationary time, at 52.2 seconds on the lane. So it did lose them about 2 seconds, did that little mistake there of just overshooting the pit stall. But now Johnny Brandon behind the wheel, another quick driver who's not really known in some of the major events. He's more of he's known through leagues, and I've certainly raced against him in a couple of leagues. So he is a quick driver. Interesting to see how he gets on in this one here. But looking through the field here, everything is just spread out that bit. We haven't got that point of field spread now, and we're going to the start of pit stop cycles for certain cars as well that are a little bit out of cycle here in this one. But don't forget, live scoring and timing. Racesport.tv/timing. Keep up to date with this this race, this server. One of the good things about these major events, these special events that iRacing host, is that it's not just this one race that we're broadcasting here. There are multiple servers. And as far as I heard, there was something like 26 servers in total running races. So even if you're maybe not in this particular race that's being broadcast by ourselves, there are drivers and teams in other races doing this 24 Hours of Daytona, and they're still able to compete rather than just being for 55 teams in total. It's everybody gets the opportunity to take part, Gary. It's great. These special events, I love these special events.
Yeah, it's definitely it's great to see how many drivers can really just run on iRacing through well, pretty much just in general. I'm going to actually make a count of all the servers that I see and how many drivers are in the servers. Of course, that could be sort of inaccurate since some drivers are either logged out because of time zones or just, well, more than likely logged out because of time zones. So, especially with the other sessions going on as well. So, probably by the time you throw it back to me, I'll have a number by then. But at the moment, I can roughly guess it's just over 1,000.
I've been easily over that. But, I mean, you think about this, 55 teams were registered in this race. We're down to 48 runners, by the way. So, retirements from this race. Team Huizenveld 35, we spoke to Jan Santowski from them a little earlier on. GTL VRT Gold, who had an instant into turn number 1 with one of the Audis. They ended up having to retire from the race. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Yellow in GT3 out as well. Race Club's Red, that's quite a big name. They're out of the race. Williams Esports, that's a huge name in GTE, out of the race earlier on. Racecraft Engineering featuring TRN Yellow, and then Core Sim Racing all out of the race in this one. For those of you asking, Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue, they were leading for a little while in the overall standings, and then technical issues happened, and they ended up having to take a tour back to the pits, change drivers, and then get back up underway. They managed to stay on the lead lap, and they've stayed on the lead lap all this time as well. So they're currently in 5th place. They are 5 seconds behind, or 5.5 seconds behind the 1050 Barbonera racing car, who are in 4th. Michelle Constantini for them, and Matakai Detoge for Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue. And well, the battle for 2nd place overall is gaining momentum now. 1.2 seconds between the two of them, and hopefully Gary should have us a figure as to roughly at this moment in time how many people are competing.
Well, roughly at this moment in time, the count I got was 4,254. So that's
a very specific rough number that you've given us there.
Yeah, I just took all of the numbers that I see, number of drivers that I saw, and I just decided, I might as well just say that. Basically, it's just about 4,200. So just as a little bit of an estimate. So why all these specific? I don't know. That's just what I got. So of course, it's always changing every once in a while, yeah. But it's close enough. So about 4,200. So that's still impressive in its own right.
Yeah, so if you imagine, I mean, could you imagine that many Daytona 24-hour races taking part throughout the year? You basically take half a year. You'd take half a year to actually do that.
My goodness.
If you're doing that for one a day.
One per day, probably.
So you know, so that just tells you how many people are able to compete in this race at the same time here. So it's really good that we're seeing that here at iRacing. Looking at this battle, I wouldn't imagine that Fabrice Cornelis is going to do anything rash in that Pure Racing Team car. You can see the car in front of him is GTE car, but just in front of them is the prototype car. So just up, going onto the banking now. is the Thrustmaster Movano car. They won't be on pit road yet. I would imagine a couple of laps yet for Thrustmaster Movano as they're coming through onto the tri-oval here. But now, Pure Racing Team, within a second, they'll be getting the effect of the draft here. And that's all important in this race, Gary. We've mentioned it many a time throughout this portion of the broadcast that the draft is key to this track and to this race.
Yeah, especially with any type of aero damage, that could really hurt your speed just by a few miles an hour, no less. So it's very key that you keep your car as damage-free as possible. To answer someone's question in the chat, I'm not sure how many, but there are a few cars that are damage-free for the most part, at least visibly. So there is that. We don't really have a specific number. That would take a while. So either way, though, the NASCAR Oval is, of course, the best place for drafting purposes to try and catch up to somebody. And like you mentioned, you don't expect Fabrice to do anything rash. Well, you're not wrong, since he definitely held back on the back straightaway there. He was catching up to the previous lap car that was Targa Racing. And I saw the distance close ever so slightly. He decided to back off, then wait until NASCAR turn 3. So right now he's probably going to make his way around the second place if he can get by. And hello, oh my goodness, almost a little bit of contact there. It's Astro Gaming, Altus Esports.
That's your leading GT3 car. Let's see if we can bring that up on replay. What's happened to them? We'll cut the end of that. Let's try and get to the actual instant in question. So it's down at the bus stop chicane, and we'll go on board with them into the braking, hit the curb, hit the curb, hit the curb, oh, and the grass as well. Oh, got a tank slapper on there, get it spun around. Oh, having to recover that one. So back up and running for them, but big drama then. That's your leading GT3 car having a mistake there, so it can happen to anybody in this race. And there you go. That's what happens. And we said we're in the dozy hours, and this is what's happening here. The battle for P number 2 then is on the screen right now. Thrustmaster Movano versus Pure Racing Team, Gary, and this one, it's all about whether we see Fabrice just hang back and look after his fuel a bit.
I mean, yeah, he'd probably have to, especially if he's expecting to head to pit road in a few laps' time, although he could be at the visible closing distance, looks to the left-hand side, backs off. That's a very, very smart move by him. He's been in the car ever since, again, lap 279. It's the working lap 384 right now, so they're definitely going to be pitting more than likely in a few laps, maybe just a little bit longer. So he wants to stretch that fuel as much as possible, or they could just stick with their original plan. Maybe not. Well, nope, actually going to head to pit road early on. Yep.
Yeah, so they were on lap 26 of their stint with Thrustmaster, so that's right about on schedule then for the pit stops. So maybe the Pure Racing Team, they knew that that was going to be coming, and your Thrustmaster Movano car from second place comes onto pit road, gets it stopped, up onto the jacks. Change of driver, and it's going to be Ronaldo Lorena who's jumping into that car for them. So change of driver for Thrustmaster Movano, and it's going to be a slightly longer pit stop. About 30 seconds is that pit stop for Movano when they change a driver, because you have that added time of changing the driver, getting the driver in to that car. But away they go then. 30.7 seconds is the pit stop time as they come out. It's a tricky pit exit here. Make sure you don't hit that wall on the exit, because it's so easy to do, going a little bit too fast, lock up a brake, and before you know it, you're in the wall there. But back up and running, out on track. They're in 4th place at the moment. Sim Racing, Vin Devil Sim Racing Blue are in 3rd. They're due a pit stop, and they're not that far ahead of Thrustmaster Movano, so not going to be really challenging Movano for this one here. But yeah, if you are wondering, Vin Devil Sim Racing Blue, They did have technical issues earlier on when they were in second place at the time, because the commando car had pitted at that point, and they had to change drivers and get back up and running again. Looking further down your field, we've got a little bit of a closer battle between Race for Cat Motorsport in 8th place in GTE and Race Clutch Black in 9th place GTE. About second between the two of them, Gary. So we'll just sort of keep an eye on this one whilst this goes on here. But certainly been an interesting portion of the race here, and there has always, it's only in the last hour really that we've had any sort of lull in the action.
Yeah, it doesn't seems like there's been a lot over the course of time, but in reality it's just been so spread out that it doesn't really seem like much, but it's definitely is a lot over time. So last time around, actually, friend of Austin Racing Blue, he was he's been pushing the car so much, and he just barely pushed it ever so slightly again, but he's doing fine though. He's pushing the car to the point where he got loose entering turn number 1 and the hairpin as well, but he managed to keep it straight both times. I was watching him, I was waiting to say that he's spun around, but for the time being, he's definitely doing a great job hanging on to that as best as possible, and just trying to push that car ever so slightly to get back up to second.
Right, what we're going to do is we're going to just go for a little bit of Racebook TV fan immersion. So why not do it with the Race Clutch car? They are in 9th place in class. Let's go on board with them here, bring up the speed up, and have a look how they're getting on here. So Cedric is your driver. Let's give you a little bit of Racebook TV fan immersion. There you go, a little bit of Racebook TV fan immersion, but we're going to take you to the battle for 4th place overall and it is between 1050 Barbonara Racing, Michel Constantini, and the Vendeveld Sim Racing Blue, Mattia de Soja. Battle here, and there's only about 0.4 of a second between the two of them. They're both relatively recently out the pits as well. Kaide Soja 1 lap out the pits, whereas 1050 are 5 laps out the pits here. So Gary, this is a proper race for position in this race here.
Yeah, even though both of them are, goodness, 1 lap down, they're still just trying to race for, oh, that Mercedes just in front of them, Triton Racing got a little bit loose, and diving out of the way was Constantini. Managed to luckily avoid that. That would have been a massive disaster for probably all 3 of those drivers, and right now just protecting the left-hand lane. Actually, now just going to back off and let Vendeveld Sim Racing Blue go by for that 4th place position, so an easy pass for the time being.
Yeah, do you just get the feeling that Barbonara Racing realised that Vendeveld are on a recovery drive here, and it's not the race that they're wanting to take part in? There's no point fighting them.
Oh yeah, of course. They definitely don't want to, have them with, they don't want to plague them with even more bad luck than they've already had. So they're definitely just saying, you know what, we're going to go ahead and just let you go for the time being. If we catch up to you later on, then maybe we won't be so lucky to let you by. Maybe an actual race for position. So definitely a little bit of show of respect there as well. So that's definitely something to look out for later on in this race in the next near 12 hours. I should say 13 hours.
Mitchell de Jong has been in to the pits from the lead and has come out again. So de Jong in the lead. Don't forget, check out live time and scoring racespot.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything that's going on in this race. One race that's pretty close together is 2 teams that have been pretty unlucky in GTE, and that's Odox Motorsport and CQR Club. So number 5 in the 116 battling away for position. Well, we've just had a prototype go between the 2 of them. Both cars have been involved in a couple of incidents, and well, CQR Club car showing the battle scars on it right now. Still pretty close to that Odox car, but I just think that Odox car could be pulling away here.
Yeah, just a little, just managing to pull away, especially after all the not so much great luck that they've had, but hopefully they can recover just that little bit further later on in this run for the because I believe they actually did spin out just a little bit earlier, at least got involved in a wreck. So yeah, they did make a little bit of contact, I believe, but either way though, they're doing a great job just managing to hang on, and hopefully they'll be able to at least finish this event without any more trouble.
Yeah, CQR Club, another one of those teams that we've not really seen that much of in these special events, so it's great to see different teams coming through here, Gary, because rather than just seeing the same names repeated time and time again, it's good to see new teams, new drivers coming into these events and really giving it a go, and gives a bit of a different dynamic than, say, the same teams that you see week in, week out.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a change from seeing teams compete against each other to seeing literal teams compete against each other. Putting in that wording does not make any sense whatsoever, but seeing the same names like you mentioned over and over, that is a little bit of a nice change from that, say in this case NASCAR, to any type of road racing. I guess in this case the 24 Hours of Daytona. You do see the occasional same teams, but everyone else, there's a few new teams, a few of the same returning teams after probably about maybe 1 or 2 years off, just taking a break and redoing it, just trying to recover from something else, maybe a little bit of practice earlier on, taking that extra length of practice to really make sure that they're actually competitive for that next season. So all these teams competing against each other, whether they're the same teams year in, year out, or just new teams starting to come in, it's definitely interesting for the endurance side of racing.
Now, I do want to give a quick mention, and I hope he's watching this because he loves his endurance racing. I just want to give a quick mention to Race.TV commentator Alvin Nieves, who has had a little bit of an accident today, and he's twisted his ankle during a workout. So take it easy, buddy, rest up, and come join us on commentary to keep both myself and Gary awake, because we're both struggling here. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes of our stint to go, but yeah, it's I know all about ankles and twisting and that. I've personally gotten torn ligaments in my ankles that many times I've lost count. So I know the pain and I know the feeling. We have got a battle on track, however, due to pit stops, it's not going to be a battle very long, and that's N-Race Esports. We've not really talked about them much in this race, in this stint. And there's also Astro Gaming Altus Esports. They've made their pit stop, whereas N-Race, they're going to be making their pit stop in the next couple of laps or so. That's why I say it's not really a battle, even though it is a battle on track. We'll keep an eye on this one anyway. It's pretty close. And N-Race, they've been just going about the business, haven't they, Gary? They've just done what they need to do and have got on in the race here.
Yeah, and they've definitely just decided, you know, we're just going to run this race and run as best we can, as they decreased the license to about 3 cars at once somehow. My goodness, that was Johnny Brennan, Evolution Racing Team 226, currently in the 6th place overall position, so definitely trying to mind their own business as N-Race Esports Red, just not really trying to put up much of a fight, but at the same time, they definitely are trying to do as best as possible. Yeah, there they go to pit road this time around, calling it a little bit early, but they go down to the pit stall. They slid up just a little bit, but luckily Astro Gaming managed to avoid them.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're heading on to pit road, N-Race Esports, and well, we're going to be having an interview in just a second here. And Gary, I'll let you take this away just in a second. Oh, well, we would have, but he's gone now. So much for having that interview. Right. Well, I'll get it ready anyway, just in case he does come back, and hopefully he does, because we want to get it working. But, well, welcome back to the commentary booth. Lorenzo Bonda, how's it going? How was your rest? Was it okay?
It was the rest that I needed, you know. Now I'm 100% energized and ready for whatever is coming next.
Well, what's coming next is going to be an interview, but we'll let Gary do this one since he's
absolutely
around. So let's bring him in now. So Gary, why don't you take it away with our interview with the Thrustmaster Movano driver?
Yeah, it's the one of the drivers of the, like you mentioned, Thrustmaster Movano. That is Dion. I'm gonna probably butcher this last name. Dion Fiallo. Is that correct?
Dion.
Dion Fiallo. Right, okay. It shows how much I know about names.
That's alright.
Oh, and you're from the US too. That's even worse than me. Either way, though, you guys are in the 333 machine, and you guys are actually sitting 3rd place as well, ironically enough. So 333 in 3rd. How has your, what's that, 6 driver team? Like, is that 7 drivers I'm saying? Hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, it's a 6 driver team. How's that been going for you so far?
Well, it's been going well. Everybody can stay rested. We had to deviate from strategy or quadruple scenting all our drivers, but also my house started flooding, so we had to shove the other driver in.
Well, is the house okay at least?
For the moment, I'm sitting here staring at where it could potentially flood. Just waiting.
That must be fun. Well, hopefully it doesn't.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't, since it's barely the best of times as well. But you guys have been doing pretty good for the most part. I mean, you started 3rd at the beginning, and almost 11 hours later, you are still in 3rd place. So hopefully you guys can keep up this momentum. How's it been with the a bit of the behind-the-scenes stuff with everyone else and the driver changes and everything?
Been going well. Even though we're third to third over the course of 11 hours, you know, we did drop back to 10th during my first stint. Just trying to keep it clean, keep the car in one piece, and we've been pulling our way back up to the front here. Yeah, cycling the drivers, trying to stick to our strategy as best we can, keep that number of driver changes as low as possible.
And definitely worked out too well. And you mentioned the first stint trying to keep it clean, so that's definitely, of course, pretty much like a 24-hour rolling start, or pretty much a 24-hour start in general. It's a little bit wild with everyone trying to get into the same corner, but you did do 2 stints, so how was the track from the first stint as compared to your second one?
Oh, it's completely different. There's dirt and marbles all over the place. The racing line is shrunken down to almost less than car width in some places. I'm sure we've seen plenty of people running wide and locking up through turn 1. There's very little grip on the outside there, so it makes it really difficult to make late passes on people.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that throughout the racetrack, especially again in the backstraight chicane, where I think that's pretty much where the most rubber's been laid down, at least from what I've seen, just by visual. So with marbles, there's a lot just on the NASCAR exit as well, or the should I say the road course exit. But anyone else that you'd like to give a shout to before we go ahead and let you go?
Yeah, I'd love to give a shout out to obviously my team and all the competitors are doing a great job. Love to give a shout out to Thrustmaster for sponsoring us and helping us out.
Well, we thank you for your time and giving us a little bit of an insight on the track as well, just from the start of the race as compared to now.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so that was the interview with Dion Fiala from Toastmaster Bavana. And, well, we're coming up towards the hour point once again. And we're getting closer to the point of being 1 hour left in this stint of our broadcast. So we will let you know as we come up to 12 hours to go in this race, to switch on over to the next portion of this broadcast. But, well, Lorenzo, you know, you've had a little bit of a break. You're back in the booth now, and what are you looking forward to in the next part of this race, with an hour left of our little stint here?
I think what I'm expecting for the next hour of this stint is basically drivers settling themselves into what is going to be of sorts the transition of day to dawn. That's where the temperatures of the track and ambient rise up again, start to slowly rise up, you know, 1 degree basically per hour roughly. And I think right now during the night hours is where the body tiredness is gonna kick in a little bit for some of these drivers who are triple stinting, quadruple stinting, just like Dion said. And I'm really going to see if they're going to keep it up in the next 6 to 8 hours, if it's going to be the same thing.
Well, let's see how we get on them with the next part of this race. We're coming up to the hour mark, as we mentioned here on this, and well, we've still got it pretty close between Van Develton Racing Blue and, oh, there's a GT3 car in to take to the grass there. That was the DRS Wave Italy, and I don't think they appreciated that prototype coming in and throwing it down the inside into the bus stop chicane there, Gary, and they had to get out of it and get onto the grass, do a little bit of rally crossing there, and get back up and running onto the oval.
Yeah, there's actually 2 DRS Wave Italy, so that's DRS Wave Italy DP1, and yeah, just a little bit too close for comfort. Oh, sorry,
AMG car.
AMG, sorry about that. Yeah, I saw a little bit of a close moment between the DP1 and another DP. So yeah, with the AMG, either way, that's I wouldn't be too happy either if someone took my line away ever so slightly, so definitely not the best of moments.
Well, we've still got this battle on track, and Constantini just getting a little bit wrong on the entry, a little bit hot on the entry into the hairpin there. Going on the brakes, but as long as you keep within that draft, you should be okay if you make little mistakes like that, because you'll close that up on the NASCAR part of the track. But we are reaching the hour mark once again here on the iRacing Esports Network, and let's take a look at how your standings are in each of the categories. We'll start off with the prototypes, and it is VRS Quantum Simsport still leading this race, 45.7 seconds ahead of Pure Racing Team P. Crossmaster Movano, they are in third place, just spoke to one of their drivers, with Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue fourth, and this 1050 Barbonera Racing in sixth place. These two are battling it out on track at the moment. Evolution Racing Team are down 2 laps with Team Ariso in seventh, and Drivex Esports rounding out your top 8 of the prototypes, and GTE can be Gary. Take it away with the top 8.
Now, the top 8 in GTE, we have the, once again, Logitech G Altus Esports, Williams Gym Esports 888 in second. Third place is TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue. Fourth place is going to be Samocube NX Racing Blue. Fifth place is Vendaval Sim Racing White. Sixth will be Williams Gym Esports 777. Eighth is, seventh is actually going to be a Dream Factory, and eighth is still Race for Cat Motorsport.
That's the GTEs, and Lorenzo taking it with the top 8 of the GT3s.
In the GT3 class, the Team Hoiskenville 111 still retaining the lead from the Astro Gaming Altus Esports in a race of strategies so far. So Team Hoiskenville in first, Astro Gaming Altus Esports in second, TCL Esports GT3 is in third position, Team Bushfink Racing GT3 is in fourth, SRB Endurance is in fifth, Triton Racing in sixth place, followed by N-Race Esports in seventh, and rounding out your top 8 is the Apex Racing Group Purple in our 8th place here in the GT category.
Okay, so that is how your field stacks up. And before we do continue, just want to give a quick mention to people who help us bring these broadcasts for you today. It is Paul Smith in the commentary booth alongside Lorenzo Bonda and Gary Weaver, and it's also myself who's doing the camera work as well, double duty for me. TV cameras are brought to you by Isfan Bello with trackcams22.com. Overall design is made by Andreas Werner of Antwerp Design. The development of our graphics engine is by Simon Grossman from engineering.com with their ATVO product. And also live timing, Nick Thiessen bringing you all the live timing on this event here. And don't forget that if you do want to check out the live timing, then it is racebot.tv/timing for keeping up to everything that's going on in this race. Keep up with all the action on track involved. Also check out the pit stops, the pit strategies, driver changes, everything's going on, so make sure you check that out, racebot.tv/timing to keep up to date with everything that is going on in this race. But we are down to the final hour of our little part of the broadcast here. 56 minutes remaining of this section of the show, and well, apart from this battle in your Daytona prototypes, it's all settled down now. People are finally getting themselves in the groove. And this battle for fourth place, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue and 1050 Barbonera Racing here, Lorenzo, it's all about strategy. And the 1050 car just let the Vendaval car past earlier on. And they're getting stuck behind the Altus car and GTE leader. And oh, there was a car off actually. Then who was that I saw just in the midfield?
I'm trying to look who is there.
It's the ASD Elite.
Ooh, the car is looking in a really rough shape. Also, maybe got touched by GT, maybe a GTE or
they got loose,
DP. What happened? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Just having a look at the replay then. And it's through the kink. And the car, yeah, just snaps. Loses control. Gives it a boot full of throttle. And just brings it back across the grass. And back onto track. So, no damage, no harm done, apart from a bit of... a bit of confidence lost a little bit there on the car, but they're still running. That's the main thing. And the thing is here, the 1050 Barbonara Racing getting stuck behind the GTE leader has cost them a little bit of time here. They're now a second behind as they go across the line here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's cost them a little bit, and right now it opens up a little bit of a gap for a very, very fun fight of sorts. So, and back to the talk about the Barbonara and Vendaval Racing. This was a battle. If we were looking at 2 hours ago, you wouldn't be having this battle because Vendaval had the technical issues and was just in front of Barbonara. So, you know what any technical difficulties and what the sim racing can give you. You know, a blink of an eye. So instead of overlap battle, we basically got now a real good battle going on.
Certainly do, as they head on to the banking once again. And Vendaval are getting a real helping hand here because they've got the race leading Mitchell de Jong right in front of them here, Gary, and they're able to just sit in that draft nicely. And we saw how that worked a little bit earlier when you had teams sitting in the Vendaval draft and were able to use that. And yet, once again, GTE traffic getting in the way of 1050 Barbonara Racing.
Yeah, I believe they've had the same situation earlier on in this broadcast stint that we've had, where it was I think it actually was the same three cars at the very least, where it was all not really top three, but top three in position, on track position in a sense. So that was quite interesting to see how the draft could play into effect. So at the moment, trying to not pass the leader is going to be Vendaval Sim Racing Blue just because they have the slipstream, but that can help them out though for fuel saving.
It was the Inex Racing White we saw involved in that earlier on. That's who we saw in that battle with 1050 Barbonara Racing. As well, that gap's pulled out a little bit, so that battle is pretty much put on the back burner for the moment here. We were asking earlier, Lorenzo, how you got into motorsports and also how you got into sim racing. So, you know, the floor is yours, Lorenzo. How did you get involved?
It's a very funny story because I kind of was involved with racing. I started, if I am to start with sim racing, I started back in IndyCar 2, and we barely had any steering wheels, but you know, it was done the physics were done so accurately back to the day with the Indy cars and all the tracks. I got so involved, and down the line it only grew stronger when I started doing, you know, other games, and I eventually migrated to iRacing in 2014. And I think if I'm to mention in sim racing nowadays, I think it is the sim that I'm involved the most. Not only commentating, but doing sim racing as well, participating in endurance events. So it is something that I had as a hobby, and basically I take something out of a passion nowadays. You know, sim racing and racing all together.
Well, and then looking sort of more wide, How did you find motorsport? Was it through family? Was it through friends? Did you see the TV once?
Oh, I was born in 1991 here in Brazil, so 1991 was basically a golden age of sorts for Brazilian racing. You know, we had Ayrton Senna and Nelson Piquet and other guys. And back in the day, also Rubens Barrichello, and was coming up really early around 1993, 1994. So I grew up watching races. My dad and mom used to wake up. I was talking to them actually earlier about that, about waking up, watching Ayrton Senna go and race, and that's how I got involved more in the motorsports. My real involvement actually got more in the past 3 years when I was starting watching stock car racing, NASCAR, IMSA, WEC, and now I'm going to the United States to watch my real first 24-hour Daytona race, which is something that I'm really happy and really hyped about it, and I really hope that I do see more races of this kind, like Le Mans, Nürburgring, and something down the line.
I really do feel old now. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I was saying to Gary earlier, I remember watching Formula 1 in the late 80s, so yeah. Anyway, your race leader is Mitchell de Jong in the VRS Sport car. He's been pulling out on the Pure Racing team Fabrice Cornelis, who is second now. And Cornelis has pulled out a 10-second gap over Trustmaster Movano. And what's really interesting is Cornelis, Gary, had changed they hadn't changed driver from Cornelis at the last pit stop. So the question is, how much longer can Cornelis go on for? Because he's been in that car practically forever.
I mean, he can't really go on for much longer, so just to double check, he's been in that car pretty much ever. Oh, that's actually wrong driver. That's actually first place. He's been in this car ever since lap 279, so almost rounding it to 200 laps. So first spin, I believe, was actually the beginning of the race. That was about lap 140. So at this point, he's well over his first stint. So he's trying to go as far as he can to try and help out his team, help them get a little bit of rest, and maybe try and save a little bit of fuel at the same time as make his way by a DRS wave for the DP1. So I don't know, he definitely can't go on for too much longer. So at the next pit stop, hopefully they'll change drivers out, because he definitely needs to rest after all this.
Paul, I think their strategy is basically similar to what Dion Fiallo was mentioning about their team in terms of, stints, triple and quadruple stints.
Yeah, so they're basically just keeping them out there for as long as they can, really, before they have a break. And that's what's happening here, although they've got a little bit of lap traffic trying to work their way past them. 13 car DRS wave Italy. It'd be rather like a mosquito, just annoying them throughout that period through the tri-oval there into turn number 1 at this point. By the way, that was the first yawn from me this hour, so I think I managed to get away with it. But so yes, that's so those are the leaders in prototype. GTE, we've hardly spoken about GTE in the last couple of hours here, but Logitech GL Sport Yannick Lapchan is in behind the wheel of the car now, and he's got a 46-second gap over Cristobal Lopez in the Williams Jim Esports car. And I mean, Lorenzo, this job that Altus are doing out at the front of GT, it's metronomic. It's just lap after lap, just putting in those good lap times.
Yeah, the job that Yannick Lapchan and the whole team are doing is just But I would say I would rate slightly inhuman, because given the nature of the GTE cars we've seen in the earlier hours, is because they're running so close one together, just like the GT3 cars. Their performance is just over the top and really unbelievable compared to other teams. Managed to have a triple gap despite everything that happened in this race, and really good job on them. But they cannot relax, even though they have this quite large margin into the next at least, of course, the next 12 hours. But so far doing really good this far for them.
And yeah, so as I say, 46-second gap over that Williams Jimmy Sports car. And looking down in GT3 now, that's a little bit closer. Is that one again? It's an Altus eSports car. Zachary Hanlon is at the wheel of that car, Gary. But they've only got a 21-second gap over the TTL eSports car of Jackson Suslin Harlow. And that's been pretty much similar lap times between the two of them, so that it stays steady, but they're not pulling away either, so they've still got to keep pushing here.
Yeah, the last time around I'm seeing for the Zachary Hanlon, he's in the Astro Gaming Esports, he's already set his lap 1 minute 42.838. And TTL Esports, like you mentioned, Harlow, he set a 143.038, so last time around, want to double check on that, 142.8 versus a 142.8, so they're, yeah, basically running the same amount of lap times, just a few differences here and there because of traffic, but either way, they're doing pretty well in terms of how even their lap times are.
Really just good to see how they're both getting on here in your GT3 field as well. It looks like the Altus car has had a little bit of repairs done to the bonnet of that car. It was a little bit crumpled, the front end, or at least the bonnet of that car, whereas now it looks a little bit straighter, a little bit better. It's not perfect, it's a little bit better, so they'll take an optional repairs in pit stops just to get that pushed down a little bit, make it look a bit more aerodynamic. And that's something, Lorenzo, that you can do if you're changing tyres as well as fuel in a pit stop for these GT3 cars. When the tyres are starting to get sorted, at least the team can get a little bit of the optional repairs done.
Yeah, you're gonna, depending on how much optional repairs you might do, let's just say you have a 17-second repair, that period you have for, as you just said, it's the replacement of the tires. You're gonna shred at least 6 to 7 seconds in the optional repair department, and then have all the rest done in a jiffy once the tires are set. So it is good, you know, it shreds some time, not essential time that you really want to shred, but either way, it's something that it's considerable.
So we're looking through the field on the timing screen. Don't forget, racebot.tv/timing. Check out everything that's going on in this race. Also, whilst you're sorting things out and giving everything a little bit of a click, why not click that subscribe button and also click the bell as well, get notified of live events, and basically there's always some racing going on in the iRacing Esports Network, so make sure you subscribe to them. Bring you all the World Championship Series. 2019 is going to be a big year for the World Championship Series. $100,000 prize fund for the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, a $100,000 prize fund for the Porsche World Championship Series as well. Big year for the World Championships this year, and it's great to see that organisations getting behind those World Championships and getting it go. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network. Let's get those subscription numbers up. Let's click the bell as well make sure you get notified of any events that are going on in iRacing and on the iRacing Sports Network. And it's great it's a network because a lot of the championships, a lot of the races that we want to see are all in one place, and it's really good to have that and to have that capability of running like that. So as I was saying, not a lot really going on in the field, although I do think we may have... Oh, we've got a driver change. Van Develson Racing White, Joshua Anderson on pit road. Then they're having a change of driver. Antiohola has jumped out of that car, and Gary, standard fuel and tyre pit stop, I would imagine, when they do a change of driver, and then they'll be away. There it goes up on the jacks, and that's now a set of tyres going on.
Yeah, finally they are in pit road, so just trying to finish the race at this point is pretty much all that there is to do for that number 77 machine. And of course, last time the driver that's lost in the car since the lap 326 to pretty much what is now lap 392 was definitely going to butcher that first name, but it was Ahola for the last name. And Joshua Anderson is now going to be replacing pretty much Ahola. I cannot pronounce that first name unless I am pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
Anti? Right?
Anti.
Yeah. So I was right.
Basically, we can butcher names at this late in the broadcast, so I think nobody will kill us.
Well, I've got an excuse because it's currently 3 minutes past 1 in the morning for me, and I've been up since 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning, so I've got that excuse. I don't know about you two. I can tell you it is currently 9 minutes past 2 in the sim at the moment, so we'll be heading, as we head towards the end of this section of the broadcast, we're getting ever so closer towards the chance, towards the sunrise happening. We'll be able to see that golden glow of the sunshine in the sky, and we'll be able to give you also the world famous Will Vincent Connery Maddock breakfast show, which will bring you every year from the Daytona 24 hours. And the difference is that Connery is with Will down in Birmingham, providing so very much like a radio show between those two. So imagine really imaginative questions such as what's your favourite smell and things like that, because if it's anything like local radio over here, that's the sort of riveting conversation that they have with the listeners of this.
You know, Paul, my only question I have to them is pineapple on pizza. Do they approve or disapprove?
Oh, I disapprove.
No.
To start with.
Nope.
All right.
There's Sebastian Movado. They're on pit road from third place. Ronaldo Arena is bringing that car down pit road at the moment. So another pit stop to be taken by them. Hit their stall. Locked up into the stall, so a little bit sideways. Not perfect, but we're getting the full service done for them with tyres and fuel. And I'm sorry, but Lorenzo, you need to stop pushing your pineapple on pizzas. You really do need to stop pushing it.
But it's something, man. It involves the body. It involves everybody. Nope. It's a question that transcends reality and, you know, boundaries. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think he got enough sleep.
Well, I tell you what, it's not transcending beyond my boundaries. My boundaries are no pineapple. Thank you very much. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. But then again,
I'm partially Italian, so I cannot commentate on those. I just breathe. I just bring, you know, the chaos. And
but then again, we've got to remember also that and we are going down this route now because there isn't a lot happening on track at the moment. Although saying that, Triton Racing and SRB are pretty close. They're within between the seconds, so we'll keep an eye on this battle then. That is for 5th and 6th in your GT3 class. But I'm very much a pizza purist. A proper pizza is your bread, your tomato, your sauce, and then mozzarella.
All right, so let's take away the pineapple.
With some basil as well.
All right, let's take the pineapple talk again off. And then, what is the best pizza overall for you?
I just told you.
Go.
It's a proper margarita pizza. It's a
Alright, the proper margarita pizza.
That is what a pizza is. Everything else is bread with toppings on.
Right. If you had to pick one flavor or one sauce or anything else, Gary, pick it. Go.
What?
If you had to pick a favorite pizza, what would be your favorite pizza?
Probably just plain old cheese. I mean, if
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, just plain old cheese, and then add a little bit more cheese on to the top of it, like probably Parmesan or even mozzarella.
Cheeseception, I like it.
Yep.
Love it.
I think I occasionally gets.
Now this is what gets me, and this confused me when I was out in America last time. This was 2016. A cheese pizza is called a margarita, and yet in America, no, it's called cheese pizza, not a margarita, because a margarita is something completely different. Why?
Yep. Don't look at me. I don't even know either. I mean, we don't even call we call our version of, yes, your rugby is our football, even though our football in America has nothing to do with
Here comes Triton.
most of the time. Right. But yeah, outside on the right-hand side, and well, didn't get it that time around. My goodness, is it just me, or does, my goodness, the chicane, the rubber in the chicane is giving me 2011 Daytona asphalt vibes. It's like, it looks brand new, basically, just not really.
Well, Triton, they're getting to go again under the slipstream. They're going to pull out to the right. Oh, look at how close they got to the back of that other Mercedes AMG. Go across the line. Marin scrap check.
Oh, way wide.
It wide. Yeah,
watch out.
And that's what can happen there, Lorenzo. I mean, you'll know this from actually driving in this race, but it's so easy to make that mistake of running wide into turn one because you get your braking wrong, or it's the fact that you're having to turn whilst braking as well.
Yeah, 100%. You need to know where the braking point is, and that's a very, very odd braking point if you really want to have a good entry off the car. But I think good job by Martin actually to stay with the car line and not lose a lot of time to SRB, because that could have gone all the way wrong to the Triton Racing team. That entry to the outside not only kills your tires, but you lose so much time trying to go back on track that you might just find yourself in a battle for apexes and sectors instead of a battle for place.
Was a go down the back straight heading towards the bus stop chicane. You'd be foolish to try and make a move there, really. And they don't. So they stay behind for the time being through the bus stop chicane once again. Can they get anything out of this run this time? That's the big question. Through NASCAR 3 and 4. And then head on down towards the tri-oval. And they're going to try and look for the inside. The room's not there, so they've got to go to the outside again. We saw this last lap. Will they run wide yet again, or will they get the better run this time? They're trying to hold it. No, not going to quite make it. So the move is on, trying the cut back. He can sometimes make that work, and he's just got a nose there, having to go to the dirt. On to the brakes for the hairpin for the International Horseshoe, and not making it work. It's a tough one to try and run it round the outside there, Gary. So well, it's going to be attempt number 3 coming up shortly.
Yeah, that was a great attempt right there, though. My goodness, a great attempt on the crossover as well. They didn't go as wide before, and oh man, I forgot who it was. I believe it was Dion. I may be incorrect, but there's someone that did say that the racing line is way shorter than it is because it's been running so much at this point, and even he's ran in the daytime at the start of this race, so his second stint was at night, so that definitely throws into the effect that the track is definitely changed by a huge amount. So that I was thinking about that. I saw a lot of rubber laid down in turn 1, and they don't really have Triton Racing at the moment. They don't have the preferred speed that they want at the moment. So hopefully they'll be able to get this once again and try again coming off of the oval turn 4. But at the moment, they did a great job the last 2 times around, but they may just be laying back for the time being now.
Well, we've got a lot of traffic coming up. That's the Team RSO car going to put a lap on them. And the question is, are they going to be a help or a hindrance here? We'll have to wait and see. Here comes Triton, trying to use the slipstream of that prototype that's going past them both into turn number 1. That's great. Late brakes. Can they hold the line? No, they can't. SRB are right there, side by side through the little chicane. Triton are in the perfect position for the inside line though. You want to hold that inside line through the International Horseshoe. SRB will be able to get on the power a little bit earlier, and that's exactly what's happening, but you're compromising your line through the kink. You want to be carrying as much speed as possible to the outside. Go Triton, trying to get the cut back here. If you try and get the cut back here, you want to be setting up for the next exit, but it's not worked there, so Triton having to stay behind for the time being. But this is great racing between the 2 of them, Lorenzo, and it's certainly one that we're glad of because it's given us something to talk about at this portion of the race.
And it gave us something to be talking about and also get hyped about. Flavio Xavier is actually a great defensive driving against Martin Strichpak, and here he goes trying again on the inside, headed to the burst stop. Now SRB just yields and lets try to go past and try to moves up the slot.
So they made the move. SRB, they kind of looked at whether they wanted to get wrecked or not and backed out of it as they went into the bus stop. But now they've got the slipstream. They can just sit behind Triton, use that slipstream and try and make the move back past, and that's exactly what they're looking to do here as they go across the line on the tri-oval here, already looking to make a move down into turn 1. Triton there holding that line, and with the way that they've been driving, I would imagine that Triton is just going to now start just gapping out that 5th place and try and pull away at this point now. A little bit wide through that turn, but able to carry on as they're going through, and we've got a lap traffic coming up to a lap on them, so they'll have to be careful negotiating that. Here they are, through the hairpin, still pretty close together, so SRB here, Gary, they're not giving this one up yet.
Yeah, they definitely decided to just let them by to really not to really take themselves out or Triton out in the process, but they should be able to maybe hang on to the slipstream with Team 84 on the top side and the actual number 84 in that DP. So preferred line to Team 84, just going to break the slipstream just a little bit, and right now they do have a run, but they definitely won't make it because, well, by the time they did, they would have had the nose in and would have compromised their line that they've had. So they definitely want to make the move at the right moment, just not too late.
So, I just want to point out something up at the Daytona prototype class, and that is that Pure Racing Team back down to 3rd place in the race after a longer pit stop, because they did actually change driver, and it's Dominic Farber who's behind the wheel. It was 39.5 second pit stop there. That's about 10 seconds longer than you would normally see for a driver change there in your prototype class. So they've got all that work to do again of getting ahead of Thrustmaster Movano again, then Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think that one of the things we have to consider about this is the fact that we had the driver swap per se. You just waste around 20 seconds in the driver swap, so those driver swap might have come in a little bit later than usual and still unknown. And and also needs to be seen if they're taking tires. If I'm not mistaken, they did take tires. But Reese Canal just lets Dominic goes into the car with a new fresh set of rubber and just let shred on the track. And now we know Dominic is really quick on these prototype S cars, so we just need to know if he's going to have the pace and luck to reach Thrustmaster Movano ahead of him.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because Pure Racing Team, they're currently coming around towards the end of the lap. It's only lap 3. It's going to be the start of lap 3 of their stint here. So go across the line then, and it is a 38.2. Compare that to a 37.9 from Thrustmaster Movano. So Thrustmaster Movano just pulling away a little bit on that last lap there, and we're able to just gap out a little bit. So it's good to see there. Pit stops are going to be starting soon for the GT3s, given about lap 32 for TTL Esports, so they're heading towards their pit stop cycle shortly. So we'll keep an eye on what happens there with them. Just quickly to mention that with under 12 hours and 12 hours and 24 minutes remaining, let's just quickly go through the top 3 of each of the categories. VRS Commander SimSport, they've had their pit stop. They're 1 minute and 24 seconds ahead of second place Thrustmaster Movano Racing. What a dominating performance at the front there from VRS Commander SimSport. Thrustmaster Movano, though, are in second place with Pure Racing Team in third, 6 seconds behind them in that battle. In your GTE class, it is Logitech G Altus Esports in the lead of that one, ahead of Williams Gym Esports by 20 seconds though, so that gap's not really pulled out at all at this point of the race, with TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue rounding out the top 3 there, only 34 seconds behind as well, so don't count them out just quite yet. And in your GT3 field, it is the Astro Gaming Altus Esports. They are on a comfortable position now. They've pulled out to 30 seconds, or 29.5 seconds with them and Team Polysequel. But, as I mentioned, pit stops are going to be taking place very shortly. Team Bushfink are third because TTL Esports have just gone into the pits from there. So, definitely worth keeping an eye on how the pit stops pan out for them. And just want to mention quickly that the second fastest car on track that last lap was the number 4 Turquoise Duo, and that's the car down in 16th place overall. So they've got some pace there. It's just unfortunate early on in the race they got involved in an incident, so it's, they're still running, and as I say, they're in 16th place. And they're putting in some good lap times as well, so that's good to see. But Gary, we're counting down towards the end of our portion of the broadcast here. 22 minutes remaining in our part of it, and well, what a part of the race it's been for us here in this portion of the Daytona 24 Hours. We've pretty much had battling going on for, I would say, about 5 hours of the 5.5 hours that we've been on broadcast.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong, and by the time this is over, I could well, by the time this is over, at least for you, you're probably just going to go straight to bed. For me, probably having dinner, because well, it's the sort of slight advantage for being over in the US. It's almost 6:30 over here, so
of time zones. That's the only advantage to time zones, and I don't think I'd survive if this was actually all an in-person thing where we'd have to do commentary in person. I don't think I would survive whatsoever. So yeah, either way though, for the entire stint that we had though for this race, it's pretty interesting that some of it's been actually Lorenzo spotted a GT3 battle. It's third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, go ahead, Lorenzo. You spotted this.
All right, here we go. As Triton Racing actually closes down the gap to Team Bushfink Racing, Lewis Goodway is now not only pressured by one car, he's actually pressured by two cars as the SRB engines driven by Flavio Xavier is right on their back bumpers. So we're headed into the oval section, and Marcin Skripchak from Triton is just having the whole run of the oval session, the NASCAR oval session against Bushfink. I don't know if it's going to make the move over here. He's closing down the gap really quickly. Let's see if he's going to try to put the car on the inside. No, just applying pressure. He's probably going to set that move towards the other section of the bus stop. Let's see if he's going to make that move, Paul.
Well, I mean, we saw him previously make the move on the SRB car into turn number 1 on the outside, so potentially see that happening here as well. They are getting towards the end of their stint, by the way. They're on lap 30 of their cycle here. Triton, SRB behind them on lap 33, and in fact coming onto pit road as we speak. So SRB jumping out of that battle, they're taking a pit stop now. Triton not able to make any moves on that Team Bushfink Racing car, or are they? Because they come up alongside once again. Almost a little bit of contact.
They touched.
Oh, they did touch, right, okay, but Triton, they made it through there.
And he made it through a little bit of massive overtake, but made it nevertheless. Well, what counts is you overtake Red Bull, so a good job by Triton Racing. Now the problem is hold down that advantage you have towards the oval session, because we know Team Bushfink has pace. They can beat him if necessary. It's all down on Lewis Goodway to try to match up that pace and attempt an overtake.
Well, we just saw a replay of that overtake there. And I don't know if there was actually any contact between the two of them. They got very close, that's for sure, and they were both a little bit squirrely on the exit of turn number 1. But they're both still running here.
There was a slight touch wheel to wheel.
Okay, so there was just a slight touch there. Okay, so that's okay. So Triton now, 3rd place. However, about 2 laps, I would expect them to be coming into pit road. So it's going to be a little bit short-lived, is this one, because the car behind has still got another 7 laps on Triton. So Team Bushfink, they're going to stay out there a little bit longer here, Gary.
And they're going to try and run in this position as long as possible for...
head onto pit road, the Triton.
Oh. Yeah, Team Bushfink, however, yeah, they're still 3rd place, and yeah, like you mentioned, Triton Racing in pit row. This is another key portion of the race where you just have to slide into your pit, well, not slide into your pit stall, stop in your pit stall as smooth as possible, just like that. Not slide into it. Triton Racing doing a great job. Well, their current driver that was in there has been pretty much in there since lap 335. They're on 399 now, so it doesn't look like they'll be doing any driver swap for the moment. So everything seems to be going pretty well for them for the time being.
Time in sim is just after 2:30, and we're heading towards the end of our section of the broadcast now. Just let you know that when we reach 12 hours remaining, when we reach the halfway point, that'll be when we switch over to the next part of the broadcast. You'll be able to join Tobias Brockman on that part of the broadcast, and I do feel sorry for you all having to listen to him, but I'm kidding, he's a good commentator, and so he'll be there to bring you all the action for the next 6 hours. I don't know actually who's working with him on that portion of the broadcast, so we'll have to have a look there, but definitely. Triton back out the pit road then. 1 minute 8, so full service for them. But Marcin is going to stay behind the wheel and do another stint, possibly 2 stints if he's taking tyres there. Team RSO, they're pretty close to Evolution Racing Team. Johnny Brandon versus Cedric Neveliski, and it's a battle for 6th and 7th. But I tell you what, these two, they can't be separated for a little bit, because Johnny Brandon will be due into the pits in about 5 or 6 laps time here, Lorenzo, because he's on lap 19 of his stint at the moment.
Yeah, I think Johnny right now just has to hang on for dear life in any position that he can get. So far, he's actually in a really comfortable gap given all things that happened to his team. So far, they're in 6th place. Let's see if Cedric Nebelsiek is actually going to try to move. Yeah, he does. On the outside, there's a wheel-to-wheel coming into turn 1. They're not. The advantage just goes slightly to Evolution Racing. They're still side to side. The number 117 car is going to try to move on the outside. International Horchu tried the crossover and didn't work out. Evolution still retaining that position, but a good battle nevertheless. Race of attrition going on.
Yeah, certainly is. And RSO looking very racy here against that Evolution Racing Team car of Johnny Brandon. Through the right-hand hairpin here, heading towards the hairpin, taking you to the NASCAR circuit. Johnny Brandon is going to be compromised on his line here, going into the corner but coming out, able to hold that inside the line. But RSO, they're there. They're just going to drop back in, get the slipstream here. It's a question of when will he pull out. He pulls up now to the right. He's going to the outside into the bus stop. Maybe not the wisest move. And Johnny Brandon pulls in ahead. He's not going to give up that place without a little bit of a fight here. But out of the bus stop now. Up onto the banking once again. Passing all the black traffic GTE and GT3 traffic here. And look at that slipstream coming into effect here, Garrett. And it's a matter of time really as he goes below the yellow line there, but he's going to squeeze it.
Yeah, that is pretty much a legal pass, and they're still side by side somehow. Oh, contact, and it's going to send out a tier 26 from the 6th place battle, unfortunately. And
he blinked.
Flashing the lights. Definitely not happy about that. Into the grass. I thought they were going to spin out again, but luckily flashing the lights and letting them know that not too happy about that. I think from what I saw is that the 117 had moved up just ever so slightly. Lost traction entering turn number 1 is just a little bit. Tried to save it, and unfortunately, yeah, 226 was there at the time.
Yeah, just saw a replay of that then. There was definitely contact. And as you can see, he's flashing the lights. He's not happy. And I don't know what it is. Do you know what? I've actually seen less flashing lights here today than in a Le Mans Series race. Because that's all I ever seem to see in my rearview mirror. But these guys, they've been pretty well restrained with the flashing lights, because frankly, you give a sim racer a button that can do something to annoy somebody in front, they usually just keep a hold of it.
Yeah, and I have some opinions regarding flashing lights. I think I gave my opinion on Neo. I think it was a really strong opinion about those flashing lights, but nevertheless, I think that was a valid use for Johnny to complain about this move. It is a valid move, but slightly aggressive, but still a clean move nevertheless. The contact was avoidable of sorts, but well, if you feel you're prejudiced, at least one blink should suffice, and that's what Johnny Brandon did. Now what he has to do is just focus on the race and finish up a really good step for his team.
Okay, so just to let you know, if you want to keep up with everything going on in this race, racespot.tv/timing, sure you check that all out in the broadcast and on the website there. You can see what's going on in this particular race and what's going on. Now, what we'll do for the final time on this part of the broadcast is we're going to give you some Racebot TV fan immersion, and well, let's do it with the Team RSO car then. It just moved up into 6th place, so let's ride on board with Team RSO as we give you some Racebot TV fan immersion. There we go then, Racebot TV fan immersion, the final one of this part of the broadcast. We are heading in towards the last 8 minutes of this broadcast here. So what we'll do is just hand it over to my two colleagues here to start with and say, Lorenzo, what has been your takeaway from this race? What is it that you've thought of this race so far then?
It has been a fantastic race, you know, a lot of race of attrition, race of strategies. We've seen here drivers triple seating cars, triple quadruple seating, and double seating tires. So the strategy game is on point thus far for some of these teams. Unfortunately, some other teams were hit by technical difficulties or had crashes midway through the game. Like the car crashed midway through the game, but nevertheless, that's part of sim racing. What you learn is improvise, adapt, and overcome. And I'm really excited for the next 12 hours of this race.
And Gary, your takeaway from this event here today?
Well, it's definitely gotten me a little bit more interested into endurance racing for sure. Is the fact that day-night transitions, as well as the pretty much just what to expect if I was to take part in this eventually, but definitely found me interested enough to do the 6 hours up the Glen over in over in June. So that's going to be something to really look ahead for. I'm not sure if that's not sure if I could do 6 hours straight or if it would be team, but either way it would still be fun to try out for the first endurance event.
So yes, that's thoughts of my colleagues. Myself, it's been actually a really intriguing part of the race. Normally, the second portion of the race and the third portion of the race are usually the quieter parts of it to take part. But it's certainly been interesting to watch. There is a battle going on in your prototypes down 10th, 11th and 12th. That's between Inex Racing White, Red Bulls Online Champion Simulation and the R70 Thrustmaster team. As I say, it's 10th, 11th and 12th going on there for the moment. But definitely these guys will carry on fighting. It's been all about the strategy. We've seen a lot of people taking the option of maybe not fighting tooth and nail for position, just hanging behind, using that strategy, using that slipstream, which is so strong throughout this course, and to really use that to their advantage to extend their stints here in this race. So certainly we have been seeing that here today. As well, we'll take you through the last rundown of our categories as we just watch this battle. Still ensuing, no change there though at the moment, so they will stay as they were. So let's run through the different categories, and it is going to be, first of all, the prototype category, and it is VRS Brandon Simsport who are leading this race by a minute and 11 seconds. It's now a minute and 12 seconds from Thrustmaster Movano Racing. Absolutely huge lead that they've got there. Pure Racing team are in third. They've slowly been gaining on the Thrustmaster Movano team, so they're catching up, and it is now just 6 seconds behind Thrustmaster in third place. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue lap down on your leaders in fourth with 10.50. Barbonero Racing in fifth place. Team RSO, who saw earlier, in sixth. With Evolution Racing Team now in seventh place, and DriveX Esports rounding out the top 8. GTE is Lorenzo. Take it away, Lorenzo.
Alright, here we go. So far, Logitech G Altus Esports dominated the GTE field with a comfortable gap to Jill Williams, JM Esports 80 AAA in second place. Third place goes to TX3 by Thrustmaster Blue, followed by SimuCube Inex Racing Blue in fourth place. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White is in fifth, followed by Williams JIM Esports 777 car. In seventh is Dream Factory, and riding on the top 8 will be your Race for Cam Motorsports here in the Daytona 24 pole.
And now down to GT3, and it's Gary.
Now with the GT3 class, Team Helsingveld, Triple One, first place position. Team Bushfink Racing GT3 second. Astro Gaming Altus Esports is third. TTL Esports GT3 is fourth. Fifth place Triton Racing. Sixth place is SRB Endurance. Seventh place actually is going to be M-Race Esports Red 199, and running up the top 8 of the GT3s is V Apex Racing Group Purple.
So that is the standings of each of the categories as we've brought to you. And well, just got a couple of minutes left on this part of the broadcast. And well, I want to say thank you very much for everybody joining us on this part of the broadcast. Make sure that you go on to the next part of the broadcast, which will be starting in about 2 minutes' time. And it will be Tobias Brockman who will be taking you through the next 6 hours. Hugo Lewis is going to be on the cameras and the graphics as well. And then after those 6 hours, it's going to be the Will Vincent and Connery Maddock breakfast show. Of course, it's becoming a yearly tradition, those two to be on the morning shift for the final 6 hours of this great event. But what a race it's been! It's the first of the special events that has been taking part in the new day-night transitions, and it's certainly been spectacular to watch. So far, it is the VRS Grand Simsport who lead this one as we go into the second half of the race. Before we go, we just want to give a few little mentions in this broadcast, and it is, well, Istvan Ballo with his track cams at 22.com, providing us with all the cameras here on today's broadcast. Overlay design is brought to you by Andreas Werner from Anwen Designs, the man who designed Valtteri Bottas's 2018 Formula 1 crash helmet. He's the one who has designed our graphics package here. The development of the graphics engine is by Simon Grossman of appgeneering.com with their A-Team products. And live timing, which you can always catch on racebox.tv/timing. Make sure you check that out. Nick Thiessen brings you that. But that's going to be the end of this part then. Next part is on the iRacing Esports Network. From everybody here though, from myself, Paul Smith, Lorenzo Bonda and Gary Weaver, it is goodbye from this part of the show.